What is up, my friends? Happy Thursday, and welcome to week 7 of NECC Collegiate Overwatch. My name's Jeff. That's Chef Billy over there. And we're here to start off the day, which is certainly going to be, well, I mean, we got 5 banger matches coming up for you. Lots of Overwatch to get through. Let's get right into this. Coming up first, we got Newberry College taking on Butler Esports. Billy, I'm looking forward to this one. This should be a good game.
I'm looking forward to this too. Newberry coming in 5-1 on the season, and their only loss been so far to Clark Red, who's sitting in 6th position here in their division of Yellow, Challengers Yellow. And then looking at Butler University, they're coming in 4-1. They've had a bye in week number 3, and their only losses come to the number 9 seed Arcadia Knights, but Arcadia Knights taking down CCE Blue. So maybe a little bit more weight put in.
Yeah.
A little bit more weight put into that loss. We'll see if that will bear any fruit here, because they had a very easy win, or a very close win, over JWU Blue. Both teams going 2-1 respectively in their weeks against those two teams. So, if I'm looking at Challengers Yellow right now, they've had 1-3-0 win against Howard in their first week, and then everything's been really either just absolutely a wipe, or it's been a 2-1. So, I mean, they've been hard-fought victories. That's the same for Newberry College as well. All of their wins have been 2-1 wins, and then they have the 1-0-3 loss against Clark Red. So it just depends on what's going to happen here today. This is all setting up for who's going to be in that top 8 going into our playoff season. I mean, right now they're sitting 2-3 right now. So this is all to play for. This is really play for who's going to get into that top spot. Right now, map differential is what's separating number 1 and number 2. It's an 8 map differential there between CCE Blue and Newberry College. So, man, I mean, if Butler can come out with the win here today, they're going to sky vault over the top of them just on map differential alone. We'll see how it goes, though.
Speaking of maps, we got your 3 fixed maps for the day popping up at the bottom of your screen. We're starting off on Busan, headed to Blizzard World, followed by Dorado here for week number 7. And like I say, this is a battle for 7th place. Now, I will say on paper, like Newberry College beat Arcadia. Arcadia beat Butler Esports. So you do have a little bit of the transitive property going on there that should say, hey, we're favoring Newberry coming into this. But both teams have dropped games to, probably teams that they shouldn't. Looking at our current standings, anything can happen. Any given game day, anything can shake up. And this would be a big shame. Butler Esports could take this win. They would jettison up into 2nd place, be nipping at the heels of CCE Blue. Of course, that seeding will become important once we get into the postseason.
Yeah, we're going to start off at Mecha Base here, Jeff, and this is going to be brawl-centric, and we were talking about this beforehand, and we believe that Butler might be the brawlers here, not to diss their mascot, but, they might be the brawl-centric team that we've been looking for here, and it looks like they're going to bring out a little bit of a Reaper Maze setup. This is interesting, a little bit of tank busting versus the walling ability of Twent.
And I think it's worth noting we got Chthonic Omen coming in for All Might Taco in this Wolf Newberry. Listed as a DPS player, now playing the Lucio. So we'll see if the timing of the engages and the use of speed is on. Right now, I like the aggression coming out of Newberry. They put a lot of pressure down. Butler's got to use their immortality field early just to try to get back up around this corner. But they're going to suffer some casualties along the way. Depression trying to get in on it, but Newberry still have the advantage in this fight. Butler able to get topped off, trying to re-engage as Bland's going in deep. Saying Zarya, and it's the Reaper to take him down. Shadow Edge puts those Hellfire shotguns to great use early. Butler reclaimed their advantage in this important opening fight.
Yeah, I mean, look at just the Butters on this Baptiste putting out a ton of healing and really just taking advantage of everything going on there. Now, looking at ultimates already, Bland has the Shatter ready, a little bit ahead of Depression in that remark, and they're kind of set up alone.
It's going to be a Blizzard coming out, but a huge pit across the map. Hits Jamin's Wow. And I think they were looking for a flash shatter setup. We saw the flashbang and the shatter come out, but they weren't quite timed well enough for Newberry. Butler able to survive the onslaught, strike back beautifully, maintain possession at this point.
Now, real quick, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a separation here between Depression and Bland getting back to the point. I think Bland will get there first. So he did invest his shatter, just didn't find any joy with it. So you've got the window here. I think that if you set up window here, avoid the wall coming out from Twit and let loose that you can take advantage of this point real quick.
How many looking for a place to use that amplification matrix? Give me the grab. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Press is just throwing some right clicks in there, and maybe they should have used that grab. A little hesitancy from Newberry is going to cost him in this fight as Butler's able to hold this choke.
Yeah, Butler's getting a second amp matrix out already. This is 2 fights in and 2 amp matrices, and that is great ultimate economy from their main healer for Butler. Newberry, though, have quite a few ultimates ready to go in here. I think that they want to really focus on getting this grab out, but big bomb.
Nice dodge from Chthonic Omen, able to get out of there, but it's the Death Blossom Shatter combo coming in, making life oh so difficult, oh so deadly for Newberry. And not even Omni's Amp Matrix was enough. A nice aggressive play from Depression and Shadow Edge.
Well buried, just to make sure that they survive through that grab. So they've got a little bit of time here to get back on point. Depress is swapping off of the Zarya to the Diva. So now you're going to have a little bit more of that damage mitigation as we're at 97%.
We've also got a sound barrier free to use, knowing the other one was out, and Trevor Cash invested in that in the previous fight. The sound barrier comes out immediately for the engage. Shatter ready to go from Bland. Looking for a target. Butler's doing a good job of surrounding, but great focus fire coming out of Newberry, and they've already got half of Butler down. It looks like they may finally get some percentage started on Mecha Base for the first time.
Yeah, J-Man with the right clicks, they're also pretty darn lethal with those icicles to the domes. You might want to go with a Blizzard Blossom combo into this next fight. Just the Amp Matrix coming out of Butler.
Butters has been very good with these, very well timed on the Amp Matrix. Throws one out here. Blizzard out from J-Man. The Shatter gets blocked, but the Blizzard's going to freeze up 3, including both tanks. And Shadow Edge out of the fight. Twent now trying to respond. Throws out a Blizzard of their own. And that one is huge. You've got Chthonic Omen frozen up. Omni's gone. Bland back in spawn. Wow. Healer's main tank all out of the fight. What a clapback from Twent on this May. Even with Shadow Edge out of the fight, Butler is able to overcome and overwhelm Newberry.
Man, and I mean, that was just decisive from Twent. They weathered the storm of ultimates coming out of Newberry and just absolutely laid in with that Blizzard. Absolute game changer for them there. 1-0 lead here on Busan as we head into Sanctuary. And now it's about, do you have the flankability? Do you have those characters that can get around the sides, change up the LOS, that once you capture percentage on the point, are you able to get around and really take advantage of these long sight lines that you can create? Do you have enough to disrupt? We see Bland, and you were talking about this, having cast Newberry last week. Bland is a pretty darn good Winston. I don't see the Ana in tow, though. That might be a little bit of a jinx there, but you know, looking at the zombie comp coming out here.
Yeah, they're running this what's been called zombie or 6-man, very rush-centric Winston composition. It's all about just staying bunched up in very quick engagements. Butler flashed the Reinhardt at first, but opted to come out with the double shield. So looking to put some damage down at range. They're doing a good job of kiting it back right now. We'll see if Newberry can close this distance. They need to get up close. They need to do it quickly. Standing here, they're just taking way too much poke. Bland is going to fall. It's Twent getting that final blow. And a nice job of Butler of recognizing their win condition and keeping their distance and getting so much damage in all along the way.
Man, double shield is so hard to burst against with this Winston Diva comp because you're trying to get it on top of them and they can just keep backing up. The Sigma can keep redeploying the shield. Yes, there was a nerf a couple of months ago to the experimental barriers time of cast, but it's still just absolutely fantastic to be able to just put up in one spot and redeploy to another spot. Also, the kinetic grasp is also a massive part of the thing. Get on top of them.
Give me a coalescence engage to start off, but the Matrix up from Butters and utilizing that. Bland falls early. There's a little bit of counter strike on the other side. I don't know if getting the Torb and the Zen is going to be enough, though. Without the Winston, it is very difficult to engage on this Orisa. Depression has the bongos ready to go. And he's going to opt to use the supercharger. Just pops that fortify, runs it fearlessly into the drum room. Nice halt. And they are satisfied with that as they run Butler off.
Well, I mean...
Or Newberry, that is.
Yeah, they do. And, looking at Ultimates right now, I mean, J-Man does have this EMP ready. Nothing really much to deal with that right now. You've got Zenyatta's Transcendence that'll obviously hold us, so they've got to be, spy checking behind them, but really nothing to combo with it at this moment.
Sound barrier on that other side. So you could use the sound barrier to engage with this EMP. Newberry, loop it on this left-hand side. Move it together nicely, waiting for some cooldowns to come back. They're going to need to speed engage. They're just waiting out the supercharger right now. Nice job there. Kind of feigning and engage. Now the EMP is there, finds 3, but it doesn't find Cash. Intrepid Cash pops that Transcendence, and it's going to be the Deadeye out to find first blood in this engagement. Actually taking down 2 as Depressus gets demeched. And despite the EMP, despite the coalescence, Newberry are still fighting from the back foot. Now, they're able to pick up 2 themselves, including the Orisa, one that they have not been able to find yet, and that's a very important kill. Now, Peach and Bland can get in and get some work done.
And they get to save the sound barrier for the next engagement as well, but it's going to be 99% on the board there. Did Intrepid took down Chthonic Open with a kick.
And Omni.
You love to see it from the Omnic healer, but engagements coming in now from Butler, starting to capture it. I'm not sure what's going on here. Peach going out and meeting his team again.
It's actually a really huge play from Intrepid Cash because Newberry couldn't push up and get aggressive. They couldn't gain the ground that they desperately wanted to control because both their supports are back in spawn. Now Butler's allowed to come back here, set up a turret. Now self-destruct in the back will take care of that. But Butler have room to work, and they have this Gravitic Flux to start off the fight. 2 quick kills. Sound barrier there to counter the Gravitic Flux, but Bland and Peach are already out of this fight. It's up to, there's not a whole lot of damage left. J-Man, Depressus on the Diva. Who's going to get the kills? Depressus is able to pick up 1, but now the floor is covered in lavas. The Molten Core is deployed, and Newberry are in a lot of trouble here, Billy.
Oh, absolutely they are. I mean, this should be done and dusted here. All but singing but the choir's home, and now, you know, that's a 2-0 win there for Butler on Busan. And I mean, compositions, I mean, really, you came up with a Zarya on Mecha Base, which I don't necessarily hate, but you didn't have the follow-up to it, and then coming out with a zombie comp, and you just could not get beyond the double shielding of Butler. So, you know, maybe they did their homework and recognized what kind of compositions were coming out. And you heard there that actually Twent took the grab out from Depressus when they tried to press Q. You could hear the sound cue going through with that. So, man, I mean, Butters on this main support of Baptiste has absolutely shown up huge. Actually had a very good, well, I played the Baptiste as well on Sanctuary. I loved the fact that Cash went over to the Zenyatta. That Discord orb was showing up a lot in the assist feed. So, composition difference, maybe here on Control. I always throw this one out the back and say, you know, this is just Control. It's, you know, it is what it is, and we'll see what these two teams bring as far as the next map type. But Butler coming out the gate very strong.
But with a first of 3 series, or I mean, a best of 3 series rather, that first Control map means oh so much more. I mean, in comparison, in a first to 3 series, you know, you can kind of relegate Control and then come back and win 3 maps on, you know, more hybrid payload style maps. But considering we only play 3 maps here total, whoever wins 2 takes the series. That's Butler halfway there to taking second place away from Newberry College right now.
Yeah, we're heading to Blizzard World next, and that's what I'm really looking at is how are the DPS going to be able to shine here? We see a lot of Reaper, whereas we saw Twent not only play the May, but we also saw them play the McCree. So, you know, you've got the DPS, you've got the projectile DPS, then you've got the hit scan DPS as well. And as we know, Blizzard World requires at least some kind of a hit scan presence to be able to not only address defensively, but also get on the point offensively, especially.
Well, I think we're going to take a short little intermission before that happens. When we come back, map 2, we're headed to Blizzard World. We'll see you there in just a minute. All right, we are ready to head into Blizzard World, get into map 2 of this Challengers Yellow match of the battle for second place in week 7 as we're winding down to the end of the regular season. We saw a little bit of the zombie comp coming out there from Newberry, and I can't help but wonder if having a DPS in on your Lucio role played a part, because the timing on those amp speeds is so instrumental in getting that 6-man comp on top of a double shield composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might have been just a little bit of a role difference right there. So, I mean, having to fill in for that role, maybe not having that engagement timing down just right may have been a little bit in to go with that. But I also think that compositionally, I think that Butler just had the better compositions on Mecha base. So as we head into Blizzard World, this is where we're going to see where the rubber meets the road. Are we going to have any substitutions coming in from? We might have people moving in here, but no side swaps coming in. So we will see Newberry on the defense first, and Butler will come out on the offense. And I like the versatility that we saw come out, not only from the DPS, but also from the tanks. I mean, all of Butler really swapped up their heroes there on Sanctuary and brought out a completely different look, and that's what's required on Sanctuary. Yeah. So, can they run the Rhine Diva once again? I think you can. I think you can run the Ice Cole comp here, going away from the McFlurry. So, not necessarily being shown, though. Looks like we might be running with a little bit of a Winston dive here with a Echo and Tracer comp here. A little bit slow, though, in the healer department. So the engagements are going to be a little bit weird for me because you don't have the speed to get in so much. And especially with Brigitte, you want them to be up close and personal to be able to get that Inspire uptime going. And you've got the mobility of 4 of those members, but then you've got Brigitte and Anna being super slow. So Newberry bring out the Rhine Diva, a little bit of hackability coming out from J-Man, and you've got that long range or that mid-range hit scan of Peach to deal with the damage coming in.
Yeah, and J-Man on this Sombra. The Sombra is going to play very different in this comp than it is with the Winston-based rush comp. The Sombra is going to look to set up and try to dismantle like the Tracer or the Echo would be great targets for that. And I mean, I will say, the Brig is good for just bodyguarding the Ana. I feel like that's the Brig's role in this composition. Not necessarily getting front line with the Winston, but just staying back and making sure J-Man doesn't pounce on the Ana, take your primary source of healing out of the fight. And right now, we're seeing Butler do a good job of surrounding the point. Depression is working her way around the right angle, and Mortality Field's already out. Twent alongside Zui Mama pushing up the left-hand side, and Newberry are taking a lot of pressure, but they're able to hang on. Butler doesn't gain enough ground quick enough before picks come through on the other side, 2 of them for Newberry, and that should be enough to make Butler reset.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, losing 2 of your main engagement tools there are, really just the crux of the matter. You don't have the flank and the distraction of the Tracer, but Bland going down, that's a massive, important kill in the beginning there.
What a big play from Butters. Throws the nano on a Cash. Cash runs in and just muscles down Bland, gets the rally up and ready to go. And now we've got a duplicate and 2 Divas on the battlefield. EMP is going to find 4. This is the follow-up there. Omni's down. Both healers are off the battlefield. And this is point A coming through for Butler.
Oh, absolutely it is, and that's exactly what you want to see there. It's going to be Shield going way down low. Bland going down to Twent, and Shadow Edge right now are absolutely lighting it up with DPS. You're seeing Twent go in and engage, and then the sticky bombs and the follow with the tri-shot from Shadow Edge. Absolutely massive in these engagements.
Yep, Shadow Edge peeked way too far around that corner, got out in the open, and each able to pick them off, which is good. Very good for Newberry to reclaim a lot of this space. Now he's going to dodge the pulse. Each doing a great job of keeping these 2 DPS from running just completely out of control as we get into point B. It's allowed Newberry to gain some ground, but Bland up on the high ground here. Primal out, that's going to knock a few people back down to the low, but Depression's already taken a ton of damage and has to just wait out the rest of that Primal. Nope, decides to leap in there with the same amount of health. J-Man punishes, and Depression is gone. Now Newberry have the advantage, and they have a Shatter to work with, throwing a self-destruct in to initiate this fight, and Butters falls victim to that. Twent trying to do some work on the other side. That's 2 kills for Twent so far in this fight. Bland still holding on to this Shatter. Self-destruct coming in. Shield is up as the stun was a bit early there from Intrepid Cash, but Cash does have this rally up once again, getting a ton of value. I was talking about Intrepid Cash being a bodyguard. No, they're getting frontline. They're getting into the thick of things, and they've been Bland's worst nightmare here so far.
Absolutely have it. Like I said, they're working in tandem. Shadow Edge and Twentar. If one doesn't finish it, the other one does. And this has been serious work coming out from Butler, as they're going to take point B without really any kind of a contest. This is almost 5 minutes on the clock, Jeff. This is time for a massive re-engage, settling and re-engage onto the point. I'm not sure if Newberry has the wherewithal right now to just stop, take a little bit of time, and then just kite back and get a full re-6 re-engage.
Yeah, and coincidentally enough, I feel like their mistake on point B was not being aggressive. They had to kill on Depression, they had to kill on the Butters, and they didn't pursue with the main source of healing and the main tank out of the fight. Newberry just kind of stood around, and Bland goes down again, still holding this same shatter that we have seen for the entirety of their defense.
Each getting some nice headshots there onto Twin. Not hard to pick out a Tracer like that, but got maximum value into it. I'm looking for another Diva duplicate here.
Speak for yourself. I have the hardest time hitting a Tracer with the Cassidy. Huge EMP to start off this fight. And that catches both support. So no Nano there to support Depression. The Nano does eventually come out onto the Winston. But I think the damage had been done. Depression is able to get in there, follow up on that Nano, on the EMP, very nicely. And Newberry finally planting their feet, stopped this cart from rolling on through.
Yeah, minute 10 in here on point C. And yeah, they do have their feet underneath them. They finally get that re-engagement that you needed to see. They've got quite a few ultimates in their bank to stop getting around this corner. But I'm really looking for Shadow Edge. If Shadow Edge can get this Diva duplicate and just pull out a lot of these ultimates or cooldowns, you take care of it.
Ooh, it's a duplicate onto the Sombra. This could be nasty. 48%, 10 seconds left. Oh, that Diva's a nice target, but no, gets burned down. Not going to get that EMP out. Good focus fire coming out of Newberry. And they're just going to force everybody back. Newberry wants to get these kills quick. And Chthonic Omen still holding on to this sound barrier.
Well, I mean, looking at Depression right now, I think that the engagement with the Winston right now is just not what is needed. That's going to be a big bomb to the back, though. Not any joy from it, though.
No, but it opens them up for a huge anti-name for Butters with the back turn. Chthonic Omen does drop the sound barrier. The shatter lands. That's going to find two with the self-destruct picking off Butters. But Depression got a nano boost before Butters, a dying wish, and their death was not in vain. Is Depression able to pick up two already? Chthonic Omen is able to get one, and Shadow Edge out of the fight means there's nobody to follow Depression in. Now they're hacked up mid-primal and just lumbering away from the fight. Is Butler able to find a few kills, but I don't think it's enough.
No, it absolutely isn't enough. I think this is where Depression needs to swap over to a Reinhardt. And get in there and just brawl away, because the Winston just doesn't seem to be engaging quite as good as they expected it to be.
Nice manual hack on Shadow Edge, and Depression is out of the fight. Peach is going to follow up on that manual. Shadow Edge is out of the fight. This attack is done.
Done, dusted, and look at the ultimate starting to rack up for Newberry right now. And I'm looking for this EMP. Any kind of an ultimate combo coming out from Butler is going to immediately be countered by this EMP. So, I mean, they have to really be spot checking for this. J-Man is just playing on with fire right now here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I'm surprised Zui Mama isn't doing a little bit more spinning around. Might have been able to catch him, but nope, that's a 5-man EMP coming through. Looking for Bland to press somebody else to push forward. It's Peach actually finding a kill, but gets stuck trading 1 for 1. The DPS go down, utilizing their ultimates to do so. Well, they're going to get aggressive as they've got the nano boost to work with. Depression, the recipient of that, but now running into a ton of shields, courtesy of Chthonic Omen. Newberry have managed to turn the corner, open up some sight lines. Duplicate used onto the Diva, but immediately gets smashed down. That's 2 Divas under the weight of that hammer, and Depressus picks up a remat kill. Bland and Depressus doing a great job of bending but not breaking is kind of become the phrase. And they hang on beautifully after the great engagement from Butler. Newberry are able to push back.
And we talk about it was almost 5 minutes on the clock when they entered point C here, and now they are sub 30 seconds, Jeff. And all they have to really deal with right now is a rally coming out of Intrepid Cash. Omni is going to have a amp matrix to just stall this corner. and just pour the damage through. Everybody's going to be able to build up their ultimates so much faster through that amp matrix. So, yikes, this is scary coming in.
Last opportunity for Butler. They run right past the amp matrix. Rally is up. And Butler trying to get aggression. Depression finally making that swap over to the Reinhardt, but doesn't fare much better as Omni throws down that double damage right into the dome of Depression. The desperation self-destruct out of Zooey Mama trying to hang on and actually manages to get Depressus with it. But Peach still doing work on the Cassidy, drops in the Deadeye accompanied by an EMP, and Newberry are in a prime position to not give up an inch here on point C. J-Man falls though. Twint coming back. Twint trying to turn this thing around. It was a good amp matrix on the cart. Twint able to land some shots. There's another one in their time of need. Twint wakes up, finds 3, and Butler are right back in this thing.
And change is coming through. Depression going over to the Wrecking Ball, and now you've got this just immediate effect of disruption in the backline, not being able to stand there and just heal at will. That's a fast Deadeye as well.
What a series from Twint. What a series of events there in that final fight. That was looking all but lost for Butler. And Twint comes back in on Cole Cassidy, puts the 6-shooter to great effect. Able to pick up 4 before it was all said and done, building up that lightning fast Deadeye.
Yeah,
that was awesome. That was awesome.
That was fantastic. And Depression swapping over to the Wrecking Ball as well got the disruption in the backline that they so sorely needed, because Peach was just back there just dinging heads with the Peacekeeper on Cole Cassidy. So, man, I mean, this has just been a fantastic turn of events here for Butler. They do it in overtime. So there are conditions here where Newberry can, meet or beat what Butler just put up here. So we'll see what Butler bring out on defense. And it looks like they're going to bring out the double shield defense. This is going to be something running into what they did on Sanctuary. They are opting for the Reinhardt, it looks like, Newberry this time, if they stick with this. So maybe not the zombie comp coming out, but definitely going to have to be watching J-Man. J-Man was getting a lot of value with these manual hacks, Jeff. I'm looking for them to keep that up. I'm not sure how much work Peach is going to be able to get done against a double shield, especially with the Sigma on the field. If they keep that kinetic grasp under wraps and really mitigating the damage coming in, this could be a very tough engagement for Newberry coming in on the offense.
This is an interesting variation using the Blackout Brawl, as we call it, the Sombra and the Reaper. It's a very, very edgy DPS line, so to speak. But the Zarya could be very vulnerable. And like you say, Beach might struggle to find value with his double shield. Chthonic Omen needs to be particularly smart with the amp it ups and speeding this team in to get past that. Oh, running right into a bear trap. That's not a good start there for Bland. Bland's in a lot of trouble. Immortality Field's already gone, and Newberry thinking twice about their pathing onto this objective. They are able to back up a little bit, pick up a hacked Mega. Nice play from J-Man to control that Mega right there.
Yeah, they kept up Depressus as well with almost maximum charge. So this is going to be a lot of DPS coming into this engagement.
Nice amp speed. They do engage with the quickness and see if their focus fire is there. Butler trying to back up around the corner. And a lot of spam damage coming out, but it's Peach with the Hellfire shotguns to be this big difference maker. And Zooey Mama off the battlefield, following up a beautiful engage from Newberry. And they will end up taking this point.
Yeah, and it was the fact that they kept Depressus so high charge, was just able to walk in there, had Bubble on cooldown, and was able to just start lasering people down, just walk back the defenses of Butler. So that's a great first point engagement, good first point take out of Newberry. Did it almost as fast as Butler did.
Now Intrepid going over to the Zenyatta to help burn down these big, bulky health poles from Newberry. A couple of ults coming online for him. They're going to have the Supercharger. They're going to have the Gravitic Flux before too long, but on the other side... Oh, never mind. I was about to talk about this EMP. J-Man falls to some mines before I can even bring it up. Depressus is going to go down and lose all that charge you were talking about. Ooh, and a beautiful air shot from Twint. That was magical. Oh, no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Oh, my goodness. Twint putting the hurt down.
He did. I think you might want to have that one back. If I'm completely honest with you, maybe it was going to be a switch. No, looks like we're going to stick with the Junkrat here. I don't hate it, especially spot checking for that Sombra. Maybe catching him in the trap unawares. There's different ways that you can deal with this with the Junkrat, but man, the spam damage is absolutely burning Bland's shield down.
Oh, a nice dodge from Newberry. They're able to get out of the Gravitic Flux. J-Man does have this EMP ready to go. With an extra shielding, they're going to push in and find 3 with that one. Actually, that may have been 4. Zooey Mama went down real early. Twins also off the battlefield. Butters is able to get some kills on the back of a great haul. I was thinking maybe they used some damage ults. Nope. They still have Ant Matrix. They still have Supercharger. That was just fantastic, uncanny accuracy coming out of Butters on the Baptiste.
Yeah, and Depress is working up, and it still has this Graviton Surge ready to go. I think they're waiting for the Death Blossom of Peach to come available, so they can just go in with the Tornado Warning. But they've got to pull out Butters' Immortality Field, otherwise it's going to go for 9.
Supercharger and Matrix now both on the battlefield, 150% extra damage, and look at the kill feed lighting up red. Butler, wow, that was just way too much. Even that little turret was just a complete menace to Newberry right there. That was nuts.
That was an engagement and a half. But it happened fast. So that's the good thing for Newberry, is that they can come back in. Shatter Blossom combo available to them. They could go with that, especially with a manual hack onto either Zooey or Depression.
Newberry not even going to bother trying to fight this high ground right now. And Butler did spin their ults. They did get a few of them back, but because that was so fast, they don't really have anything ready to go other than the Riptire that should just come online. Twin's in a lot of trouble, though. I mean, Twin has just 1 tick of health, and J-Man quickly finishes that off. Manual hack onto Zooey, and they're going to fall. And Newberry, the ground attack, seems to have proven a wise move, as they're able to just take down Butler 1 by 1 as they try to drop off from the top. Easy hack targets. Little Molten Core on the point, going to try to slow this thing down, but speeding it right back up. Newberry drops the hammer. Bland pushes in, and Intrepid is gone. Riptire unleashed from Twint to try to slow the progress. I don't think it's going to be enough. It will find Bland. Can they stop this contest? They are contesting this car, Billy. They're coming back into this. Shadow Edge is able to pick up 2, and Butler make an uncanny last stand once again. Newberry regroup, push back into the point, but they're losing this fight, Billy.
They are, and it's because Intrepid Cash swapped over to the Brigitte and has that CC ability of the Shield Bash, and got a lightning fast rally as well.
Yeah, what a great counter to Peach on the Reaper. That was nice. I also like the timing of that. There was a nice little wave right as you bring them up. You gotta love it when it works out like that. Howdy back to you, Intrepid Cash. Good swap indeed.
Well, they're following the script, and that's what we like to see. Is they're following the script
now. To see. It's true.
But Depression coming up close on a Supercharger. J-Man does have their EMP ready to go, so this should buy them the next point? Question mark.
Yep, EMP up top. That only finds 2, but both tanks are immediately, it did find 3, and both tanks were immediately taken down. They didn't really even need the Ant Matrix, to be honest, but it did prevent Butler from immediately dropping down, kept him frozen in place, and perfect targets for J-Man's EMP. So I take it back. Nicely done. Good combo from Omni and J-Man.
Yeah, and I mean, these healers right now, for both squads, Newberry has been getting a ton of value with this Baptiste and Lucio combo. The speed and with the just burst healing ability of Omni down already 50% to another Matrix. This is going to be a great engagement for them.
You only have 2 minutes to do anything with it. They're going to toss in a self-destruct and try to get aggressive on the back of it. Ooh, early immortality field, and they still can't save Bland. A disastrous start, and with as little time as they have, they just need to get out. Don't try to push without your Reinhardt.
So, I mean, going to the next... Oh, no.
Yeah, they're lucky to get out of there. Oh, J-Man! Oh, J-Man.
Oh, man. J-Man. That's unfortunate. But, you know, they still have, you know, a little over 90 seconds, but they're running into both tank ultimates, and they're going to run into Sky Dune, possibly. But they do have both support ultimates to bolster themselves up going into this next fight.
Went up on that shatter as well. And Matrix comes out first. It's both tank ults from the other side. That's a supercharger to follow up on this Gravitic Flux, but nice counter from Chthonic Omen. Shields end up not being enough. That was just way too much damage coming through. That's 4 ult spent from Butler, though. It was an expensive fight. Good for them. They won it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're coming up on another Molten Core out of Shadow Edge. The Torbjorn has gotten a lot of value into this fight, so... I mean, I'm looking for EMP Death Blossom. I think that's their win condition right now. That's what they really need to be focusing on. Even a well-placed EMP and just go in with Bland swinging away. But that's early Immortality Field again.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what prompted that one. Perhaps Depressus being low. J-Man is in position for this EMP. That's going to go off, but J-Man Peach immediately fall. Great read from Twinton Butters. Butters lighting up the feed again. Finishes off Blend. Looking for more. Eyes set on Omni. Finds that pick. 3K for Butters.
Oh, that's ice in the veins right there coming out of Butters and company. And Twent, really led the charge there, avoiding the EMP. J-Man now bringing out the Hanzo, so you're looking for some shield break here and some one-shot potential, but they've got 6 seconds to get back to the cart.
There's a Molten Core blocking their path. They're trying to use an Ant Matrix to create a little space. But we are in overtime now. Newbury need to be perfect, and they are far from it at the moment. That's 4 kills. Peach, the only one able to do anything. Has 3, but they are on their own. This is going to be a Herculean 1v3 effort against 2 tanks, and no. Peach is not able to climb that mountain. Not today. It's Butler taking map 2. They will take the series, though we will still play Dorado. It is confirmed. Butler moving up to 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're looking to put a little bit of map differential separation between themselves and Newbury as well. But I tell you what, that was a fantastic game there. This map was absolutely huge coming out from both sides. I thought that Newbury played a lot better this time, but man, the old combos that came through, I mean, you just see it coming time and time again. They know their win conditions when they go in there. And look at that. Bland, almost 36,000 damage blocks. So he was doing his job. He understood the assignment. Just couldn't get past the defenses of Butler there. So, I mean, 2-0 right now to Butler as we head to our last map at Dorado. But I tell you what, Butters right now is getting my gold star. I mean, what a bloodthirsty DP support player. Massive healing. I mean, great amp matrices, great windows when it's necessary, but just the lethality of this support player, you love to see it, especially in this elo. I mean, gosh dang, they're just absolutely mark on.
Yeah, fantastic map from Butters, no doubt. Definitely caught my eye on that, Baptiste, and I can't fault you for almost saying DPS because that was absolutely bloodthirsty. All right, well. We're going to take a quick intermission, I think. Question mark to producer. And then we will head on over to Dorado. Yeah, we are going to take a short little break. Go hydrate. Don't go far. When we come back, map 3. Well, that was a very, very close map there on Blizzard World. And, we were talking about Butters before we went into our break, but I'm also reminded of Twint there on the attack, because if Twint hadn't made that fantastic push and got that 4K in that final overtime fight, that cart would not have even made it around that final corner. And that's pretty much where Newberry pushed to. So without Twint's incredible effort on the Cole Cassidy, I'm not sure that they win that map. Really. Like that was so close.
It really wasn't. I mean, Depression swapping to the Wrecking Ball as well, getting off the Winston there, and getting the disruption in the back also leading to help deal with the pressure and the stalwart defense that Newberry had shown there. Yeah, I think that we would be looking at a very different map score here if that had not happened. But it did happen. And now it's 2-0 to Butler as we head into Dorado. We're going to see the same squads come out, same sides. We'll see Newberry coming out on the defense. We'll see Butler coming out on the offense. And I mean, here, it really depends on how you want to address this. And I don't know if the Torbjorn will work on offense here. But I definitely really appreciated the Torbjorn defense coming out from Butler there. I mean, I know that we all love to see Torbjorn on the field. He doesn't get as much play as he normally, as we all would like to see. But I mean, this is all about pride right now for Newberry. They've got to come back and at least score a map win here. This will be the second 3-0 defeat that they would take of this season. I mean, everything else has been a 2-1 win other than the 0-3 loss. So it's all for pride. It's all for map points as well, especially with how stacked the division is. I mean, there is not much separating these teams right now. I mean, both Newberry's 5-1, Butler's 4-1, and then the teams below them are 4-2 and 3-2 respectively, and not a lot of points to differentiate between those spots. So every single point is going to count here.
Well, I mean, here's the kicker on this. I don't know exactly what our schedule looks like this week, but with Butler now moving to 5-1 and Newberry going to 5-2, Newberry automatically drops to at least 4th. If Eagle Esports wins, they'll drop to 5th place. If Clark University wins, they'll drop to 6th place. So they are in pretty dire straits here now. I don't know exactly, 2 of those teams may be playing each other. So that may not be mathematically possible. But this loss here could be detrimental. Newberry may suddenly find themselves from 2nd place to as low as even 7th or 8th, depending on how the rest of our games go from this very competitive Challengers Yellow division.
Yeah, I mean, CCE Blue is sitting up on top, kind of looking down off the pedestal. But I tell you what, Dorado is going to be the map where it all gets settled. Are they going to be, -1 on map differential going into week number 8, or are they going to be Stevens with a 0 map differential? And that may once again play into the playoff picture. So, we'll see what Newberry is going to bring out on the defense here. It looks like they're going to bring out a little Sombra McCree action. So you're going to have that mid-range DPS. And the CC ability. J-Man was getting some I really want to applaud the summer play of J-Man, because they have really been getting some crucial manual hacks. A lot of these attacks or engagements that have gone Newberry's way have been off the back of a manual hack. So we'll see how they do. Chthonic Omen going over to the Honest. So you're going to have the anti-nade. Zui Mama is going to have to really be on guard for these.
J-Man. I hope you like J-Man too. All right. That's it. I'm done with that. Moving in. Shadow Edge back over to the Echo. I was really impressed with Shadow Edge's Echo before, and already having great impact, able to focus down to press this right on out of the gate. And there's another one. Shadow Edge picks up 2 already. That's both tanks fall into the focusing beam of the Tank Buster. Shadow Edge just taking over the beginning of this point with the pressure back on the Wrecking Ball. This is a lot for Newberry to try to deal with. And so far, it looks like they don't know which way to turn their heads, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what this is built to do. I mean, Depression with the disruption in the back. You've got Twent laying in shots, taking out a Sombra. Butters is on this Zenyatta, my friend, and that Discord orb absolutely ringing true there. They're pushing up into spawn on the point B. That is absolutely disgusting. Oh my god.
Oh, it had Peach in their sights. I think it was a little body block, a little unintentional body block from Depressus, or Peach was toast, which was good because Peach is able to stay alive long enough to get Depression off of their backs, and now Newberry can focus their attention onto this choke and onto Twent, who's hiding up on that archway above the point A capture point. Still haven't dealt with Shadow Edge, though. Depress is trying to keep eyes in the sky. Shadow Edge is looping up above the courthouse. Dropping in, looking to focus him down. Here comes backup. Bland throws in the bubble, and Peach able to find the kill. Good teamwork from Newberry. Oh, but they can't deny the res, the flashbang. I don't know, slightly off target or slightly late. And with their new lease on life, Shadow Edge gets up and pumps Peach's face full of sticky bombs. Twint, on the other hand, in the meantime, has worked all the way around to find this crazy angle off the outside.
Oh, and Chthonic is so low right now. It goes down without investing the nano.
Twint.
Oh my god, Twint is absolutely lighting it up right now.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the Widowmaker from the courtyard. As Twint finds both supports. And Peach, Twint just seemingly can't miss right now. Bland falls as well. Are you kidding me, Twint? Oh my goodness, even was going for the cute little close-up shot onto a point-blank J-Man Sombra. Twint just took over this game.
I mean, you'll love to see it. And look at this. I mean, with the duplicate in hand, they haven't had to really use anything other than the sights.
Peach thought about coming out that door. I don't know if they caught wind of Twint being there, but they're like noping right on out of there. It looked like maybe in Depression pushing through down low as the cart crosses the threshold. Doors are open into the power plant. Self-destruct coming out, as well as the duplicate used onto the Cassidy. Self-destruct's going to pick up one. Bland's going to fall to the orbs from Butters, and Butler continue their mad dash through Dorado.
Duplicated the McCree has a second Deadeye. Oh my god, that is filthy.
Oh my goodness. Shadow Edge and Twint have been absolutely outstanding in this map. I mean, I can't speak their name without Twint finding another red arrow up in the kill feed.
Oh my god.
Nice slam in, and Newberry on the back foot, popping the rally to try to find some pressure relief. EMP used as well, but Butters right on top of things. Transcendence. No casualties as a result of those two ultimates. As the rally fails, or it turns off, it didn't really fail, but I guess it did fail. Butters lights up the feed. 3K for Butters to close out this map. And so many weapons here. Butler just look menacing right now, Bill.
I've got to go back and look at my records. 413 on Dorado. That is one of the fastest times that I have ever seen, Jeff. They never were able to throw the brakes out. Newberry weren't. And my goodness. I mean, Twint, Shadow Edge, hello, DPS dynamic duo that we didn't know existed. Now we do. And man, did they show up huge in that. And just investing the Mercy onto Shadow Edge allowed them to get so aggressive with the focusing beams and the sticky bombs. I mean, they were just absolutely point on deadly. My goodness, Newberry has got to come out and figure out how to take care of this dynamic duo. No. This can't be right.
I assume you're referring to Butler bringing out the Bastion.
That is what I am referring to, especially without a shield to deal with.
Yeah, they may be doing a little trolling as they go over to the ball and the hog. And Twint thought about a Doomfist and was like, nah, let's just go back to the Widowmaker. Widowmaker worked extremely well. Twint absolutely just took over that attack. They were unstoppable, quite literally. The cart never slowed down. There was nothing Newberry could do on their defense. The only thing that they have left to do now is come out and put up an equally impressive and oppressive offense.
Well, they've got two snipers to deal with that, and they're going to have vision to do it as well with the Sonic Arrow. So we'll see what Twint and company can do here.
Yeah, great Sonic Arrow to locate Twint can go a long way in helping Peach and win that war. Shadow Edge sneaking up around, goes into Sentry form and unleashes death. And while the heads are turned, Twint's able to win the duel against Peach. As Shadow Edge got themselves a little too deep back there and does eventually get punished for it. Now Newberry trying to come claim the high ground. As you see Bland kind of bouncing back and forth. But I don't see Omni getting a whole lot of charge off of it. Bland needs to drop back down and get healed up. Let's get Omni some ult charge. Bland, get some health, buddy.
Oh, okay. I think the troll time might be over here because this is going to be a pretty fast engagement here coming through. But Twint taking down J-Man through the dome. That is beautiful work.
And just hiding out on the fountain itself isn't even all the way back. Oh, it was a nice angle. You saw the shot just go right by Peach's ear, and his Depress is able to push up and find that kill. Mine's all over the back. Oh, Peach are in a lot of trouble back here on the front line. Depression's dropping the whole hog and not letting anybody from Newberry get close.
That's a 3K from those mines, BT Dub. And yeah, ultimate works there for them. Great deployment of the mines. And now you're looking at trying to get set up somewhere where they can take care of things. Peach is going to go down in a heap. Yeah, this is scary proposition here for Newberry. I didn't think this was a trolling defense here. But yeah, they know where people are set up.
And Butters continues with their very impressive accuracy, lighting up that feed. Gwent does go ahead and make the swap on over to the Doomfist. Looking to have a little fun while Doomfist is still a DPS and takes out Sonic Omen right out of the gate. Each picks up one, but doesn't see Shadow up top. Just sit out in the open on a Bastion. Sure, why not? Just go ahead, Shadow. You do you.
And has tank configuration to go as well. So, yeah, I mean, they're absolutely surrounding and stopping any kind of aggression coming out from Newberry right now. Grav? I mean, who are you going to grab? That's the real question, is because they're so mobile right now. I mean, I guess you can lock up the healers, but you've got the Transcendence to deal with it too.
You take configuration over the top. J-Man is able to get the dragons off before eating a mortar right to the face. But Chthonic Omen falls as well, and Shadow Edge is still looking for more. Outstays is welcome, and Peach is able to put them down. But here comes Twint right in their place. Nice sleep, but woken up. Land eventually gets that kill, but with Twint able to pick up two, Newberry have to wait for their spawners to come back.
They do. Unfortunately for them, their spawn is in their range, but I mean, you're under 60 seconds now, and you've got, you know, both tank ultimates ready to go. You're looking for Peach or J-Man to get something done here.
That grab, it does come out, and they're just going to solo grab the ball. I don't hate it. Get Zui Mama out of the fight. Unfortunately for them, Bland has gone down, and there's a bunch of mines in the way. Very tough to break through this and engage with all the damage on the other side. You got a Bastion looking at you. You got Twint coming in and wreaking havoc on your back line, just like that. Nice trade. Omni at least able to get that kill. Peach is able to pick off the Bastion, but both their healers are dead, and Newberry cannot continue to fight.
They really can't. I mean, this is just absolute stymieing coming out of Butler right now. This is a dominating performance that, you know, I mean, 2v3, you would expect to be a little bit closer, but man, compositions. That is the theory of the day. I mean, Meteor Strike's going to be available to this Doomfist as well.
Land has the Primal ready to go. Time ticks down, and the wick is a-burning. 2 quick kills for Newberry, and they start off this fight. That's as best as they have for the entirety of this map. Nice Primal Rage. Good juggle on a Shadow Edge, who's desperately trying to get away. Runs right into a Zarya, slows down enough to get punched in the back by Bland. Bland now going to turn around and pounce onto Depression. See if they can get that pesky whole Roadhog out of there. They at least thwart Depression enough to push this cart in. Contest comes through, but a nice stun is going to finish off Depression, while Depress Us is able to find a pair of their own and direction that was Zui Mama on the Wrecking Ball. Nevertheless, in the end, it is finally a point picked up for Newberry. They've got a little time to work with now, Billy, but not much.
Not much at all, but they do have 3 ultimates, almost 4 ready to go. So, I mean, Rally's going to help keep them into the fight. J-Man probably just going to try and cordon off Butler and see what they can get on the other side of it. I'm looking for the engagement to come in. I mean, you know, really, Butler can just bide their time, wait for ultimates to build up, and then just go in with a vengeance.
I like the read, attacking up top, but down low, Depression's able to take down the biggest source of damage. Kind of outsourced, I don't know. It feels like it. Bringing in the Archer. Oh, there goes the other source of damage. Oh, what a beautiful hook. Whole Hog is out. Bland's caught in a corner. Cannot make it around there in time as Butters continues to just be an absolute death dealer on this Zenyatta. Outstanding performance from Butters today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gets my Gold Star MVP vote for the week so far. We'll see what the later games today go.
We'll have to discuss that in a minute.
We're gonna have to discuss that. But I mean, it's been consistent all day from Butters. That's why I bring that up. So we'll see. Nano engaged, but the Discord orb's still on him.
And now the Transcendence is out. Nice shot from Twint. Bland thought about disengaging.
Oh!
And the tire picks up 3. Shadow Edge just finds both supports and takes out Peach just for good measure. Well-timed, well-placed Riptire.
Oh, man, sub 60 seconds now, too, and you've got mines to just separate the point, not allow anybody to touch it. You've got 3, almost 4 ultimates ready to go for Newberry. This is going to be very dynamic coming into this next fight.
I thought that was a little ambitious there, Twint, trying to jump on the point A arch with Bland right in your face. That's how fearless this Widowmaker has been. Just like, there's a Winston diving on me. I don't care. Slept eye out. Nice sleep on to Depressus. But Peach able to kind of run everybody else off with the Deadeye, so Depressus back up on their feet. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for their main tank, Bland. And now with a nano boost, Zuimama is able to move in, pick up a pair of kills. And 15 seconds remain for Newberry to try to do something on Dorado.
Self-destruct came out, didn't get anything, gets killed in the pilot mech form, and now, I mean, it's just a matter of time here. This Junkrat and Wrecking Ball combo has proved absolutely lethal.
And there's a whole hog to push everybody off the point. Nothing in the ult bank for Newberry to work with. Already 2 kills going in Butler's favor, and they have a Transcendence just to ensure victory in this final fight of the match. Tire unleashed as well in the thick of it all, and it's Butler moving up to 5-2 with a clean, and I mean like Bristol, see your reflection in it, clean 3-0 victory over Newberry College today. Tip of the hat to them. A very, very great match. Great series. It's going to be tough to pick a player of the match on this one, honestly.
Oh, I mean, you've got your choice. I'm still going with Butters. I'm sticking with my dithers there. Oh, my God. Landed in the middle of them and just let them have it.
Hi! There's a Junkrat right in the middle of you.
Surprise!
I think Junkrat was like doing their best spy impression from TF2. For those who don't know, the spy could disguise themselves as the enemy team back in the old Team Fortress days. I think that's exactly what Junkrat was just doing there. Oh my goodness, that was nuts. What a great play, Shadow. A well-deserved play of the game. I mean, that was, you could just see the brass on them. I mean, they were having fun with it. I mean, like I said, Twint just grappling up to the point A arch, staring down at the spawn door with Bland right in their face, just unfazed. I mean, they end up dying there, but it was just that decision making of, I don't care if there's a Winston right in front of me. I'm taking this point. So I mean, just full on, I mean, guts, like gall, unmitigated gall, Billy, and I love it.
I mean, yeah, they did a little trolling, and the trolling did not come back to bite them in the end. And I mean, yeah, the results speak for themselves. Okay. We got to decide who's going to be MVP of this match. I'm sticking with Butters just for the overall consistent play, the bloodthirsty support. I mean, was there with the transcendences to mitigate ultimates, was flicking and clicking heads left and right. That's my vote for the MVP for the day. What's yours?
I respect it, but I'm going to have to go with Twint. I've got to. It was just way too impactful in that DPS role. Both them and Shadow Edge were really, really good here today. But that was Twint come through with a huge plays on the back of Blizzard World to save that map quite genuinely, and then taking over as Widowmaker on Dorado. A very impressive performance from them. So Twint's going to get my nod for our player of the match.
I respect it as well. But still, that takes Butler now to 5-1, and it puts Newberry down to 5-2. So, I mean, they have absolutely solidified their place atop the standings now, and Newberry are going to have to be fighting for their playoffs lives coming through the next 2 weeks of the season.
That they are. This could become a slippery slope really quickly for Newberry after dropping all 3 of them here today. So I'll have to stay tuned and see what's in store, see if they can hang on to that playoff spot. They should be able to make it to postseason. We're in week 7 here, so I don't think they're going to drop into the red, but they're going to drop down pretty far, especially if some of those teams beneath them start to pick up some dubs here in the last couple of weeks. So, but hey, that's it for our first match of the day. Billy and myself are going to pass over the baton to Nuclear and Ult Charge as they get you into the Legends division. Speaking of Legends, we've got Northwood University, the juggernaut of the collegiate scene, coming up. BSC Bobcats looking to see if they can play upset against that just powerhouse squad. We're going to get that set up when we return game 2. More NECC Collegiate Overwatch. We'll see you back in a minute.
And good evening, everyone. We are pleased to be back to take over the third match of this evening. Second match of this evening. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined tonight by my co-caster, Alt Charge Berkeley. Berkeley Stevens, how you feeling?
I feel like a very shadowy for this webcam quality, but you know what? We're gonna muscle through because we got a banger on our hands, Nuke. We got Legends Division, two top 3 teams, Northwood University, one of the better teams in the entire country. They're gonna be the opponents of Bryant and Scranton College, and it's Bryant and Scranton punching up, Nuke. It's a 3 seed versus a 1 seed, and it is going to be a wake-up call. BSC going into playoffs.
It will be a wake-up call for BSC. Now, a couple weeks ago, I don't know how many of you guys actually know this or not, but we had the Hometown Series here, which was the first NECC LAN event here in Davenport, Iowa. And Bryan and Stratton Bobcats actually took that dub at that event and was able to take home a sizable chunk of money from the event. As you can see in front of us, the standings, this is the standings that we have for the Legends Division. Northwood sitting at the top, Bay State Maroons sitting at second place comfortably, and then Bryant and Stratton sitting in third, tied with Converse Valkyries 4-2. Now, what's interesting is they actually lost against Converse Valkyries in week 4, 1-2. So I'm interested to see whether or not they're going to be able to dethrone Northwood going into tonight. Northwood looking just phenomenal with their 6-0 so far in the season.
Yeah, BSC is definitely going to have their work cut out for them tonight, but I think they're capable. They did lose that game to the 2 seed Bay State and Northwood. They've only dropped one map this entire season, and it was against Bay State. So just off that, which is I think our best indicator of this game, BSC definitely looking like the underdogs as they should be coming into this one. But Nuke, we're going to start off here on Busan and then carry over to Blizzard World, finish up on a payload map known as Dorado. And I'm excited for it. What are you looking to see?
Man, I love Busan. I think it's one of the better control maps in the game. I'm interested to see what map we're going to get first, Downtrodden Sanctuary or Mecha Base. But as we are moving in, it looks like time to get your money and get ready to spend a little bit because we're going downtown for this first map. And I'd like to see what comps. Oh, as I say that, we're seeing what comps are going to come out. Cyber going to run Cyber, OBL, Slater, Everlong, and Justice and Set on the side of Bryant and Stratton. Man, US Dynasty left on the University side.
This North team, everyone, they've got so much talent in Nos, that Echo player, and then their backline too is one of the most lethal. Even when they're playing the Ana and a Mercy, that Ana can pop off. They enable her all the time with the Ana pocket, with the peel from the DPS. And we can see right now, Nos just going in, finding a pair of kills to counter the damage that Slater's doing, but it's still a 4 versus 4 here as this fight is just transpiring over by the Mega Health Pack room. It looks like, however, North has control. They've got BSC just corralled completely in here. There's nowhere to turn, and they've lost their supports. It looks like Northwood are going to be captured first.
Yeah, Bryant and Stratton definitely pigeonholing themselves into that side room, trying to take a fight that, they just found out very quickly they were not going to win. Northwood taking those 3 picks and taking that first point pretty handedly. I'm interested to see if Bryant and Stratton is going to change up their comp a little bit in order to fight back, because this is not working.
No, it's not. And what Northwood is going to do once they win that first fight, they know if you come out on top of the first fight and you win it, you've done more. So they are just going full throttle into their spot right now. That's what we're seeing is BSC just having to completely regroup, stay compact, and use the ultimates just to get out here. Cyber goes in with the nano boost, but Asleep is going to delay what he can do. Dynasty popping the tag visor from up top, but gets taken care of by Slater. The Resurrect, though, is going to be there. Bryant and Stratton just still controlling them in spawn, not making it easy to get out right off on the objective. Nuke.
Yeah, that was a major pick onto Dynasty. Northwood losing a little bit of momentum, and BNS starting to take it back to them. Everlong really low, though, and falls right into the bomb. Wow, Season's not monkeying around, taking out 2 for the side of Northwood against Bryant and Stratton. BNS struggling on this downtown map. It looks like they left their wallets at home, and Northwood is cashing out on that.
Yeah, Northwood are just going full throttle. We're going to see it so much. Tanks posturing on the high ground, going in for that almost free dive. And every time we have had BSC just having to use ultimates to fight their way out of spawn. That last fight was their best chance of getting something going on the point. This tag visor from the Echo copy Everlong is going to find Dynasty, but has to find more if they're going to be able to flip this point in time almost at overtime here. Nuclear getting into final fight territory. BSC, they've got to make a move quick. Slater going into the backline, trying to take down these supports, but he's just coming up empty as Lep's movement is insane, and now the Valk is online. Northwood might be able to save this and keep this point.
I'm really hoping they're going to be able to. BNS moving in, Lep doing everything that they can to keep the Northwood team alive on this final point, which is really not that much of a task, as Northwood is just sweeping through BNS on this first point, making them seem like easy targets, which, as we know, is not the case. Both of these teams in the Legend Division doing exceptionally well throughout the season, but 100-0, that does not feel bueno.
No, Northwood looked as strong as I think they've looked all season, too. This is a formidable opponent, like we keep saying. This is the 3 seed in the highest division. They're coming in right now with a map differential of 13-5. That's +8. But just to say how good Northwood is, they've got double that map differential, despite being pretty close if you're just looking at the standings. But when you really break it down, you can see that this Northwood team looked pretty much like world beaters, unless they're playing base 10. Still, they came out on top of that game as well.
Yeah, Northwood, I mean, they are the best team for a reason, right? And I'm interested to see if we're going to see some liberties in the comp change, as we do see Dynasty switch over to the Hanzo, and Lep is going to switch over to that Brig. They're going to take this fight up top first. Slater foregoing the Tracer for the Doomfist. We may see a couple of cheeky plays come out in regards to that. Oh, is trying to dive the Hanzo up top. Dynasty's going to put a quick into that very fast.
Dynasty is so good at all of these snipers too. You can see Hanzo just making everything work. Does get clobbered down there by Cyber, but not before the dirty work was done. We can't see Northwood just collapsing on this catwalk to clear the fight out, and they are going to capture first again. Let's see if they can continue to hold it the entire duration of the round.
Man, who needs a Reinhardt when you got a Brig? Lep swinging hard on that BNS squad. Taking out 3 to capture that first point was massive for Northwood. Sitting now at around 12%. It's a little hard to read the percentages as it currently stands. I think, yeah, we're currently at 16. Northwood trying to do a repeat of what they did map 1 on this mecha base. OPL going to get the opening pick, though, onto Cowman, and that's going to be BNS's opening to push in. Trying to get some picks. Dynasty's going to put an end to it, and this Northwood squad is doing a great job of revolving their play around each other, splitting off into groups of 2 or 3, and flanking with 1 or 2 on the back end to take out the targets that they need. Seeing Nos now switch over to the Junkrat as well on this round. Northwood, as I said earlier, definitely taking some liberties here with this play here, Berkeley.
Yeah, the Junkrat pick to me, though, still does make sense. These chokeways that BSC has to get through are just so narrow. The Riptire on its little road trip right now, its way into the back, but unable to pick up any kills. Instead, it's going to be a player for BSC opening this fight up. But again, Dynasty comes back. In this fights in a row now, he has just responded immediately with a pick. He will be dove on this time, and that is what BSC has to do. Take care of the play that's carrying the round, and that was Dynasty with him out of the way. And got a series to capturing this objective.
Yeah, Dynasty is adding so much value for Northwood. He's shutting down so much coming to them. BNS, a big quality of their team is their tank line. They play heavily around this this dive comp, and we've seen him do it multiple times in the past, even in the season. Cyber and OBL feeling very comfortable, and Cyber's actually going to go in with a Primal Rage, try to push this Northwood squad back. They do have 6 ultimates, and they're now coming out, lights out, as BNS is dumping everything they can to take this point. We are going to see the self-destruct come out as well, and the beat from Injustice, but it's still not enough. They still have yet to capture this point from Northwood. As I say that commentary curse, looks like they are going to be here for the cap.
And they've got 30% now and upticking. They've got 2 ultimates up on the board, so it looks like they did their homework, all tracking what Northwood in their bank, because they've given themselves an advantage to hold this point for a little. Northwood comes in wave after wave. They don't give you many seconds to rest. And to pop this Coalescence just to batter him back, and he's got him corralled here in this corner. 2 go down, Cyber rumbling in the jungle in there, finds the 2K.
Wow, that was great line of sight play from Set. Positioning that Coalescence perfectly. And speaking of positionings, oh my lord, it's season. 2 gonna get hit by that self-destruct as Northwood moves in to take this point from BNS.
And who is Northwood to invest in this fight? You couldn't have it without the Diva Bomb getting thrown in there, finding two. Somehow that came up with 2 massive picks as it did, and Northwood, they've almost taken control back. Still, though, it's not quite last fight. Maintain some ultimates here. They use the rally. They're not going to have much left to close the round, but Ryan Stratton, they're only going to have the EMP nuke. It's got to be insanely big.
Well, if we know anything about Slater, it's that Slater has the clutch EMPs. I can see it coming out. It's going to need to be popped prematurely to really stop the 3 ultimates that are going to come out from Northwood, as we do see the ball, the Hanzo. Oh, and the Ana actually falls. OBL getting a massive pick for BNS. This is BNS's chance to take this point back and bring the series back to a halt.
Even fight so far. Slater coming back in as the flip does happen. So BSC, they're back in control of the point. They've got the EMP to end this one. I was pretty nervous there when I saw Slater lose that duel to Nos. Cyber, you gotta get back on the map, buddy. No, down goes the monkey. And now this anyone's game. Another Diva Bomb set in by Seasons. This one comes up empty. Slater's EMP finally hits. Only 2 members, though, are hacked on the side of Northwood. One has gone down. Cowman not able to make it out of there alive. And now time is ticking down. 99-99. ESC looks like they've actually got this game, but Dynasty on the high ground starting to look lethal, and Northwood are saying,
wow, Northwood coming back very quick to this point. The Soldier Dynasty standing on top, trying to get as many picks as possible. Taken down. OBL is going to get demeched on point. Now it's up to Slater and OBL. Oh, what's this? Injustice coming into the mix, trying to hold this for BNS as Northwood is looking to take the second map of the series, and it looks like Northwood writing their name on Busan as they're going to take it in a 2-0 fashion.
What a win. Oh, they had to fight so hard in that last fight. Nuke, sorry to cut you off, but BSC, how are they playing their best Overwatch right there? What did it look like to you?
To me, it comes down to the tank line. I mean, don't get me wrong. Slater and Injustice are great Slater is great on the DPS line. Sorry, him and Everlong. But it comes down to the tank line. It comes down to OB and Everlong versus Seasons and Cowman. And as we saw, Seasons and Cowman, they just have this big brain synergy between the 2 of them. The monkey jumping back up, Cyber saying, I'm back in the fight. I'm good. I'm here. Just to get booped by the Diva right back off the map. Seasons was not having it. That's how BNS is able to adapt to a lot of their strategies. They throw their tanks in, they get whatever picks they can. Slater runs around in the back line, gets a couple of picks, and then they pick apart the team from there. We've seen it time and time again. However, Northwood is just an unstoppable force moving through, and if you're not able to get those initial picks, the entire plan falls apart. And I think that that's what we saw in the first 2 control points. What about you? What do you see in Berkeley?
I'm seeing Northwood just coming up with these having ultimates for the end of the game and knowing how to deal with the punches that BSC is throwing. So we're going to be able to see next map who is going to win, if it's going to be Northwood or if BSC put up that much greater of a fight. Just in a couple minutes, chat. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everyone. I am at Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here once again by Minecraft Berkeley Stevens himself. How's it going,
like
Burke?
what
How
you
you
did.
feeling? I think we're
I
going
like
to
what you
Blizzard
did
World
there.
next. Oh, you like what I did there? You like?
Yeah, I did. And we are going to Blizzard World next, and I'm feeling good because BSC put up one hell of a fight to close out Busan there. Northwood did come in with the sweep of that map, but BSC, this game was a wake-up call. Last week, they played the worst team in their division, playing the best, one of the best teams in the country, and they just went toe-to-toe with them for a point. And we got word that Northwood made some role swaps, so this is a pretty winnable looking map here, Nuke.
Yeah, as long as they've punched their tickets and they're getting ready to ride the rides, I think they'll be good. Looking at Northwood's roster, as you said, we are going to see some swaps coming out, and we'll wait for the game to start because it's not some swaps that I'm sure that you would think they are. It's not tanks for tanks and supports for supports. They're doing a little bit of freaky stuff over there. Same players, don't get me wrong. Just different roles. They're deciding to switch it up a little bit. And I feel like that could be a massive detriment to Northwood if they lose this map, because with this hybrid style, Bobcats do excel in this style. BSC could take it. Like I've said before, and like I said last map, it's all about the tank line getting the picks. And with them swapping up, with Northwood swapping up their tank line in all of their roles, that leaves some parameters for opportunity for BSC to get in there and do them dirty.
You're absolutely right. I think BSC has a real chance this map. They're going to be coming in swinging so hard because they want to prove it to themselves that they can win a map off such a talented team going into playoffs. This game is totally a tempo setter for what the rest of the season is going to look like. They're not going to get much easier. If you're competing for that title in the Legends division, it means you're going to have to topple this Northwood giant. Right now, they're very well on defense to hold Blizzard World first.
Yes, and as we're seeing it now, Dynasty swapping from DPS over to the tank line, Calman swapping from tank line over to DPS, and NECC swapping over from DPS to support. So interesting switches, and we're seeing Lep coming out the gate, like you said earlier, swinging, getting these picks, and BNS was not ready for the pharmacy. Or not even.
Sorry to cut you. We'll just see if they put on a hit scan here. I mean, Lep just came in over the top, finished everybody, sent them all back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is a natural regroup. At this point, you have to. Slater, however, looking for a flank, trying to get in on this back line behind the pharmacy, and I like it. If they can coordinate the attack, which they are, Slater getting the pick on Calman and putting some pressure on the pharmacy.
Calman, the Wrecking Ball player in that last round, trying to play the Cassidy, completely different role that he has to adapt to, not just in terms of the style of the hero. Now we got the dive in. Yamichi actually falls out of the sky, not able to dash away, and now Cyber going all the way to the back line, needs to take down this other support, and NECC able to do so, and now the tank should be easy farming with no supports to help him out.
Wow, and Calman getting a massive pick for the side of Northwood. Dynasty following up for Injustice, and this is going to be a hard take for Brian and Stratton. They have the advantage here with Dynasty only at 11, and wow, as I say that, the lights are coming out, EMP's coming, and BNS looking like this is going to be their first point.
Yeah, Lep still just investing another ultimate, unable to get in there with the movement, and the point will go into the hands of BSC, and they're looking good. They've gotten a tank or a take. They've kind of proven that, hey, Northwood, you can't really mess around with us on those. We're going to be able to beat you in these fights. But Northwood also in that same fight, Nuke, they fully invested. They made BSC work for it.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that barrage at the end, though. It didn't really add much value for Northwood. Now Northwood only sitting with 4 ultimates, and BNS has some sauce. Open the fridge up, and here we go. It's hitting 3. OBO with the self-destruct for this massive push for Brighton Stratton.
That is a big bomb, and you can see right as he let it loose, it was just true. There was no natural cover for Northwood to hide behind, and that was a beautiful 3K.
Yeah, I mean, that opened up this whole hybrid movement. The payload is pushing, and BNS is not playing around. They are here to ride the rides, and Northwood, unfortunately, may have a roller coaster of a time to deal with it.
Northwood is coming up on that rocket barrage. Dynasty on a flank right now does get slept by the Ana set. Uses the nano boost onto Cyber, but Cyber doesn't really have anywhere to go right now. Now popping up to the high ground, but all that's there is a Roadhog. Certainly, that can't be the player that you go for with this nano boost, but finds the weak target, taking down Cowman, but Lep is making his move into the backline. Already picked off one. Set has gone down. Here's the barrage. The other support, but the monkey Winston. Look at that bubble. Comes and takes out Lep with his own damage and the payloads drive.
So once again, I'm gonna continue to talk about this tank line because Cyber and OBL just phenomenal synergy with Slater and Everlong. They're able to get in the back line and do the do. Northwood changing up their comp. Originally having the pharmacy to try to deal with the backline coming out from BNS, but that was never the problem. And as they switched to the pharmacy, the tank line, it left them a complete opening to be able to jump in and get the picks that they need. We're seeing that transition back now for Northwood as they are making a little bit of swaps to their roster in terms of heroes they're picking. Lep going to switch back to the soldier, and it might add some value to their hold here.
This team gives absolutely nothing up for free. They've been here for 45 seconds. This is just meters in to the end of Streets phase. Of course, BSC did capture second point, but you wouldn't notice it if you were just paying attention to where this is happening. It was still on the second point. They're all the way up past where Northwood spawns. And this is just getting a little out of hand here because they're investing everything again for Charger in this fight. I would not expect Dynasty come back and pop a whole hog, but if he's able to make it back into the fight, anything is game.
I mean, I could see it. I can see it. I don't know about it. Seasons popped the supercharger a little prematurely, in my opinion. Northwood trying to take these really close holds, and I don't know exactly how well that's working out for them because Brian and Stratton, as we're seeing, are just backcapping. You know, they're saying, you know, that's fine. You can meet us at our spawn. We don't need to be there. We're on the payload. Once again, we're here to ride the rides.
Yeah, they're doing good right now. The payload is staying pretty fast. Pulse Bomb will connect with a kill onto Cyber, but it looks like BSC is down in them for this fight. They did get a pick on a Cowman, but not before Slade fell after. Now this fight breaking out into the room here, and that hook lands a set. That was maximum range there through a couple of doorways.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the pressure that Northwood is adding when they get a pick, BNS immediately backs up, and I feel like that is the sway of these fights. It's whoever gets the first two picks and who gets picked is going to determine the rest of the sway of the entire fight. Northwood, it doesn't matter who they pick. Once they get a pick, they're in. They're on you, and BNS is having a hard time dealing with it. But if BNS gets the pick first, like we're seeing OBL do on the Dynasty, this could set a different pace for this fight. BNS pushing in now as they are going to rally. Push in, the ultimate is going to come out, the EMP coming out from Slater. We are going to see a retaliation Transcendence come out from Nas. Northwood on the back foot, backing up as we're seeing another bomb come out. It is going to connect on Nas, and oh, what's this? The whole hog, but it's going to get eaten, and the hog is going down fast, having to back up. Brian and Stratton looking very strong on this hybrid push.
They're looking pretty good right here, and another full investment from Northwood, just staying to that tone of not making anything free or easy, and they are just finding out how difficult it is to get through this Streets phase, as late picks like this from Lep have come in every single fight and made them pretty dicey for BSC. They're not totally sure when they need to invest or go for the kills, push up, take the ground they need to. It's just very difficult for them to call because Lep is always trying to be menacing at weird times in this game. And now BSC looking to finish the map. Can they do it with over a minute on the clock? 2 minutes going to get that crucial time, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it just there, but still strong in this fight. Set dove in his own backline, has the nade to peel for himself, but still BSC looking very weak. Cowman pounces, the uppercut connects, and Set is down.
Yeah, sure you can in the backline, taking out two. BNS on the back foot now, the complete opposite of what we saw earlier. And you were completely right, Stevens. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you're right. I think it comes down to pacing here. And I think the pacing is set by the fact that BNS is having a consistent roster. Everyone's playing their roles, and Northwood is swapping it up a little bit. They're playing people in roles that they typically don't play. Therefore, the pacing is going to be different for them because they're not used to playing those roles. I think that was a bit of a flub
EMP stunned! Wait a minute! He got nothing. I'm pretty sure he got stunned out. I didn't see any flashing lights out there.
No, nothing happened. You're 100% right. That was huge, but
Dude,
I
they
mean,
still might get it.
Northwood is stuck here. I don't see how they can test this. BSC is there. They're going to push it through, and that is going to be the end of the assault from Brighton Stratton. Now, they didn't get it with a minute left on the board, admittedly, but they did take it all the way. 0 time remaining on the clock. Northwood has a bit of a trek to make here.
Yeah, they do. I would absolutely agree that this game is totally not in hand for Northwood right now. They've got to not only just complete the map, but if they want a chance of silencing be in the overtime round, they can do it with over a minute. Get that third objective, have some time up on the clock, and you just negate BSC having that chance at attack. All you've got to do is capture a tick in that case on first point, and that's looking very favorable for Northwood. But as always, Nuke Northwood come away with the win here. We do play all 3 maps.
True, and they are pretty much locked into this roster for this map. So they made the changes at the beginning of the map to swap people onto their off roles, which, I don't know, seemed like a little bit of a flex to me. But they're seeming to pay for it now. B&S, definitely comfortable with the roles they're playing, but Northwood, like I said earlier, I feel like this pacing is off a little bit. They aren't diving in together because they're playing on these off roles. Now, mechanically, they are tearing apart B&S when it comes down to the fights of them taking the 2v2s, but B&S are just much more comfortable with getting these picks, diving in the back line, grabbing them, and then pushing the fight from there. So as we swap, and Northwood is now on the attacking side and B&S is stuck on defense, I'm interested to see how they're going to play with that pacing in mind.
Yeah, we'll see. And Northwood is coming out again with a completely different look. The double bubble. Cowman going for some big air, but he is met with C on the side of BSC. That is an early first pick. That is a great answer to an aggressive Doomfist rollout.
He was up in the air too. That was, once again, a little bit arrogant from Cowman. Like, oh, they're not going to hit me. No way. Slater also sitting at 5% health, needing to back up. That was very close. B&S is underneath 50% health for most of their roster. They need to group up and heal. Where is the healers for B&S? Northwood is here, knocking on the door, and no one's there to be found.
Entire time kind of watching the all charges of the Briggs on both of these sides. You can see Yamitra is sitting comfortably at 76%, while Injustice is at 35. Injustice just wasn't getting that Inspire going, that AoE healing. The health bars on both of these teams were very low during that age. Only one of them had that Brig AoE heal, and it paid off. They were able to go back in with so many more resources so fast, and now it looks like BSC this fight very early in their defensive response.
Wow, Cyber really pigeonholing, trying to take out NECC in the backline. NECC just navigating this disequilibrium beautifully, taking the back foot step into his team. Northwood's got his back, but while they're focused on that, B&S is going to be able to take a couple off of the board. Everlong taking out Seasons and Cyber, going to put an end to the dynasty. Northwood having a little bit of a struggle on this push, but they can sit comfortably knowing that the spawn is right there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Cyber was giving us a nice little tour of that, so using that Primal Rage to bounce all around where this objective currently is. That bubble coming out onto the high ground with the boat, trying to control that crucial ground as the EMP from Slater pop. Dynasty is able to boop one away with that Primal Rage, and it looks like we're up 3 picks in this fight. They should get the payload moving here again.
I don't know. I think B&S's strat here is to just stall as much as they can, as much as possible in these fights. You know, if they need to take 5 off and fight Northwood while having 1 on payload, I feel like that's the valuable method of attack here, because Northwood was completely deviating from the payload when they were diving previously. The Graviton Surge is going to come out from Seasons, and Cowman with the massive Tracer Bomb going to take 3. Northwood starting to pick up the pace.
Yeah, and that's Overwatch fundamentals right there. Despite how talented this team is and how they can pop off, it seems like all the time, that is Overwatch fundamentals. Saving that Pulse Bomb for the Graviton Surge, not using them out of sync, and that's how you get such an easy-looking fight when we come up with that 4K. And now it looks like BSC going at this high ground again. The dive tanker, they're trying to close in on a target right now. It looks like NECC, but he's able to peel away.
They only needed the 2 ults. That's all they needed. The self-destruct is going to come out. Remech immediately. I like it. Cyber going to dive into the backline with only 200 health, but no monkey business coming around as he is going to rage, Primal Rage into the backline. Cyber taking out a few, and Everlong able to pick apart Seasons in the backline. B&S I don't know. They're doing a lot of stalling and staggering for the Northwood roster. Northwood may have some trouble pushing it in this last couple inches. A little nudge they need, if you will.
Yeah, they've got about 15 meters to go, so it's definitely one fight territory for them if they can get good control of the map and make sure they're able to hold C in spawn if they're able to win that first fight. To me, BSC's hardest working member right now has got to be Cyber on this Winston. Opens up this fight pick again. This one onto Yumitra, always going for the backline, making it so Northwood is just way less stable going into these fights. And here comes Cyber again, just...
Yeah, Cyber has a really great internal rhythm of when to get in and out of these fights. But Dynasty, you know, following that up as well, doing great. OBL taking out Seasons, and then Calman, they are staggering this Northwood team, like I was saying. Set keeping the BNS roster alive, doing very well at that, and they are kind of stuck around this pylon terrace. Not much came out of that fight. Northwood maybe got some picks, but they didn't win the fight, so they weren't able to push the payload, as now a complete minute has passed since we said that they were struggling.
Yeah, and it is starting to spiral again. Seasons will be coming up on the Graviton Surge, which I like. They should... Oh my god, a pulse bomb there for that as well. And Slater just kind of all on his own right there. The hack targets were found. They're getting some trades here. It is a 5 versus 5. The timing wasn't quite succinct there with Brian Stratton's dive, but it looks like it is still paying off your nuke, but it looked pretty messy.
Yeah, Northwood playing really reactively, and it seems to be working out much better for them as they're allowing BNS to just jump in, dump assets, and then respond immediately. But oh no, the pulse bomb followed up by the self-destruct. Self-destruct isn't going to find anyone, but the pulse bomb will find two, and that will leave Northwood stuck on their back foot as they are now staggering again. This is just a great hold from BNS, and their rhythm of going in and out from Cyber and OBL is just nothing short of professional.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They've already chipped the time clock down to under a minute. This match very well for the side of BSC. They're controlling this high ground key so far, but right now their ult economy is all out of whack. Injustice used that rally far too early. They've got some armor to start this fight, but now the ultimates are starting to come out from Northwood. BSC open it with a pick. They eat the Graviton Surge. OBL is a one-man wrecking machine right now. 35 seconds on the clock. They've done his 2 picks. Go the way of Northwood. The Diva no longer in this fight. Dynasty primals down Slater. Now it's anyone's game, Nuke.
Yeah, Dynasty having to jump the backline, but he is going to be met immediately by Everlong. Everlong gonna get purpled by Nas, and Northwood starting their push once again. BNS gotta look for a hold here. 1 meter left. They're not gonna jump in time. A little bit unfortunate of a hold, but that leaves Northwood a minute and 35 seconds now to push it to the end. BNS might have realized that they can give up an inch for a mile, right? They can give up a little bit for the map, and I think that that's the strategy they're going with.
Absolutely, they had 4 minutes to kill on that second point defense. Now they've gotten it to a time bank where Northwood can't manage to win this one and keep BSC out of overtime. BSC comes into this fight with a couple of picks, and that's going to kill even more clock. So Northwood now has their back almost against them. They want to finish Blizzard World.
Yeah, Calman throwing the Bob onto point, trying to get a pick, but OBL is going to take that out immediately. The synergy from Cyber and OBL is just, like I said earlier, nothing short of professional. We are going to see the Nano come out. Rally coming out on the side of Northwood as a defense mechanism. Is it going to be able to be enough to hold the team? Slater pushing in as we're going to see Dynasty also monkeying around. Oh no, the self-destruct coming out from OBL. Is it going to find anyone? I don't think so. Injustice still sitting on that rally, but I like that. I don't think they need the rally yet. It's like you said earlier, Berkeley, they don't need to be dumping all of their ultimates at once.
So they did right there. Bob was almost enough. Slater putting it right on the corner, making a pillar for his team to control that high ground, but the dive is already back on Bulls. Dynasty is deep. It will go down to OBL. The Graviton Surge and the Pulse Bomb only connects for 1 this time, and that's not enough to claw Northwood back into this fight. Lep has to do more, and he's got to do it fast, or else this one is squandered, and it looks like it will be sent back to spawn. 2 seconds left, Nuke. I don't believe that's going to be a touch. That is Blizzard World, and that is BSC, his second map of the season that Northwood has dropped.
Wow. That was insane from BSC. And I told y'all, listen, I said it when we started this series. Don't sleep on BSC. They've got the plays. They've opened their fridge this series, and they've showed us their sauce. OBL's got it. That insane Graviton eat followed or immediately taking out the McCree with the Deadeye and then eating the Graviton Surge from OBL was stunning. That was insane. Crazy good Overwatch. I've not seen a tank player react that fast in an off-foot switch situation in quite a while, and props to OBL for that.
Yeah, OBL was another insanely hardworking member of that team. BSC had to fight for every inch of that map and every inch that they had to hold. It was pretty insane. I think the tank line there, Nuke, you would agree, definitely showed up to be the biggest difference maker for BSC in that one. But on the other side of things, Northwood, they're probably back into map 3 with some swaps again. They might have just hid some strats there on Blizzard World that could have been what we just saw, and they could come out firing again on Dorado.
But, that's why they're called Bryant and Strat. Strat, right? They
Maybe.
got the strats. I'm telling you, man, it worked that map. I think that Northwood switching off a little bit was not the play, and it very much showed through. So going into this next map, I hope that they swap back onto their main roles, and we see how it goes going into Dorado. But first, we got to take a break, and we'll be right back very briefly. And welcome back. I'm just as pleased to be here as you are. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukeman. I'm joined tonight by Berkeley Stevens. We just saw the first two maps in succession, Northwood taking Busan, and then BSC taking Blizzard World. Now we're going to head into Dorado. Berkeley, how you doing? And tell me, what are your predictions? What are we going to see in this next map?
In this next map, we should be seeing Northwood just come back to terms with who they are as a team, get their starters on those crucial roles, and just come out of the gate with some BSC to deal with. Because BSC, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good taking the map off of Northwood, but I also know that this team is good enough. They just played up against was not Northwood's best, and it was a hard-fought Blizzard World for them to win. So, Nuke, I am looking to see another insanely hard-fought game, much like we saw second point of Busan. I would imagine the map looks much more akin to that point of Overwatch than the map we just saw.
I could see it, and I think either way for Northwood, this the swap was maybe good because it adds a little bit more perspective for people that are playing on those other roles. Now they have a better understanding of what BSC strats are and why they're pushing in, what they're doing. They probably have now identified the key triggers to be OB and Cyber. So the looks like we had a disconnect. So they're gonna try to reconnect. But in the meantime, It was Dynasty. The Dynasty is ended. It sucks. But like I was saying, Northwood has identified that Obi, Cyber, and Slater are kind of the key players over on BSC. So now that they've had a little bit of data collection by swapping off of those roles, I'm interested to see how that goes into their gameplay. And honestly, it could on one end it could be really good for them. That could add a lot of perspective. But on the other end, going back and forth in between roles is not the most ideal situation. If you just got done playing a backline DPS, but you need to play a frontline tank, that's going to be a little bit different shift, a paradigm shift in how you're looking at your play.
Yeah, you could lose the hot hand that you had in that first map when you were on that on roll. So if you got used to whatever you were just playing, that is not a good sign for Northwood because they should be back on the sauce, as you were calling it there. They opened up the fridge and they let loose. That was a pretty good call. Nuke, on Dorado here, this is kind of a map pool where we've seen three pretty similar comps so far between the 2 rounds of Busan and what we just saw on Blizzard. Dorado, kind of a similar map where, yeah, it's got these linear paths, but just how high ground going to be?
I think high ground is going to be quintessential for Northwood specifically because their DPS likes playing those more back end DPS. We did see a lot of Cowman previously on the McCree. Now that they've swapped back to their main rules, you bring up a good point. I don't know if we're going to see more of that high ground play more so than the low ground pushing the payload because the tanks on both teams do like to play more of a dive comp, but with that dive comp, you usually see more of a Tracer and a Doomfist that get around quickly on the low ground, not so much on that high ground. Maybe I guess you could argue Doomfist, but it's not as fluid as what you would see, a McCree on high ground or a Widowmaker that is able to hold a spot and say, this right here, this is my corner. You're not taking it.
Yeah, and if it's going to be Cowman on the Doomfist too, he gets up there. He's the opposite of fluid, opposite of a Cassidy up on a high ground. But I think we could see a couple of hit scans. I think Northwood might throw on Dynasty Hanzo again just because he looked so good that previous map that he played himself. Really, there's a whole lot that could happen here. Dorado is set to get underway in a couple minutes. It looks like Dynasty might just be making his way back into the game, or I could have that wrong. His PC crashed. Well,
Listen,
chat.
What do you think? I want to hear from you, chat. Tell me, talk to Coach Nuke. I need to hear it. In the meantime, while that's coming on, there's a 3-minute delay. So 3 minutes from now, tell me what your thoughts are. Tell me what you need to know. In the meantime, while Dynasty is replacing his seat as the Emperor, uh, going and looking at the BSC team, I'm surprised they've not played Miro at all. Miro did a lot of play at the Hometown Series event, and even previously in the season has seen a lot of play on Tank. And that may be because, I don't know, the synergy between Cyber and Obi has been so great so far this series. I do not see a deviation from the Diva and the Winston that we've seen previously in the set. They might switch over to a Wrecking Ball, but I see them sticking with those two key targets to jump in and get the picks that they need. This is going to be a huge set for BSC, though. If they take this, the record's going to go up 5-2, and that's going to knock and bump Northwood down a little bit of a tier, giving them their first loss of the season. And we're seeing chinks in the armor. We're seeing a little bit of chinks in the armor. Northwood, their map diff is now 17-2. We just saw BSC take the second map that Northwood has dropped this entire season. And BSC, while 13-5, have been coming out Sweezen this season. Do you think, Berkeley, that Bay State has a chance if they go up in the playoffs against BSC, or do you think BSC now maybe has more of a corner on Bay State?
Well, he historically did lose 3-0 to Bay State. So Bay State definitely has the upper hand. I'm not going to go off paper and say otherwise. I think BSC just has to tell that story in playoffs if that's how they want it to happen. But Bay State, they deserve it where they are. They took a very legitimate map off of Northwood, made Northwood look beatable for only time all season that it's happened. I know we did just see them lose a map, but we've already talked about those role swaps and what that kind of means.
Yeah, and honestly, it could go either way. I think Northwood swapping back to their main roster, it's going to prove very difficult for BSC, but the coordination from BSC is stellar. It's nothing short of uncanny. Every time we see the tanks jump into the back line, for some reason the healers are always able to stay alive. I mean, we've seen Set with those insane sleeps throughout the set so far. Whether it be the Doomfist jumping on them or the Winston jumping on them, they're always getting the sleep off and able to get to safety or even get a pick on their own back line. Sounds like Dynasty is popping back in, though, which means that no buenos are coming around the corner, whether it be for BSC and Northwood, as we're moving straight into Dorado.
I like how you just dabbled in a little bit of Spanish there. The map. Don't think I don't notice these things, Nuke.
Oye.
Yeah, it could be no good. BSC, they're on the Genji and the Tracer. They are attacking, hiding something, but Northwood, they're not hiding things. This composition, we are going to see Nas on this Widowmaker, and he is one of talented DPS players in all of collegiate esports. So anytime he's on the Widow, I would love to just have the spectate on him and just watch what the mechanics.
I'm also eager to see Slater on this Genji, and if we can get some cheeky reflex back onto that Widowmaker, that'd be really interesting to watch. But with 1 second left and Bryant Stratton first on the attack, Northwood is going to be on defense. We are seeing Cyber jump in and get picked immediately. Northwood switching up the comp a little bit, and they're going for the tug and pull with Seasons and Cowman going off of that synergy with the Roadhog and the Orisa.
Cyber, that hurts. Somebody get PETA on the phone because that was animal abuse onto that monkey. Cyber is feeling that, coming back for this second fight now after the reset. And Northwood, they're just going to play the long game here. They're going to let the payload progress and just not even feel the pressure of the objective. Dynasty able to get that pick off onto Everly. Dive comp looking a little bit weaker. Obi now hops back down to the point, trying to focus it on this Roadhog. Not before Dynasty finds another. And Nos is in the fight as well. Dueled by the Genji Slater, coming out on top with the headshot.
Wow, and what a great hold from Northwood. Taking out the front line, decimating it almost. Cowman switching over to this Roadhog is going to spell trouble for the BSC front line. If they go to dive in and they get hooked, it's over. You know, and that's exactly what we saw Cowman do to Cyber coming out the gate, quite literally.
Yeah, and Northwood looking strong as ever. This is their better maps. I recently casted them in a different invitational tournament, and they were unstoppable. On just this part of the map alone, they were able to get a full hold on a very highly touted team. Cowman able to pick off the Diva mech here. Obi in this fight. Cyber, though, not quitting in this one. Running away. He's found 2 kills. Yamitra falls as well, and that is big for BSC, but not out of the woods yet as Seasons invests the supercharger, and they're trying to win this one back despite lacking in the support department.
Yeah, they're trying to hold as much as they can. Like you said, they full held before in previous tournaments, and so maybe they felt that same kind of confidence coming into this. Dynasty feeling the pressure as the Riptire's coming through, and it is going to kill Everlong and D-Mech over on Obi. Interesting sort of play as we are seeing Northwood come back and try to take this full hold with 3 meters left for BSC.
Nos able to lend the hedge there. On that one just completely flipped on its head. Northwood able to play the entire length of that first point to come back in and hold it with just for 3 meters to go. That 2K Riptire for Dynasty was the difference maker.
Everlong kind of hanging out in the corner, just waiting, vibing, probably listening to some lo-fi study beats to chill hop and hip to, whatever these kids do these days. Coming hanging out up top. I need to quit deviating. It's awful, Berkeley, I tell you. Northwood, Nos just hanging out up top, getting some spray off and waiting for BNS to regroup. OBL looking for a self-destruct here as Cowman is going to go ahead and utilize the whole hog into the wall. Kind of an interesting play from Northwood.
And Nos is just back there on the crow's nest on Widowmaker looking for something to do, but Northwood's tanks are doing such a good job at keeping this fight away from even his long sight lines. Slater comes with that EMP. It's able to find 4, and Slater's able to collect 3 of those kills with not much help. Everlong stuck in the battle here, going up against the Roadhog. Cowman, though, low on resources and cooldowns, will fall to Everlong. BSC might just be able to capture first point finally.
Yeah, that's gonna definitely happen. I mean, they're contesting right now. I don't see Northwood being able to come back and take this from BSC. I don't know, actually. They're allocating a lot of resources to get here. Yamitra is gonna fall to Obi, and the Riptire's coming out on point. They do have a Lucio there as Lep is trying to get all the boops possible to keep them off. Seasons is now regrouped with 11 seconds left on the clock. BNS will take the first point of this map. They will move forward with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Do you think these comps are working, Burke? What transition would you do if you had to transition any person off of any role on either team?
No, Nuke, I do think they're working. I think it has a funky strat here. Cowman on the Roadhog is just a wrench in BSC sides that goes for these picks. And then I think he's doing as well as working. The tanks are together. Cyber and Obi are making massive plays. And Slater did come up huge with that last EMP, as we all saw, getting that 3K almost immediately following it. So I think both teams are working their strategies pretty well here, which is why we have 2 minutes on the clock going through the second point here on Street Space. Northwood, though, they've got the good ground right here. They're going to be able to prop up NOS and Dynasty to do some lethal work here on damage.
Yeah, I just don't know if this Northwood comp should be working, right? This is such a weird comp to have the Wrecking Ball in the back line, the Roadhog on the front line, as we are going to see the Primal Rage come out from Cyber yet again. I think the third one this map, just coming out swinging, no monkey business whatsoever. Going back to the payload, NOS gonna do a quick sweep for Northwood, same as Dynasty taking out BNS, and that is going to force a reset from BNS. They didn't use a lot of ultimates that fight. I feel like they're ult building right now. Northwood is trying to do the same, 3 on their side, BNS 3 on their side as well. The next fight I feel like is going to be a massive ult dump, which could go on the side of either team. Hard to tell.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think what Northwood's doing here is they're showing how these funky heroes are actually a great answer to a dive comp. If you're using your Junkrat's burst damage, your Brig stun, your immortality field, and Cowman's got his heal on cooldown, this team is very hard to kill. And now Dynasty comes into the backline with another tire. That EMP from Slater also stunned out, by the way. This team has hit 2 of them right now. Northwood is dialed in.
Yeah, and that was a great play from Dynasty on the side of Northwood. You're never expecting the rip tire from behind, right? You're always expecting it from the attacker side or where they're coming from. Doing the wraparound and hitting the tire from behind left BNS scratching their heads. You know, where'd that come from? Where'd that tire come from? NOS getting a massive pick onto Set. Set doing a great job so far in this series, keeping Cyber and OBL alive on the front line, but starting to see chinks in the armor with 10 seconds left. BNS has to make a play.
The Diva Bomb over the top could be the one they're looking for. That one doesn't any kills, but it does zone Northwood into a pretty uncomfortable spot. Now they've got to claw their way back in this fight, using that immortality field up on the high ground to just keep that important ground. Cyber just prowling, trying to go in for another dive. They did get that anti landed onto Lep, but he's able to make it out of the fight alive, popping the rally to sustain, and no one on Northwood is falling easy. In fact, they're all looking pretty strong. Cyber's Primal Rage, though, able to find a 2K. We've got overtime underway in the payload right now, currently parked, but it could get back moving with this great effort we're seeing from BSC. They've got to deal with Cowman and Dynasty, and they're looking like final bosses. They're making the difference out there, Nuke.
Yeah, the tank line from Northwood is up against the tank line from BSC, and they're doing a great job on payload. Both staying alive as much as they can. Seasons coming out swinging, and now there's 3 and 3 on the payload. Tracer barely making it back in time. They need to touch. They're not going to find it, and that is going to stop BNS's push on this Dorado map. Honestly, not taking as much ground as what's needed against the best team currently in Collegiate Overwatch.
No, I've seen many games of Dorado end right there, and that is just how important second point high ground is. If you're up there and you're able to sustain up there like Wood was, you've got a sightline on everything. You've got a bunker in that building, and it's just an incredible piece of high ground, and BSC was never able to get a good fight up there to dislodge Norwood. That's how they made that second point look easy.
And when you have a Roadhog that's able to just sit up there and grab whoever he wants, and you have the whole team around him finishing that pick, it just spelled for disaster for BSC. They weren't able to do much off of that. Like you said, with that dive comp, they needed everyone up there, and that angle is just tricky, especially if you're an Ana trying to heal your team. You got to get a really good angle kind of in the back towards that garden or statue in order to get that off, and that leaves you in a really comparable position. Great hold from Northwood. BSC struggled definitely on that second point. Northwood now switching up their comp a little bit. We are finally going to see the Rhine play from Seasons, and I know that you are elated as much as I am, Berkeley, being Reinhardt mains.
Yeah, love the hero. Think it's not a very good part of the map for him to be on. It's going to be pretty tough. If BSC can control these high grounds like I think they're going to, Northwood is going to have a very tough time inching this payload forward. Dynasty hurls himself into the fire right there like a moth into a flame and gets immediately won. That was very satisfying if you're on the side of BSC. And right now, it looks like Northwood is just throwing the kitchen sink of offense at this. They are running the playground strats, having a good time out there. And Seasons is somehow able to just back up with his shield and attack. And it looks like BSC actually going to have to work a little bit harder for this as Northwood kind of collect themselves and move off into that natural cover, just bunkering up under that archway as we can see there.
BSC keeps pushing in, but Lep and Yamitra are doing a great job of keeping the roster alive. You do not want to jump into a Brig Rhine, and I mean, it's as simple as that, especially if you have a BAP that's able to throw down a field to keep them alive. Everlong getting the pick needed, but Yamitra gonna snap back and take out Cyber. This Northwood push is not stopping, and there's no one from BSC to stop them.
And that's what Northwood has done so well all game long. It looks like even when they go down a pick, they just give nothing up, always make a quick pick in response. And capitalize on these signs of weakness. Ever right in with the pulse bomb, sticking it onto Dynasty's forehead, taking down the Junkrat and keeping his team in this fight. BSC have to continue to invest ultimates here if they want to get back out on top on this defense.
Yeah, and they're pushing. They're trying. I don't know if Northwood is going to be able to hold this push, though, as they're now entering a more comparable position like you were talking about earlier, Berkeley. They're sitting ducks around all of this, but we are going to see the Earth Shatter come out. It's going to not connect with anyone to kill, though. Obi going to go for a self-destruct over the top, taking out two. Yamitra and Dynasty falling on the side of Northwood, leaving BSC an open field.
Cyber went in with the Primal Rage 2 to boop a couple around to make sure that bomb connected with at least one. Turns out it got two as Obi made the big play for his team there with the tank ultimate. They're going to have Slater's bot to throw in this fight. Injustice almost up with that rally. Lep has already built one of his own, and Dynasty has had those rip tires. They've been good all game long. He's got one in the back pocket right now, just looking for a spot to stay safe, line it up, find a couple of kills. Here's the engagement for Northwood, the tire over the top. And this is so hard to deal with if you're BSC. This one is on a tear on the right side, and it connects with Slater. And that is a 3-member advantage here for Northwood as they look sure to capture this first point.
Incredible coordination from Northwood. The tanks and the rest of the team pushed in on the left. Dynasty is just very cheeky with these rip tires. Went around the top, knew that the BNS backline was going to go into the side rooms as soon as Northwood pushed so that the tanks can, provide value, get the picks that they need when Northwood pushes in. Saw the Slater in the backline and took out Ash without a hitch. Northwood now with 3 minutes on the clock to push it. Halfway through the second choke, I don't know if BNS is going to have what it takes. They might have to do a hard stop comp at this point, but it looks like they're going to stick with their dive comp and stick to their guns.
The difference in these teams, I'm seeing how differently Northwood invests into the key parts of the map. We can already see Seasons walked right up there on Reinhardt. He knew where this fight had to take place, and he's up there with the Tracer of all teammates. Just king of the cast. They're unfortunately no targets. The fight did happen below them, but just the way Northwood is going to attack this map, not taking the low ground, not having this comfortable roof over their head, they know in order to get this payload to the distance, they've got to deal with BSC on this capitalizing high ground. And now it looks like they're going to have a whole hog to do it. It might not be enough, but the fight right onto the point here. Only 3 meters to go. Obi has to make a dive in. He's whole hogged away. Dynasty gets a kill with the concussion, and it looks like Northwood are here to seal the 3-0. Cowman finds a pick with a headshot onto Everlong. Seasons with one of his own, and they have done it. The 3-1.
3-1.
2-1.
Definitely. 2-1. 2-1.
I'm so
3, 2, 1.
off.
Go.
Are the best of threes. 2-1. Okay. Whoa, messy.
Hey, they took it. They took it 2-1. It was a close match overall. I think that BSC just was not able to get the same type of defense that Northwood was. Northwood just hard stopping them where it counted. BSC wasn't able to push past that point. And when BSC needed to do the hard stop defense, they stuck with the same comp that they had been running. Now, admittedly, Slater did switch off of the Sombra and onto the Ash. That added a lot of value for the team, but just not quite enough. Their dive Frontline wasn't able to get as much valuable picks as what they were previously in the series on this hybrid map, and that spelt disaster for BSC.
Yeah, it looked like Northwood was just shy of being able to do whatever they wanted this game. They did go with those off-roll switches. They tried to just throw a completely different look there at BSC. And BSC, they hung around. They proved that you can't mess around with us, even if you are one of the best teams in all of college Overwatch. BSC, they're making their way up the ranks. They are slowly proving season after season that they can hang with the big dogs. And I think that is what they learned tonight, is that it's not far out of reach.
To add to the narrative, Northwood's team is a mixture of all players, all varying ranks, all the way from senior down to freshman. BSC in the main roster that they had tonight was all freshmen, Obi being the only sophomore. This is a first year roster going up against one of, if not arguably, the best collegiate Overwatch team in the country. They've got a pretty bright future ahead of them.
Yeah, I would say so too. This team really has a ton of room to grow. Nuke, do you have any final thoughts before we head into our next game? Which, of course, as you know, because you're on it again, Cumberland Phoenix versus CCE Green.
I'm excited to see Cumberland Phoenix against CCE Green. I got to ask you before we end it out, player of the game, right? If I'm looking at objectively, I think that the player of the game on my side definitely has to be Obi. Just both the aggression and defensive plays made from Obi in this series was, like I said earlier, none short of professional. If I'm looking at the Northwood side, I'd probably go with Seasons. Seasons had a lot of great plays as well. Otherwise, I'd be looking at probably Nas. But I think I'm going to give it to Obi. What do you think, Berkeley?
I think Obi's a good pick just because, in terms of performance, yeah, your team did not come out with the win. But if you're just talking about value that you brought to this game, Obi was incredible. So many shoes you got to fill if you're on the Diva Hero, and Obi seemed to be everywhere all the time, doing everything, down to eating pulse bombs, eating graviton surges, just really doing exactly what your off tank needs to in order to give you a chance against Northwood. So I'm with you, right? Obi's my player of the game as well.
Sick. Well, I'm glad that we've established that. I have nothing else. Berkeley, you got anything else before we send to, I guess, semi-short break until the next game?
Nothing else, chat. Stick around. Of course, we are going to have game 3 tonight, Cumberland Phoenix versus CCE Green. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back for our new folks that are joining us and the folks that are returning from the last set. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined here tonight by Berkeley Stevens. We got some awesome Overwatch action tonight. We got the Cumberland Phoenix versus CCE Green. Berkeley, tell me, my brother, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm less blurry now, so I'm feeling better about that. I went from Minecraft graphics to like, you can't hear me. Oh no.
Well, here's the thing. Y'all couldn't hear him because he went from being blurry
I'm not
to...
muted. Yeah, I was gonna say
Never
I'm
mind, he's not
totally connected.
Production! Hold on,
Oh,
sorry.
production. Oh, production. Oh, you're getting the
Sorry.
stink eye.
We
Not
got
really.
him. We got
I'm
him.
still in a great mood, and it looks like we got another great game on our hands because these are two teams that are super close in emergence yellow. Cumberland Phoenix is coming in at 1 win, 5 losses. CCE Green, they've got 2 wins, 4 losses. And it looks like if you're kind of just sharing real estate, what schools have both of these teams played? Well, they flip flop wins and losses there. So it looks like this one truly is anyone's game. Where the one we just saw in Legends Division, that was Northwood just proving how good of a team they are. This one is going to be a totally different story.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are going to be fighting to hopefully make it into the playoff bracket. Cumberland Phoenix or CCE Green, I mean, they're kind of on the precipice, on the cusp. If Cumberland wins this match, then that's going to put them also on the precipice and cusp. It's going to be up to Stevens College and Howard CC Dragons to determine who will go into the playoffs. I mean, you look at the map diffs, like you were just talking about, Berkeley. 6 and 12 and 7 and 11 is pretty close. Realistically, that's I think that we got a really close game of Emergence Overwatch coming up, and I'm eager to see what players are going to play. As you look at the IGNs over on Cumberland Phoenix, they have CU Phoenix and then CU Phoenix 2. So CU Phoenix 2 will not be playing production, just let me know. So CU Phoenix will be in during this upcoming match. And we got some really interesting points and interesting facts on the side of CCE Green. The team having 2 black belts, one of them having a second degree black belt and 2 Taekwondo schools. And he's transitioned from Xbox to PC specifically for this series, or not series, but I guess NECC division. But that would be Kasa Heise on the DPS role, who has those 2. And then the second person who has a black belt in Taekwondo would be Koda on the side of support. Just kind of weird, interesting facts. I mean, if they're not going to beat you in game, square up in person, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't square up with them. They're a pair of black belts. You actually have like a Tracer Genji comp on your team in real life. That's pretty cool.
Facts.
Luke, you talked a little bit about how this one is pretty key for playoffs, but just how key is it? Cumberland Phoenix, if they actually get a 3-0 sweep, they knock CCE out of that final playoff seat. They're currently 8th, and they would go to 10th. Cumberland Phoenix could just squeak into playoffs with a clean sweep tonight. How likely are we to see that?
I don't know. We could see it. I think it's reasonable to say both of these teams are very evenly matched going into this set. I hope so. That would be quite a storyline, quite a narrative going into playoffs. Seeing the underdogs from 10th place take 8th place be really interesting. But the maps that we're going to be seeing tonight, for those of you that are just now joining us, will be the first map that we're going to be heading into will be Busan. The second map will be Blizzard World, and then the third map will be Dorado. We will be playing all 3 maps. It is a first to 3. However, we play all maps for the map differential to look at the end of the season statistics.
Yeah, and going into this game too, the team that I think is on the hot streak is actually that lower ranked team, Cumberland Phoenix. They're coming into this game. Their last game, they did lose to Marywood, but it was a 1-2 game, very close against a team that 3-0'd CCE Green. The game before that, they were able to beat Eastern Eagles 2-1, a team that also 3-0'd CCE Green. So Cumberland Phoenix have probably been looking at this spot on the schedule for a long time as probably their biggest game of the season in terms of the regular season. This is the do or die moment. If you're going to get into playoffs, it has to happen on this game tonight.
Yeah. And I have to correct myself a little bit. I did not mean to do this, but Kasa Heise and Koda are both females. It's she, not him. So I apologize to both of those players. They are crazy good at Taekwondo. So I hope we see that and those ninja skills popped out in the match tonight. We could see, like you said, some Tracer Genji action.
Yeah, Nuke, you better get that right. They can beat both of us up so easily. You know how many Taekwondo classes I've taken? I'm taking 0 Taekwondo classes. And it looks like we're actually in the thick of this game. First fight underway, and I'm seeing Varine just going crazy on Reinhardt.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Varine, immediately as we pop in, is going to get taken down. Koda, she's going to take payload with the rest and take it away, from Cumberland Phoenix, as CCE is now on point, holding with 3 ultimates. I don't know what we jumped into. This is kind of a wild ride, but CCE Green coming up on 5 ultimates and Cumberland making their way back to point.
Like we got thrown into a moving car on the highway. This game is fully underway and up to speed here. It's 35 to 20%, and that Diva Bomb from Anarch just came in over the top, taking down Koda. Koda had that beat drop online. CCE is actually looking very good in terms of their ultimates, but Cumberland, they do have the point here. But it looks like the flip will come through, and CCE are set up to hold this for a long time.
Yeah, CC, I mean, sitting with 5 ultimates, even though Kasa Heise is going to die, coming back to point should be no problem for the Reaper. I do enjoy the Sanctuary map. I think that it's really interesting, the different chokes that you can play around on this map, with the point itself being kind of in this middle field. Playing around this massive drum now, we're seeing some ultimates come out. The Dragons are coming out from the Hand Soap. Dominator doing everything he can for Cumberland to get the picks, but none are going to come out thus far, because we're seeing the beat dropped from from CCE. The Earth Shatter paired with the self-destruct coming out from CCE is going to be detrimental. Someone call it a natural disaster because Cumberland is falling apart. CCE pushing their advantage. Wait.
Nuki said wait. Why'd you say
They missed
wait?
the cap. They missed the cap. They just got it back. They just capped that back. They didn't have it at all during that point. That means no one was sitting on the point itself. That could be huge going into the end of this map, Burke.
Yeah, it could be. They all ran back so fast in response to Kasa Haisei's Death Blossom being as big as it was. She just made a fantastic play. Doing pretty good charging that ultimate up again, but the beat drop from Hemlock should be the good engage for this team. Cumberland comes in with the speed boost. They've gotten the pick onto the Cassidy. Bobo is down. The Dragon Strike let loose out of the bow of Dominator, and it connects with a 2K. Cumberland coming back in this fight, and they've already got the flip.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Cumberland. I'm surprised that they got it that fast, but I mean, if you have nothing to stop that Hanzo and the dragons are in your face, hey, you just got to eat it and bite the bullet. CCE sitting with 2 ultimates on board. They do have the Earth Shatter and they do have their Bat Field. It's how they play around. This is going to be interesting. Oh, they are going to put that up early. Both Bat Fields actually coming out. It's going to be a play of who gets the pick first from both teams, as Dominator is going to take out Bobox. Bobo XL. Sorry, Bobo XXL.
That was the opening they needed too. I mean, 92% and ticking up pretty quick here. Marine has another Shatter online. The last one was pretty big. We'll see if he's able to do it again. Just swinging away right now. Atsitoka able to take down the Reinhardt, and now there was nothing left to stop the Shatter, but Vareen has also gone down. Dominator on the Hanzo, continuing to do so, dominating this whole lobby. The Dragon Strike comes in for another kill. This man is not slowing down. Overtime is not slowing down. Cumberland farmed on the back of their Hanzo. Look like they might just be able to take Sanctuary.
Wow, and I mean, that's what you're going to see sort of at these, I don't want to say lower divisions, but I guess I would say like mid-division Overwatch. You're going to see a lot of these DPS plays that are massive for the whole team, versus at higher end Overwatch, you're going to see a lot of the supports and tanks having a time to shine. The reason being is the DPS are going to shine because they need to get the picks in order to win the fight, and sitting back with the comp of, you know, having Bobo XXL on the McCree, having Dominator on the Hanzo, they're looking to play back a little bit behind the Rhine Shields. But we are going to see CCE Green switch over a little bit in their comp. Green is going to switch over to the Winston, and I don't know if I like that or not. So, you know, Saitoka might be able to get more of a swing. There it is, switching back over to the Reinhardt. Now we have a fight, and they're going to come out swinging.
Yeah, and they absolutely should. I love the Reinhardt duel we're seeing in this emergence battle. And it's going to be Vareen and Saitoka just squaring off toe-to-toe this entire length of this game. Right now, they are just postured up equally. Saitoka just trying to take this inside edge, though. Inch his team closer to this point as Big Cat goes in on the flank. But Bobo on the Cassidy just puts one bullet into the Tracer Big Cat, and that will send him packing.
Ooh, Vareen is going to fall very early, and that's going to spell disaster for CCE. Kasa Hisei trying to group up with the rest of the team is Galvanized, sitting very low. Dominator coming through the back line, doing what they do best, taking out all of CCE Green with 2 dragons swapping through.
Dominator on this Hanzo has been insane, and those Dragon Strikes, Nuke, I'm not gonna lie, with no Graviton Surge, no Orisa pull or anything, these are finding too many kills. CCE could easily be pathing out of these and staying in so many more fights, but instead Dominator's ultimates are so big when they really don't need to be.
It's the cognizance. I mean, CCE has to have the cognizance of knowing, all right, we're hearing the Dragon Strike, where's it coming from? Because that's the second time now it's caught them off guard, put them on the back foot, and allowed Cumberland the opening they need to push in.
Now CCE comes in again here. Tulo, he's got Baptiste Matrix in pocket, sets it loose. The Diva Bomb comes in. That kind of jumbles things up on the side of CCE Green, but they stay calm and collected. The back of a High Noon as well. They use a lot of ultimates there, but they're able to get that fight.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that was you know, like we were saying earlier, that is just base Overwatch. You come in, you play around the battlefield, you get the picks that you need, you play behind your Reinhardt, and that's what's going to happen. CCE, Marine, very close to having that Earth Shatter. Coda almost ready to drop the beat, but Cumberland has 2 ults on deck, and it looks like they're going to push in with it now as we're seeing yet another Dragon Strike. Going to find one. Looks like just one for now for Cumberland as they're making their push. The Earth Shatter is prepped and ready. Saitoka waiting for it. Gonna try to look at this D.Va around the corner. Maybe get the team pushed out a little bit. There's the Earth Shatter. Gonna find 3 as Cumberland pushes on point, looking to take this back, keeping this game very even, 44-42.
And Cumberland hang on to that Lucio sound barrier. Hemlock has that in the back pocket. That's going to be crucial in this next fight because CCE, they've got a lot of check marks. They've got a lot of ultimates up on the board and ready to use.
Grim Reaper coming online, a former team player, I believe, of Cumberland, if not, you know, in the collegiate space for sure. We saw them last year. CCE with 5 ultimates online, gotta use some of these, but I would hesitate on using all of them coming into this point. It's still a fairly close map. The beat's gonna get dropped. They're pushing in, and it looks like the self-destruct is gonna pair up as well. The Earth Shatter coming through, and Verena is gonna find Saitoka. Galvanize looking to push on this point, and it is just absolute mayhem, Burke.
It is absolute mayhem. Saitoka had nowhere to go there. Vereen Shatter aim when the D.Va bomb was sent in as well. So Galvanize turned Saitoka around with that bomb. Saitoka has no choice but to shield that. And with the shield turned like that, Vereen was there with the Shatter. It didn't matter that Hemlock dropped the beat. They were able to take down the main tank, and from there, things just kept on steamrolling. Now we're at a point in the game where CCE has this with 55%. They've got a couple of ultimates to hold it. They've got the Death Blossom, so Kasa Heisei looking for an early engage here, just trying to drop right in on top of Cumberland, and that's enough for 2 kills. Trying to find some more, 3 on her own. Kasa Heisei keeping the point in her team's favor.
Wow, that was great of her. Kasa Heisei. I even liked when she dropped down to Death Blossom, she jumped on top of Vereen, and Vereen was just kind of looking around like, where's this coming from? Where's it at? It was very entertaining. Cumberland, at 90%, really just needs to win this next fight in order to take point, and they have 4 ultimates on board, but Bobo getting 4 with the Deadeye. Matter's gonna respond and get 4 with the self-destruct. What is this madness as we're now just seeing a 2v1 on point? It's coming down to Dominator versus Kasa Heisei. Kasa Heisei is going to take that 99 on the point. Oh no, what's that? The Tracer Bomb coming out, and it is going to find Big Cat. All of the team is coming back now, and it is once again absolute mayhem. Last fight on the second point of Busan.
Vereen Shatter does sit the tanks down for Cumberland Farms, but they're still not out of this fight yet. With the Ant Matrix, with the Dragon Strike coming in, they're trying to make another stand here. Dominator does collect a kill with that ultimate, but it looks like it could be too little too late for this Cumberland team. Overtime is ticking down awfully fast anytime it starts to move. Bobo's back in the mix now, as are his teammates. It looks like all of CCE Green is here to stay, and that is round 2 in the books. And Nuke, we have got a 1-1 game on Busan.
That is very close, and I'm happy that we're going to be seeing the next map coming in. We've been downtown. We've been Sanctuary. That leaves nothing but the Mecha base, and this is one of my favorite maps in all of Overwatch. Has a very old school FPS style to it with the 2 different kind of arena style map, 2 different levels. A lot of Overwatches, very horizontal map style. This is more of a vertical map style, and I'm very interested to see how these teams play around that because the Rhine D.Va may not be the play here. It may be more of a dive comp, but you play to your strengths, right, Berkeley? You got to play to your strengths. So going into this map, what do you think needs to change for either team to take it?
Oh, nothing needs to change. This is just hard-fought Overwatch. They've both put on the Mei. I think that's the smartest pick you can throw on your team comp on Mecha Base. Those walls can pretty much win you a game once you capture the point first, but the first fight already underway, and the D.Va clashing right up into the front line. Dominator just hanging in the back line, though. Feeling that range damage that Hanzo is so great at. Storm arrowing down a tank, and now Galvanize has to get out in the nick of time with a little bit of HP in the wall, enough to just seal off Saitoka from the rest of the team. But now Vereen caught in the same situation. Not falling yet, though. Dominator does land the Storm arrow. That will take care of the main tank, and we've got an even fight that is just swayed in the hands of Cumberland as they're also able to demech the D.Va Galvanize. It's still anyone's fight, though, as teams are just rotating around to the point. Nobody can take it comfortably, but it looks like Cumberland will take it first.
Man, they're having a hard time finding these picks. There was so much damage let out. As I say that, the big brain 500 IQ Dragon Strike coming out, not taking one, not taking two, but also taking the Immortality Field and the Earth Shatter to follow suit. Cumberland swinging through and showing their dominance, pushing their aggression, and making sure that CCE is going to have a hard time to come back and defend this point, or take the point.
CC is going to have a pretty difficult time, too. Without Kasahaise's Death Blossom, that's really been their best bet to just get through this chokeway that's going to be so difficult with Big Cat on the Mei. Just walling off any kind of rotation. They are being sneaky, though. They're going right under. They've got to get out quick, though. That's the Mei wall. Big Cat doesn't look like he came up with any there. No one sealed off on the side of CCE Green, and now they're going for a wall of their own, but this pathing is so difficult. The Blizzard is out, but Big Cat is down. Diva Bomb's got to connect onto at least one. That helps take down Barine. Still, though, this fight not over. Cumberland has to find more picks here. They've gotten two in addition, and it looks like that might be enough. Kasahise commits the Blossom, enough for one kill. Can they get more? Kasahike takes down the main take as well before falling. Nuke this CCE Green team. They're not giving up easy. They are not giving up yet.
No, they like to come back for these fights. They wait for the fight to start. They maybe get a pick or two. They have the team stay around, and then they push back in, continuing the fight. That's what we've been seeing, which can work out if you take the point, right? But Cumberland gonna take a member out of their book and literally do the same thing back to them. That's gonna spell disaster, as a well-placed Dragon Strike would have caught anyone down there. They're now sitting at 82%. CCE Green struggling a little bit on this one. I would have voted for more of a regroup, retake, rather than push that fight to the point it is. It may have cost them this map.
That was a beautiful Mei wall right there, and a beautiful shatter by Saitoka. He knows the situation his team is in. If they get a 3-0 sweep here, they have given themselves at least a chance at playoffs. This Cumberland team is currently 10th, CCE Green currently 8th, and Cumberland fighting tooth and nail to take this map, and Nuke, they've just done it.
Wow. They take it 2-1. They're going to grab Busan, and in that last map, in Mecha Base, looking so strong. The Mei walls were on point. Even the Blizzard caught so many around it. The positioning from all of the ultimates from Cumberland just outdid anything CCE Green did. I feel like the Cumberland ultimates were very scripted, very much, they had a strategy with what they were doing. CCE Green, it felt like they were just throwing stuff at the wall to see what stuck. And as we're going to see the end of the game, the Deadeye and Self-Destruct combo coming out from both Cumberland and CCE Green. Very entertaining Overwatch for sure.
Definitely entertaining. It's back and forth the entire time. You'll love it when the first control map is that much of a banger that it goes 2-1 with overtimes all the way. I think that's what we're going to see the entire rest of the map. Nuke, we're going to get into Blizzard World shortly. If you're CCE Green right now and you know that you're on the bubble of playoffs and this team is threatening to take your spot, what does that do to your mental? Does that get in the way, or do you somehow find a way to power through that?
I think you have to power through it. That's your only option. And I think that it's hard having that mental when you've lost 4 weeks in a row, right? I mean, at least Cumberland has had a mixture of win and losses, but when you've lost 4 weeks in a row, it's hard to mentally reset. I think that CCE Green needs to take a step back. Their team captain needs to come in and say, look, that was close. We just need to be more synergized. We need to play around each other and play to the rhythm of each other's strengths, because we're not currently doing that.
I think you're absolutely right. Both of these teams in that situation where they are fighting for their playoff lives here. We'll take it to Blizzard World in just a couple of minutes, chat. Stick around.
And we are back to the action yet again. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined by my co-commentator, Berkeley Stevens. And we just saw a very interesting Busan Map 1 in this Cumberland Phoenix versus CCE Green war that's partaking right now. Berkeley, as we head into Blizzard World, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that Cumberland Phoenix know exactly where their team is placed in these rankings. They know they're 10 fighting in for that 8th and final spot into the playoffs. And honestly, it was an insane first map where they proved that they can absolutely beat the CCE Green team, this team that is currently sitting in the spot that they want. And I think if I'm on CCE, it's going to be hard not to play scared on this next map. You've got to play your best Overwatch of the season. This is a team that hasn't won in a very long time, and they've got to find a way to start right now.
Yeah, I mean, they won their first 2 weeks, right? And then they've lost the last 4, and that's just rough. It's hard to take yourself out of that mentality, but you have to. You have to get back on track. You have to pull yourself back up. And sometimes you just got to take a slight pause, as we're going to see CCE Green do, as you're now seeing our beautiful faces one more time.
One more time. I would like to be seeing beautiful old Blizzard World because it's one of my favorite maps. I think through the 3 points of this map, that first point, that can be such a long walk that is just so difficult to get through all the way to the objective. And then once you get to that streets phase, you can totally change your comp on its head. You can go from that brawl comp where you had to shield your way up to the objective to a totally different look. You can go dive second point and then bring it back onto a brawl or a double shield for third. Strategies can just go wild on this map. So I am excited to get into the action.
Likewise, this map, as I talked earlier, I talked earlier about Overwatch maps being primarily horizontal, and that's basically due to the play style of the game and how the payload pushes. But this map has a little bit of versatility to it around the environments. There's a lot of kind of, I guess, cavernous areas if you look into the inside of the buildings, and you're able to get up on quote unquote high grounds that have a lot of capabilities of getting up and down, lots of stairways. So the comp versatility is very prevalent in this map, as we are going to see 2 entirely different comps on both of these rosters.
Totally different comps. We do have Dominator staying on the Hanzo. I think so far in this one, he has been the player to watch, the absolute difference maker with the Dragon Strikes and the Storm Arrows just peppering down the front line of CCE Green. He's been a force, dealing damage left and right. CCE Green now has 2 shields in the way just to deal with that Hanzo, and it might be enough, but Cumberland making a very fast rotation. This is what you have to do to make Blizzard World look easy, and Dominator lands a headshot. Massive advantage going into this first fight. The Resurrect already having to be used on Casa Heise to get her back into the mix here. Still, it's anyone's fight, but it looks like CCE Green are fighting out of a tricky spot on this corner, and almost 6 minutes Cumberland has on the clock after capturing first point.
Yeah, someone's got to commit, and what a play from Cumberland, taking that first point quite immediately. CCE Green pushing back around, trying to get a good placement here, but it's just not looking very good. Galvanize eating all of that shield and taking it up, as we are going to see the Graviton field that could come out soon.
Nuke, you're a collegiate coach. I've coached some teams in my day, and one of my favorite things to tell them was always, one of the best callouts in Overwatch is after you make your plan, you say where you're going to rotate. Right when you're about to, somebody just be saying, don't be slow. Because Cumberland was on the same wavelength right there. They looked to be on a hive mind when they made that rotation around, and they hopped on the crucial spot of the map, and they were able to win that fight against CCE Green very easy. And they're winning this one even easier because Big Cat gets the 3K high noon.
Oh my god, call him a Jaguar because he moves like one. What a play from Big Cat. That was a big Deadeye, and that's going to just push the advantage for Cumberland as CCE Green stuck on this back foot. But, you know, since they started this map, the positioning has not been there. Cumberland coming out with the Dragon Strike. Dominator not able to find anyone quite yet, but is going to get the quick melee on Spackles. Galvanize looking for a pick maybe here on Dominator, is going to find it on the target. 6 minutes left, like you said. This is a pretty quick push from Cumberland, but CCE Green pulling it together.
So much investment too from CCE Green, and it's not even really enough here. I don't know what progress you were trying to make because the point was already captured. Cumberland is making progress on third point. When you use Supercharger, when you use that Valkyrie, now the Riptire coming in. Casa Heise just trying to put a stop to this and save it for her team. And it looks like You're able to do a little bit of work there. That's going to back Cumberland off for now, but Cumberland is coming right back in.
Yeah, the spawn's right there. I mean, I can see why Kasahase would want to do something there with the Riptire, but even if they get 2 or 3 picks, it's not going to matter because they're just going to regroup right here. The trick here is going to be to stagger the CC Green team. CC Green is going to look to stagger Cumberland, I guess I should say, as Cumberland has been really prevalent with this push.
A Diva Bomb not dodged by Coda as she falls, but Shackles is there with an ultimate, sending that Bob into the backline, trying to get some kills with it, but a beat drop in response from Hemlock keeps the attackers alive here, and Bob has been dealt with. The payload stays in drive. Over 4 minutes on the clock for Cumberland. They are trying to finish Blizzard World with an insanely strong time bank.
Yeah, I mean, anything above 3 minutes is absolutely crazy. I mean, that's pretty much what you're given to take the first point, so anything more than that is overkill. Oh, you hear that? What time is it? High noon as the Deadeye's popping out, gonna kill out Toli. CU Phoenix is gonna take out Vareen. Galvanize is gonna get demeched, and it looks like CCE Green is gonna get destroyed on this first point. Cumberland taking this with 4 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock.
Cumberland is looking like a completely different team than they did at the start of the season. They must be scrimming harder, and it is paying off. From that very first rotation, that is something you hone in on scrims. They came to this game plan, or to this game against CCE Green with a game plan, and you can see it executing here. 4 minutes, 11 seconds up on the clock is bananas. Nuke, that's more than you get at the start of the game. They captured Blizzard World in the future.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, CC Green has a very steep hill to climb here with, I mean, 4 minutes and 11 seconds is a bit of a struggle for Cumberland's offense, as in their offense putting that onto CCE.
Yeah, CCE has so much cut out for him now. Attacking this with Kasahase sticking to the Reaper. Seems like she does play the Reaper and the Junkrat, so the burst damage for this team. But I'm looking at Blizzard World as a map that doesn't really suit her playstyle in particular too well. It seems like Cumberland having Dominator be this player on the Hanzo, providing long-range damage, high ground control, is just making a huge difference here compared to Reaper Junkrat comps we've seen from CCE Green.
And I think that it's a good switching comp. I don't know if the Reaper Junkrat was very much working for CCE Green, but I think a switching comp is definitely warranted at this point. CCE Green needing to do, put the speedy shoes on and hit the road, because Cumberland just did the same, and it's gonna be a hard push if they don't. I do like Kasahase on the Reaper, though. I think that the Death Blossom, especially with them not having a Matrix, a Diva Matrix anymore, could take out this Cumberland team if they are grouped up.
And CCE Green, they come in with a nice little rotation of their own, too. Again, the scrim's paying off. A difficult first point to get to is gotten to relatively easily, but they do lose their Baptiste in the backline. Hemlock opening up this fight with a pick. Dominator there with 2 more, both, by the way, a headshots.
Ooh.
And this is a team that can just deal so much burst damage so fast with this Discord composition, coupled with the Hanzo and the double shield. It is relentless pressure.
I mean, yeah, if you throw a Discord on someone and Hanzo is able to hit him, correct me if I'm wrong, fully charged Hanzo arrow with someone having Discord on him is going to leave him maybe 10, 15 health, if that. And that's just a clean sweep after that. So, I mean, we're seeing Dominator just dominate on this Hanzo this entire set. It's really set the pace for this series and allowed Cumberland a lot of room for growth in their teams to be able to flux out and push the advantage when those picks are had.
Yeah, just in terms of suiting Dominator's playstyle, this map pool really does play to his strengths, and what a great time for Cumberland to just really hit their stride as a team. And Dominator sends in the Dragon Strike here. Immortality Field will save some, but will not save the one who threw it out. Unfortunately for them, Antolio does fall to that Dragon Strike, and now they're left in this fight with just Coda on the Lucio for heals, and Vareen is looking for more than that. This team is too low. They've got to reset soon.
That's kind of cheeky that Tulio was the one to die after throwing out the field. Just as cheeky as Coda running into Dominator. Dominator shutting it down immediately with 2 minutes left on the board. CCE, their best chance here is to just build ults, not use them, and throw them at once. Bait out the ultimates from Cumberland, sit back, and then throw it all at once, or 1 or 2. I mean, if you're able to get the combo that we were talking about earlier, that Earth Shatter into self-destruct. That could spell a recipe for disaster for Cumberland, but CCE Green, it just feels like they're not really playing around each other, and they're being caught on the back foot a lot from Cumberland.
That's exactly what's happening too, and we're seeing CCE just not really doing that much damage in this one either. The Brawl comp is having way too difficult a time of closing the distance and getting anything meaningful done. Kasa Heisei not even halfway to that first ultimate. Dominator sends in the second Dragon Strike of the round, and it will find the same exact pick it found the first time. CCE Green looks too weak to take this fight here. All they've got is the Shatter. You've got to get their Baptiste back from spawn and get back into the fight very quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they have to play around a pick here. I'd like to see Vereen up a little bit more with that shield up, allowing Spackles a little bit more freedom to try to get some picks, but they're all just opting to wait back in the back room, and that's allowing time for really everyone to get ultimates online. Is Tulio is going to die again, and that is staggering CCE Green tremendously. Dominator just bullying Tulio, honestly.
Yeah, the whole team at this point, but Tolio has come in first for these fights and just found arrows each time. Dominator up on this high ground had a great sightline there, as we could see just a very small window to send those arrows through, but 3 fights in a row. He's found a pick exactly there. And now CCE Green, they're looking at their last fight.
Yeah, that's been 2 minutes of just one pick, waiting, one pick, waiting. I mean, at some point, you gotta commit to a fight, even if it's just to build up ult charge and regroup.
Yeah, and again, with the 3-0 sweep, Cumberland will move into that 8th seed. The Diva Bomb flying in now will find one pick. The Shatter does connect. Vereen hits some, but Spackles with the high noon finds some more.
Wow.
This keeps CCE in it, but tank ultimates and more investment coming up from Cumberland. It's not going to be enough, though. It starts to uptick. CCE, they're staying in this one, but time is not in their favor.
I cannot believe that. That was such a clutch play from Spackles. If that high noon hadn't hit its mark, that might have been the 3-0 sweep you were talking about, Berkeley. Cumberland taking it. But they've just bought themselves 2 minutes and 30 seconds roughly of time to push this payload. CCE Green cannot carry themselves off the back of one player, though. They've really got to get the synergy down if they want to carry this payload through to fruition.
And we see that kind of fight happen so much in Overwatch too. You just get down to your wire. Just no time left on the clock. But by then you've actually built up a number of ultimates. And they did use support ultimates, a high noon, a Diva Bomb. They really sent in the kitchen sink at Cumberland. And Cumberland did a great job staying reserved and not expending ultimates of their own. They've got the supercharge of this fight, Nuke. They've got another Dragon Strike from Dominator. So they could be sealing the walls here for at least a minute.
Dragon Strike, Supercharger comes out. Dragon Strike opting to be held, which, you know, Dominator's been getting these Dragon Strikes pretty quickly. You could pair that ultimate combo and have your Dragon Strike back up in, you know, less than a minute, especially if you're putting out the damage like we've been seeing. But Gravitic Flux, Matter now has it on lockdown for Cumberland. Kasa Heisei has Death Blossom, and it's going to be a matter of who's able to get to this payload first and push up on this high ground. Well, push up on this high ground first and then get to the payload.
Spackles gets one. Kasa Heisei gets a pair. Vereen one more. And they're able to stay alive for the most part from that Dragon Strike from Dominator. And the payload once more will be progressing. Only 50 seconds left to finish off this Streets phase and add some time up on the clock. CCE Green, they're going to have some ults to work with, Nuke. What did you have to say?
Yeah, no, just an interesting take. When CCE Green are able to carry out their strategies that they're setting up for, it's working. But Cumberland, most of the time, is not allowing them the time to set up for it, as Vereen is going to hit a massive Earth Shatter, going to take out Phoenix immediately. Big Cat going to return it onto Kasa Heisei, and High Noon coming out on point. Not going to find anyone, though, as Spackles is now left sitting back, trying to get this payload back up to the point. CCE Green is going to take that out. It's like I was saying right before that fight started. Once they're able to set up for their fights and hit their marks, it's hitting, it's flying straight. Cumberland, now finding themselves on the back foot, needs to figure out what the change needs to be here, what the strategy needs to be. They were finding the picks earlier. Where are those picks now?
Yeah, they're not quite happening. Vereen right there got a 4K up in the feed, just making massive plays from the main tank position to keep his team alive. And in this one, Galvanize now eyeing up a Diva Bomb, just trying to find the right time to set it loose. And Talio opens this one up with the Ant Matrix. That applies some pressure to the Cumberland front line. Saitoka not able to stay alive through it. And the Shatter as well connects onto 2. They're trying to just take down this front line as much as they can. They've been able to de-suit Matter. And it looks like they should keep this payload moving forward, and they only have one ultimate left to use. So Cumberland, they're in a good spot to come out of spawn here and seal this game with a solid defense.
Oh, yeah, solid defense indeed as the Blizzard's coming out. Big Cat looking for big plays. Gonna catch a couple as Matter is demeched and gonna get back in mech and yet demeched again. Hammer coming out swinging. Now it's Vereen versus Saitoka and a Reinhardt battle to the end. Cumberland is going to come around the corner and hold this payload for the moment, though.
And they're going to have almost all ultimates, everything but Big Cat's Blizzard to just continue this defense. 10 seconds left on the clock. CCE Green making their final play of this map. It's got to be absolutely massive. It's got to be another huge high noon. This one opened up by so many ultimates. The Diva Bomb finds one. The Shatter lays down 3 and another bomb. Good enough for one pick. This is still anyone's fight. It's a 5 versus 4 in the favor of CCE Green. Spackles gets one more before falling himself. And still, CCE, they don't want to lose this map. They're still in it. Casa High says Blossom committed as well. And the payload will continue to move, but no time up on the clock, Nuke. That means Cumberland has denied CCE Green in overtime.
And I mean, CCE Green has 2 ultimates online. They are looking very good. Now, I don't know where the mental switch came, but it definitely happened as Cumberland now struggling to regroup and touch this point. The beat is going to get dropped from Coda as they're pushing in. Vereen is going to find Saitoka, and they're coming onto point. Spackles getting in position for the Deadeye, but it may not even be needed. Gonna find CU Phoenix immediately. 2 still on payload. Cumberland just struggling to stay on here.
Yeah, Cumberland not working with much here. The support's not keeping up their members long enough to stay in this fight, but the tanks get back out of spawn very quickly. We do see Saitoka back in the mix already. Dominator coming in on the Doomfist, gets that one hit on the Spackles. That is key. This one is a 4 versus 4. Vereen making his way right back on the main tank. And now he's in the mix. Lands a Shatter only onto Saitoka though, and Hemlock had a beat drop to answer it. This is still anyone's game. A Diva Bomb by Matter could make the difference, and it's gonna find what it needs. 3 kills, clears the point, and Cumberland win.
And the knockback pushed them off of the point for those that were under the Immortality Matrix. What a big brain play. And Cumberland, while they were slipping there, was able to find their mark and take game 2. Wow.
Absolutely
the Deadeye from
huge.
Big Cat here was huge, taking out.
This was easy. This is just rolling up to the spawn and catching the other team by surprise, but what a transformation this Cumberland team has made. They've gotten the 2-0, they've gotten the win, so they are neck and neck for that playoff spot that they're fighting over. And still, Nuke, we've got one map to play, probably the biggest map of both of these 2 team seasons. When we go to Dorado, it is for pretty much all the marbles of this playoff spot. We've only got 1 week left after this.
I'm excited to see how they take it. I mean, we saw CCE Green come back pretty heavily in that map. They took the first point all the way down to the timer, down to the wire. They were able to take it, push it forward all the way to the end. They were on the precipice of greatness. But like you said, Cumberland Phoenix needs to win the series 3-0 to advance into the playoffs. So, like I said, fighting for this playoffs spot, everything's on the line with this next map.
Certainly is. It's going to be the biggest Dorado of the night for so much of the stakes, and we'll take you there in just a couple minutes, chat. Don't go anywhere. Root for Cumberland. They have just their season on the line.
And welcome back. The stakes are high, and we are riding an even bigger higher because we are ready for this game 3. My name's Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined tonight by Berkeley Stevens. We are heading into the third map of this series, Cumberland Phoenix versus CCE Green. We're going to Dorado. Berkeley, what are we going to see as we're taking this international trip?
Well, as we head over to Mexico, Nuke, we are going to see CCE Green just not even pack swim trunks, okay? They got to pack their best battle gear because they have got to go to war here on this map. This is where you don't want to be upset by this rank 10 team trying to take your spot. You've got to prove you earned it to be here, and you've got to prove, even though that this game slipped out of your hands, the loss already happened, right? Cumberland, they did get the win here, but this is still probably the most important map because here at NECC, it's all about that differential.
Oh, yeah. I mean, differential is what's going to determine whether or not you're making it in over a team that has the same record as you. That's the next thing we look at is what was the maps. Let's look at the devil in the details. I don't know. It could go either way. CCE Green, if you had asked me at the beginning of Blizzard World who was taking it, I would have told you Cumberland hands down. The Phoenixes are rising from the ashes this season, and they are taking it to the playoffs. But CCE Green was able to stabilize their mentality halfway through that set. And like I was saying, there was a mental flip. There was a switch that was set, and they were able to bring it back, pushing the payload mere meters away from taking that point, or at least matching Cumberland in that point. Going into Dorado, it's anyone's game, Berg.
It definitely is, Chase. And CCE, they're reaching into the bag of tricks here. Bobo is back in the game, going to be playing the Bastion. CCE is on defense first here. The double shield, the Bastion comp, that is something that is going to be trying its best to throw Cumberland off kilter and wake them up a little bit. Let them know that there's going to be way more pressure on you this game than the last one. You are going to have to deal with our greatest threat on damage, a pocketed Bastion, and we're going to have to see how Cumberland responds because this is not going to be easy for them.
I don't know. It's kind of weird they're not running the Symmetra strat with the Bastion. You know, you could have a lot of versatility around this point with the teleports, and there's a lot of close corner areas they need to get through. It adds a lot of versatility for the turrets themselves. But CCE Green is not going to hold this very well as Cumberland's just going to ignore the Bastion altogether and push through.
Yeah, and this could just be CCE Green playing the length of the map. Galvanize comes back into this fight with a pick onto Saitoka, so now there's no shield left for Cumberland. They're gonna have to work with something. It's gotta have to be only natural cover, and when you're trying to traverse a map around a Bastion, that's usually not enough. So it's a very good defense we're seeing opening up this game by CCE Green, killing a lot of clock, letting the payload push some serious distance before coming back in. They've got 2 kills again in this fight, and right there, they seal the deal. They don't have to use the res right away to even get it done, and they're going to have some ultimates to keep this defense alive.
Man, I feel like Galvanize is starting to really get that synergy on board with Spackles, and the priorities have been set. Now he's focusing on the front line, but Galvanize this entire set has done a great job of taking out Dominator when it's necessary, when it's needed, because Dominator is just doing as his namesake says, just dominating this series.
That Dragon Strike comes in, almost pushing CCE Green off the point with just half a meter to go. And it looks like they've gotten the kills here. The beat drop comes in. No touches there for CCE Green in time. And that will be the first point taken by Cumberland as they look to push up. And again, it's all about this high ground on second point, Nuke.
Yeah, that was kind of a Hail Mary from Galvanize, trying to gravitic flux all of the members of Cumberland off of the point. It would have been a good play had there been someone else to be there to touch and follow up, but that gravitic flux was kind of all for naught. I say it was useful because they only spared 1 ultimate and they have 4 on board, right? Big Cat throwing in the Blizzard, trying to push in, gonna find 2, and this is gonna push Cumberland's advantage even more as they are decimating and just pushing through the CCE Green defense.
Yeah, true to form, just like Blizzard World, CCE Green has to be so careful coming out of these spawns after Cumberland take a first point because they are going to be right in your face at the spawn doors as quick as they can possibly get there, and that's what we saw right there. I will say, Hemlock did beat drop to counter Galvanize's Flux. They're not going to have it for this tire. Tire was dealt with. That's big. I thought that was the only hope that CCE Green has here in winning this fight. Big shatter block there, though, from Galvanize. This team, though, still struggling to get out of this door, and with Big Cat on the May, it's proving to be just no easy task.
Well, Vareen is going to have the supercharger here soon. Throwing it down in the doorway could stop the payload, but they didn't make it in time. Oh, no. Cumberland was able to touch the point, and that's going to push their advantage even more. Now they're going to have the spawn advantage to push this up. That was kind of a massive misplay from CCE Green in the sense that they had everyone there to defend. They just did not get the touch.
Yeah, and not a lot of people are probably used to playing against a Mei on Dorado, and Big Cat put up a wall right there that just sealed them out from contesting the point. And now Cumberland again keeping up the pressure. They spotted a weakness and they are going at it full throttle. 3 picks in this fight already, but Spackles trying to swing it back just a little bit. Does find a double kill, but it's not going to be enough to win the fight. They've got to come back out of spawn with a little bit of an advantage and take everything they've got and throw it into this fight.
Listen, when I'm looking at this ultimate board, and Cumberland has their Dragon Strike, their Blizzard, and their Beat. This is looking like a pretty clean fight coming out here soon. As the Dragon Strike is actually gonna come out prematurely. I was expecting it to be paired with Blizzard. Self-destruct going to come out as well, and neither ultimate's really finding their mark. CCE Green might be able to find an opening here.
It might be the DPS are coming in off angles, and they've each gotten a kill in this one. The D.Va and the Mei are both taken care of, but still falling too quickly is CCE Green. They're having such a difficult time getting out of this spawn. Coda just contesting with her Valkyrie, but falling eventually, and with 2 meters left to go. The last bit of ultimates are committed here for Cumberland, and it should be more than enough to win this one. The Riptire found nothing. The Flux unable to finish off the Reinhardt to Vareen. Just falling in the mix of all this fight, and it looks like this one is all said and done. Big Cat's Blizzard, a little bit errant. It's up in the sky. I'm not even sure it's freezing anyone nuke, but hey, just use them if you got them, right?
Yeah, no, he was going for the tornado strat, right? I mean, it's basic science. Heat rises, cold air falls. He's just looking to set up a NATO there. Honestly, I don't know what the strat was, but it's very, very apparent that Cumberland's strat is to hit them with everything we have, full force, nothing short of aggression. With 3 minutes left on the clock, I think it's safe to say Cumberland's offense on these payload-heavy maps are really paying off. We saw CCE Green barely make their push through on Blizzard World, falling just a few meters short of the end. But Cumberland just taking these maps and the offense with minutes left on the board. I think in Blizzard World we had over 4 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock. Here on this map they have 3 minutes left on the clock, and that allows them a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, 3 minutes is another insanely good time bank to finish off a map. Cumberland has just looked stronger and stronger as this game has gone on, and it doesn't seem like the Bastion has disrupted them as much as CCE Green was likely hoping it would. CCE Green, they're going to run it back with the same exact strat, except for this time Spackles is on the Hanzo, the hero that's probably been making the biggest impact in this game for either side. Of course, it's been Dominator to this point, but Spackles throwing it on I think is a good sign for CCE Green.
I feel like when you run a Bastion, your secondary DPS really needs to pair well with it. And while I think the Hanzo is a good pick overall, I would not opt for the Bastion on point here. But they are going to run for the double shield comp, and it could work out for them as they are going to round this first corner.
Bastion able to just do some damage, but Galvanize already whittled down. The shields just diced through by Dominator, the tanks, and Big Cat on this McCree. And I do like Hemlock on the Zenyatta here. Just, if you thought there was a lot of damage in this lobby, well, Hemlock's making sure his team is doing 25% more throughout the comp. So that is a fantastic look, especially on these long defensive sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, the angles are there. The LOS is definitely being prevalent through Dominator. You're able to see that. Spackles, however, not allowing Hemlock to do whatever they want, taking them out immediately, allowing for a little bit of wiggle room and push for CCE Green. Coming underneath this tunnel area. This is typically where teams collapse, but neither team really boasting a Reinhardt, both opting for the Sigma and Orisa double shield. Kind of an interesting play as you're going to have to, sit a little bit more back. Seeing that from Cumberland, CC pushing in hard, and their offense is coming through.
Coming through indeed, and it needs to. They're going to put up a hefty time bank to close out the first point of Dorado here, but they're going to need more, and they have got to get up to that high ground so quickly here on second point. So Cumberland isn't able to take that ground. Cumberland already just out of spawn. Everyone turning and racing to get up there because that is what's going to win you this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the last set with Northwood versus BSC. Holding this top point can do a lot because it's just an awkward angle to have if you're below them. CCE Green sitting with multiple ultimates, and I feel like we're looking at an entirely different team than what we saw at the beginning of the set. Really synergizing, playing well with each other. Bobo getting some pressure up top, allowing his team to round this corner and set up for this fight.
And they're just going to be going at it with the long-range poke here, setting up the shields to take as little damage as possible. Almost able to demech Matter, but not quite. Spackles does have this Dragon Strike online, and that is a big ultimate to have in this point in the map. Sending it through right under the archway, and that will take care of Saitoka, just zoned away from the fight. Taken down with a little bit of handiwork there from the Baptiste and the Teal, and still though, it's a 5 versus 5. Anyone's fight. Ultimates are going to have to be committed. Second point is not going to come easy.
Yeah, Bobo gonna take out CU Phoenix immediately, and that's once again gonna allow more room for CCE. Ooh, the Deadeye gonna come out, take out both supports of CCE, and that's gonna leave them sitting ducks. Cumberland pushing in with CCE having no support left. They realize this and they are swinging. Saitoka switching over to the Reinhardt, probably for the better, as we're seeing Matter as well on the Diva. This Brawl comp. It's like you said earlier, Berkeley, you have the versatility and options to switch to multiple different comps on this type of map. Saitoka and Matter are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I love Saitoka just being this pillar on the ground that is so hard to get through, and then Matt are able to get up to those high grounds and contest or peel for any of his teammates that might be up there. Bobo, though, opens up this pick with a kill as the Tracer. That's happened a couple times for CCE Green. Now they have to capitalize it. Tio does have the Matrix to use, gonna walk right up to the corner. This is a perfect spot to use this ultimate. Gotta be careful though, Saitoka has the Earth Shatter to use. The beat drop comes out, the Shatter as well. The Shatter doesn't find any stuns though, and Galvanize is there with the kill onto Saitoka. The Diva Bomb thrown out, but 2 shields. Just zoning it off perfectly, and it looks like CCE are just here to win this fight. Coda with the Valkyrie to sustain everyone through it.
Yeah, the trust from Tolio sitting right in the way of that Diva Bomb, the self-destruct, and just waiting for them to throw down their shield. What is this though? Dominator's pushing up with the rest of Cumberland, and CCE with just meters away once again find themselves falling just a little too short.
Yeah, CCE are going to make their way back into this next fight with a pair of tank ultimates, and Bobo has something sticky for Cumberland, unless Matter is able to, of course, eat it up. Dominator on this Hanzo. You can't give him the sightlines he's taking because he has just been so good all game long. Bobo just being a little bit sneaky here, Nuke. What is he thinking?
I think he's thinking, watch this. Someone get the clip ready, Mom, get the camera. As he is waiting to throw this bomb down. And in good fashion, in good positioning. I think Cumberland holds their defense here. CCE Green pushes up. They're not going to be expecting the Tracer to come around the side. And if the Tracer gets a pick on either healer, that could spell the end of the fight before it even begins.
And I love how Cumberland just takes the high ground every single time here, too. I mean, they have got the DPS to be so threatening from up here. High Noon gets popped, drops into the backline. Big Cat is looking like he's in big trouble. 1 kill does come of that effort, as it looks like CCE Green was turned all around, and it might actually be more than enough to win here, as Coda comes in with another Valkyrie, this time doing so much damage with it. The Battle Mercy making an appearance.
That's pretty ballsy of the Battle Mercy to just sit in front of the Reinhardt like that. Don't worry at me. All it takes is one massive swing from that hammer and that bug's getting squashed. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, CCE has 4 ultimates at their disposal, and I think it's time to use them. How Cumberland retaliates is going to be everything because they do have both of their support ultimates online.
Will the support ultimates be enough for them to do it, though? Dominator will be coming up on another Dragon Strike, as we've said, and Bobo coming in with the something sticky. It is going to find Dominator. He lunged back into it, and that could be big for this fight. Dominator will be sending that ultimate he's got from the spawn, so they're not out of this one yet. The Flux finds 5. The beat drop to counter keeps him alive briefly, but they've got to make something happen. Amp Matrix Fire Strike for a pair of kills is just what Cumberland was looking for, and they continue to hold strong on this corner.
Yeah, they've halted the push as the CCE Green gets the same idea. Coda trying to get the res, but going to fall immediately to Saitoka, and Dominator is back to do what they do. And I think that is going to spell the end of Dorado for CCE Green. Cumberland taking the series 3-0 and possibly securing themselves a playoff spot, Berkeley.
Well, it's not quite secure yet, but they did every bit of work they were hoping to accomplish. A week of scrims just far too hot. Paid off. I mean,
you can see the hard work paying off. The synergy was there. Their offense was just as strong as their defense, and I don't think the same can be said for CCE Green. Their defense was lacking in areas tonight, and Cumberland was able to find those advantages and push through to take them down at the end of the series.
yeah, and what a time for their season to turn around. Next game's going to be a banger too, Nuke, but we have got to talk about this Cumberland team because they're looking pretty good here in playoffs. They just beat a team that's been a playoff team since week 2 of the season. They've had a playoff spot locked in on the standings. Now that's no longer the case. So if you're on CCE Green, how do you respond? You've got one game left on the schedule. What does it mean?
I do a team retreat Monday immediately, as much as possible. We need to get people out of games and out of their heads. We need to get them in a neutral spot, not in their esports center, not in their dorm rooms, not even on campus maybe. And I take them out for some fun. You know, I say, look, guys, it's been a rough past couple of weeks, but we need to get it together. And I think that the synergy is what they're currently lacking. If they were able to get that on lock and play around their strengths, because Spackles and Galvanize both had some crazy plays this evening. If they were able to fine tweak that, playoff team easily.
I think you're right. I think they've got the pieces. I think Cumberland, though, they've also got the pieces. They've really found their stride. To them, did their strength look like their Lucio player coordinating the team well? Did it look like great damage dealers? Did it look very well-rounded? If you were just assessing the strengths of this team, where would you go first?
And if I'm assessing the strengths of the team, the healers did a great job of staying alive throughout most of the fights. Dominator obviously set the pace and precipice for a lot of Cumberland Phoenix's pushes. But the tank line, I mean, even watching Saitoka map things around with Matt R worked really well on any comp that they were playing. And I think it's important to say that Overwatch just isn't an offense game, right? There's a lot of defense that goes into playing it as well. And Cumberland Phoenix's defense just looked solid. They played around each other well. They peeled when they needed to. I felt like the communication channels were there, where CCE Green, it felt like there was a little bit of instability when it came to the comms.
I think you're right. I think instability is kind of the perfect word there. It looked like they had a little bit of a game plan, but you could just see Cumberland's week of scrims paying off big in this game. They just looked like they had it more dialed in for the map pool that they were playing tonight, and that was the difference maker. So CCE Green, they're not out of the season yet. One crucial game left on their schedule is going to make the difference. Nuke, that's it for us tonight. But it's not it for the NECC. Game 4 is going to be CMU Central Methodist University versus Purdue Gold. That's in the Champions Division. Casters are going to be the great and powerful Lafon and Corbeck. Follow Nuke on Twitter over at Chase Nukem. I was backwards. Nuke on Twitter over at Chase Nukem. Follow me at all_charge. Chat, it's been a pleasure. Take care tonight and enjoy Game 4.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead! What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC here tonight. More Overwatch action coming your way, and alongside me in the broadcasting booth, Lafon. So excited to be casting with you today, my man. I do not think we have ever casted before, ever in the history of ever. So this is a very exciting opportunity to get a look at what this synergy looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, an auspicious beginning though, as we have a good match on our hand. Right, we get a chance to see some excellent Overwatch, and as we kind of get set to kind of go forth, I've already taken the liberty of transforming myself into the map that we're going to be beginning on, I should say, as we are headed to Busan next. But before we do that, we're going to kind of talk about these teams ahead of us, as we got CMU versus Purdue Gold here as our first match of the day.
Very strong teams, actually, both of them. CMU sitting at 4-2 overall in the season, but Purdue Gold sitting at 5-1. So really one of the top contenders here in the Champions Division, looking to make a run for that number one place. We were just talking about it a little bit before we actually got into the broadcast, Lafon, and they're well positioned to do it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think hitting that 5-1. This match is very important. Because of the scoreline, the implications kind of the map scoreline, map differentials, and so forth. Obviously, we will be playing all three of our maps today, as you can see on your screen. Below us here, you see our map pool of Busan, Blizzard World, and finally Dorado, which we will get a chance to witness before all is said and done. So, to that point, yes, absolutely. These games are very important in the sense that a win here could really cement you in that upper echelons of the division here, and kind of fighting for that top place here. Specifically for Purdue, their one loss did come to Bethel, which is we stay above them for the moment in the standings. So as we get a quick look at of the standings here in the Champions Division, Purdue Gold currently sitting in what looks to be second, with Bethel University in first. So both 5-1. Obviously, a win here for Purdue would be ideal, as we are ready here for map number one.
Yeah, and as you take a quick look at those standings, it's worth pointing out that Bethel University, the Pilots did actually play earlier today. I don't think we have a report on that score yet, so we don't know exactly where that is, but certainly Purdue Gold looking to come out here and go ahead and just secure this win. CMU Varsity seeing an opportunity to knee gap the competition a little bit, as we, I think, are ready to go jump into Busan here and get started with the Koth setup. Maybe a little bit of a delay, though, not entirely sure. By the way, I did want to point out, Lafon, that you picked Busan, I picked Blizzard World entirely subconsciously. I just like that map. We managed to nail 1 and 2 right there on our background, so that's how winning is done.
Yep. Not to spoil too much. I'll just say keep an eye out on my background on map number 2, because who knows? Who knows what might happen there? But we are going to head for Sanctuary as our opening stage here on Busan. My favorite map in the game, actually. I really like how this map plays out. And as we're initially seeing from these two teams in terms of what they're staging, it is going to be that dive composition, the aggressive look from the Winston. I think the one difference here, obviously, is we're seeing the Somber Reaper, which plays more of a rush style rather than a true dive. Obviously, Purdue looking to be a little bit more poke-heavy with Mina on the Ashe. Otherwise, though, mirror tanks as both teams get underway. We are opened up here on Busan.
Yeah, they'll move around to Drum Junior here. I've heard this particular composition with the Somber and the Reaper referred to as something of a shadow dive. They'll engage almost immediately. No real diving to be done by any side, but it's Andy who strikes first and early, taking out flanking with a quick kill there, rotating to already get a better position. Sky in with the hack, trying to push forward here, give him a little bit of room to continue this fight. Thick will go down. Sky kept alive by the rest of the team, who will come surging back in, and I think that's just about done and dusted here for fight number 1.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure, a lot of calm under pressure, actually, from a Sky there, who does not sort of force themselves to recall, despite the fact they're being heavily pressured. Trust in Luna on the support role there to keep them up. And that means that they'll be close to the EMP here for this next fight, 6% and counting. You're looking for Mina to pick up a shot, and there it is. George gets taken out, and this is the opening that Purdue was looking for.
George going down early. Good sleep dart coming in there as well. On the tail end of that onto Sky. Unfortunately, not able to finish the kill, but look at the positioning Mina has here. Can just rain shots in free reign, and Bob the Robot Butler getting involved in the action as well, helping out on the point. Flanking, trying to contribute to the DPS pool. Doesn't want to be left behind here. Gets one in good there onto Black Magic, who will go down. Luna's taken out of the equation as well. Poor Tyrium on the last one left. Loses that mech and loses their life shortly thereafter. And, well, there's a bit of a drum dance, but I think it's over for now.
Yeah, George is going to be the first one to go down and the last one to be taken out as well on the end of that. Purdue, off the back of some fantastic play by Mina, just single-handedly opening up the fight. She gets a great headshot off onto George, as we said, and that starts a snowball. Now, Central Methodist, though, they do have the ability to use the EMP, and with no defensive utility against it, Sky should find value. It's all about the follow-up, though, once Sky uses that utility.
Indeed it is, and they'll come around Drum Jr. again, looking for the engage. They won't quite find it. Mina there to react to the threat right away, but Maceration will get the initial kill. Black Magic and Luna both get in. That's a lot of kills in the kill feed here, rolling in for CMU. A brief counterattack by Flanking, who will manage to pick up a double kill here in the midst of this, as the fight's still kind of boiling around the point, at least temporarily. You see the Primal Rage being unleashed here. That'll force the Sound Barrier out as well. The two tanks doing a good job of holding on here, giving Flanking room to operate. Out comes the Diva Bomb, and it will find one. Both the supports are now down here for Central Methodist, and that's not a particularly great situation to be in. The Nano Boost came in there on the Winston as well, but the fight not out of CMU just yet. They'll re-engage quite quickly. And the Interior Mon both getting some kills, and they will finally secure this point with a Primal Rage for Black Magic.
And the critical thing there is that CMU actually contains objective percentage the entire time. They don't allow the point to flip over to Purdue, and that means that, in essence, CMU are now in that last fight territory. Sure, they don't have a lot of tools to work with, but opening up with the Coalescence is going to make things a lot more difficult here for Purdue Gold.
All sorts of ultimates flying out here, Lavan. You see the Coalescence coming in, the Bob coming out as well. Still some more to be used, I think, in the course of this fight. Valkyrie is up as well, but it's that EMP that's nearly online for Sky. Won't come online fast enough, though, to save Black Magic or Andy. Both of them are down. Flanking here with the Pulse Bomb as well. Could use it if they choose. Instead, we'll keep it in the pocket, sticking purely to the pistols here as they push it up to 99% before Purdue Gold can finally come in. Sky considers it for a second, Lavan, but discretion, the better part of valor right there.
Absolutely. That's going to be the reset coming in. I mean, it's a great call, though, because you do have those massive cooldowns to kind of work with on the retake. Obviously, the EMP, which we've highlighted before, but the duplicate's going to be there shortly as well. And Purdue Gold don't really have much in the way to shut it down, especially if Thick gets caught in this EMP. The go button is being hit. Already into the front line is CMU as they're trying to find that opening.
There's the EMP over the top. Only, I think, caught one or two in that, so really not as effective as they needed it to be. Terriermon paying the price there. Fortunately, Terriermon and Andy both able to convert kills after the engage. Very valuable kills indeed. Thick did go down at the tail end. You see a little bit of contest there coming out from Diva, but Tiber just can't hang. He'll lose the mech and then lose his life. Andy adding one more to it all at the end, and it's up to the two supports here come sailing in. Maceration will get one down. The Bush Spy does manage to get the resurrection in. That will keep this going for a little bit longer. You see the Primal coming out there from Thick. Unfortunately, Luna has the Coalescence on the other side, just beaming them down. The DPS playing around to Andy with the double kill perfectly just when they needed it. Tiber's bomb comes sailing in. Will not avail them, though. And stage number one here on Busan will go the way of CMU.
Very, very clinical gameplay from CMU. That's one thing that you love to see in these kind of later stages of the season, right? The understanding of the ability to reset. You don't need to always force a fight, something that CMU didn't do, right? There's a couple of times, twice in fact, off the back of the the recognition that the EMP was their win condition, that they chose to reset as a squad and then come back in, giving them some, a lot of much needed time to work with. So CMU allowing Purdue Gold back into it, taking away resources from them. Purdue obviously have to commit their ultimates to win those fights, and then CMU just walk back in with the reset. Now we head to Mecha Base, where we are going to see the rush composition come to play, as it is going to be Reinhardt v. Reinhardt, otherwise mirrored out. So, teams Fire Strike and posture at each other as they try to find their early footing.
Posturing, that's a good word for it there. I like that a lot. Like two samurais, one of those old films, just circling each other, looking for the first ice wall to secure things here. A roll in on the outside edge by Andy will secure a good kill on the flanking. Thick going down early as well, and usually the death of Reinhardt kind of signals the tail end of these fights. Andy putting in the work on the tail end, and that should be more than enough, despite the valorous Cassidy going down at the end.
And while Mazer is able to get one, their troubles will not be followed up by the rest of the squad, who obviously headed back to spawn. It starts off with a great flank, as you said, by Andy on flanking, ironically enough, as they come in with the flashbang, and there's no real follow-up. The Immortality Field cannot be brought out in time to take out Survive. And so now Black Magic has the Earth Shadow. I'm not sure Purdue Gold has this clocked out yet.
Well, coming up the Tonkin steps here, you see the M damage amplification matrix going out. They're playing to the side of it. Black Magic keeping that shield up for as long as they can under an intense amount of pressure right there, but now being directed the other way. They do lose Tiber's mech, but no casualties yet on either side. The sound barrier invested, that's Andy and Sky. Both of the DPS down right there early on in this fight for CMU. Terriermon throws the bomb back the other way, and they'll lose their McCree and their Cole to start things off right there. And now George comes sailing back in the other side. They're right back together on the point. The fight going on. You see the D.Va still trying to contest this one out. They've got bodies back in now here as well. Tiber with the backup here. The Baptiste dropping in. Good shatter coming out there from Thick. Unfortunately, Andy there to make him regret it. The high noon from the Cole on the top deck, though, will cost them George. Now they're starting to lose members. Black Magic is down. There's the rest of the team to follow, and they will flip.
I will say, though, that CMU, despite the fact that they lose the point, not only do they take away nearly everything from Purdue, only thing coming up online is Maceration's amplification matrix in about 4%, but they get up to the 62% mark, so over halfway through, and this fight is going to be fairly slow. You're going to play the amplification matrix from the defense, dodge this from the offense, and yeah, just wait until you get your own cooldowns up. Though Terriermon, the mech, is going to signal a soft reset here from CMU.
Yeah, they really have no choice, do they? It was a good Maywall, actually. Well-timed. Andy trying to sneak and engage on the outside here, but oh, that might have been a bit of a miscalculation there, because they've managed to section off Black Magic. He's desperately trying to get back out the door, and he just cannot escape. He throws the Shatter in there as well. They're investing so much into this, and instead, all they get in return is just an absolute disaster. They're still fighting this one out, but the kills are just stacking up here for Purdue Gold, Central Methodist University. Bit of a unforced error there.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and fortunately the one elimination they do get is on the Bush Spy, who is the fastest member of this squad and will be back post-haste, arguably the least important in these choke fights. Don't really need the rotational speed of the Soundwave, but, I mean, Central Methodist now going back to the re-attack will have the Sound Barrier, will have the Blizzard. This needs to be laid down successfully in order to get through.
Ooh, spicy bait there at the start, but the damage amplification matrix coming out early. Andy trying to find some sort of opening. It won't quite work. The other damage amplification matrix thrown in. The visual clutter just filling up the screen right now as these two teams unleash a barrage of ults on either side. The Bush Spy comes sailing back in with Sound Barrier just in time there. Will keep Purdue Gold on top. Thick really pressing forward once more kills, but it's mostly flanking who's doing the Reaper's work at the moment. And that should be more than enough to secure them victory and probably secure them this stage. They're just going to go back and check, make sure nobody slipped the net, and sure enough, there is Sky, who touches briefly. Now they've got George coming sailing in, rather gently jumping on the roller skates here. Sky will drop into the pit next. A series of bodies here from CMU trying to get on and dying for their troubles. Last one looks like it'll be Black Magic. Viva Bomb there just sealing the deal with a nuclear explosion.
It's a tough ask, right? When you're holding through the choke and you kind of give away the own fight, you know, the fights to the opposition. Not to say that Purdue Gold did not take advantage, because they certainly did, and I would not want to take credit away from their performance at all. But for CMU's side, they're going to be left wanting just a little bit. A couple of fights that did not need to be as scrappy as they were end up costing them, and then the resets on Mecha Base are so tough. If you can't get through those choke points, Corbeck, then you're in a world of hurt, and that obviously ticks over. We are headed to downtown, though, and a chance to get back to CMU's strengths, which is that high mobility composition, specifically as we see the Reaper Sombra come out to play.
Yeah, you're talking about mistakes. I mean, I just think that one engage where you kind of saw Andy poke in and then the rest of the team just invested. Oh, it's just painful. It's just unforced. It's completely unforced. There was no need for it. So hopefully CMU able to clean up a little bit here as they'll engage in the movie theater, at least initially. Just a couple of shots on either side. Nothing really serious. This will be the first real engage. Black Magic jumping in over the top, taking a unhealthy chunk of damage right there. Instead, repositioning over the back edge. May trying their best to keep the team alive through all of this. Looks a little bit vulnerable here, does the Ana, but able to keep backing up there and staying alive. Sky playing the off angle again on the Sombra, just trying to get the damage in. Flanking doing something very similar on the other side with the Cole, and they actually do manage to get Black Magic down. Just cannot disengage fast enough and will get dropped. They're looking for another one here, and it does seem like CMU is more than willing to back up and maybe collect some kills in the mid game. They'll get Andy down. Flanking, though, returning the favor almost immediately. And now a little bit of pursuit coming in as CMU tries to back up, just tries to get themselves some clearance.
Yeah, they're going to have to soft reset here and wait for their team. Black Magic cannot go down. Central, I mean, CMU, they don't play their composition as ideally as they'd like. Deadeye in close.
Ooh, is it going to work, though? It does. Black Magic will die. Andy, though, returning the favor immediately, punching out the lights of flanking right there. But really, it's an awkward start to all of this action. Mina dropping in on the point, taking a lot of damage. Does manage to get the mine off, but doesn't actually secure a kill. Andy will drop eventually. Sky still here, still harassing nearly on that EMP. And now you see Black Magic getting into the work. Luna's down, though, and you get the feeling, yeah, it's done. They got to back up and start again.
Yeah, they are in a bit of an unfortunate position, though they do have the EMP. It's at that 60% mark before they're going to be able to use it. That's pretty late by the standards for how quickly this should be farmed up. I mean, part of that is obviously flanking, playing an aggressive Cassidy on the back line, making it difficult for the Sommer to get in without being worried about being taken out. But Purdue Gold, if they use this rally early, can completely negate the effects of this EMP in terms of the ability to burst down hacked targets.
Well, Terriermon there on the high ground, just harassing the Forgotten Digimon, just trying to get back in on the action. Sends the Diva Bomb sailing over the top. The EMP follows it up. Gets no one, but Terriermon gets 3. It is good as it's gonna get, and they'll get a kill on Thick as well on the tail end of it. So a beautiful little 4K there for Terriermon, and that'll be enough to flip the point. But ooh, at 92% Lafon, that's basically we're in perfect fight territory here for CMU.
Absolutely the case. I will say that it is a smart play. Use the self-destruct early, and then EMP after it's activated. You don't have to worry about, the setup in that regard. So the damage is done, and the Bush Spy actually uses the rally too. So that is a cooldown that will not be available and will make it a lot easier for Andy here, especially with the lack of armor on the opposition.
Andy hunting for a kill. It's just a really blunt force engagement on the front line there. They'll use the Primal as well. Flanking coming out with the High Noon gets no one. Somehow Mina dies in the midst of all of that. But Tiber getting a big Diva Bomb of their own gets a double kill off the back of it. And look at this. All speed forward here for Purdue Gold. They are wasting no time at all. Goodbye, Diva Mech. A great little boop at the tail end by the Bush Spy. And now we're in absolute desperation territory for CMU. We have to see if anybody will be able to jump back in on the tail end of the point. It will, and thus the contest game begins again. George dropping the sound barrier right there has brought enough time for the rest of the team to get back in. They've got 4 bodies here, but they're going to need a lot more than just those 4 if they want to make this stick. You see the Winstar, the Hammond rolling around there looking for an opportunity. The Wrecking Ball cannot fight it. Instead, Luna, Andy down. There goes George. Oh, and with them die the hopes here of CMU for getting an early victory against Purdue Gold. The EMP is fat. It's all 6 of them caught up in that, but not enough there, Lafon. Not enough at all. Purdue Gold will win.
No follow-up damage, and even if there was, the effects of the rally still lingered, so the armor was still applied. And to CMU's side, they're not able to close out the map. Purdue Gold in up 1-0 here, 1 away. Leading the win as they play for map number 2. But yeah, that's just a perfect setup. EMP after the self-destruct is available, and then we'll come in with a cleanup on the opposite tank as well. So just a well-executed play there from CMU. Unfortunately, not enough to close out the map. For Purdue Gold, though, I have to say, something that's been really impressive has been, I think, the elevation of the aggression as the match has kind of gone on. On stage 1, it kind of felt they were sort of testing the waters, right? Not quite sure how aggressively they wanted to play out. But as they headed into stage 2 and 3, into Mecha Base and Downtown respectively, it felt like they leveled up how much more forward they wanted to play, how much more they wanted to call CMU's bluff on some of those fights.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if they can continue to take CMU's measure. Don't go anywhere. 2 more maps still coming your way in this matchup right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. Here it's a matchup between CMU's varsity squad and Purdue Gold. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Lafon. It was a bumper first match there on Busan, but now we continue ahead to our next map, Blizzard World. What do you think we should see from these two teams?
I think the interesting thing we've seen from these squads is that variation is the name of the game, right? We haven't seen static gameplay from compositional setups from these squads. Obviously the case. We expect teams to be able to, at this stage of the season, to be able to be flexible, but it's one thing to expect it. It's another thing to get it. We have seen, though, from these two teams early in the map that they are capable of not just playing one style, but multiple styles. And look, I think relatively decent across all of them. So we saw the dive, we saw the rush. Now, the question for me isn't what composition they're going to play on Blizzard World, because I think a lot of stuff is very viable. You can play dive, you can play rush, you can play sort of that poke slash bunker style with the Orisa double shield kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I think what I'm expecting here, though, is a little bit more of a cohesive look, especially from CMU, who I think in the later stages of Busan kind of fell away from that tightly cohesive gameplay and kind of chased a little bit in the back line, right? Oftentimes sending one player off on a flank and then not giving support up. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here in map number 2 is a readjustment of sorts on those sort of extraneous plays.
Yeah, that would, I think, be perfectly in line with kind of what they need to do to secure more of a victory. The problem with those kind of high mobility sort of comps, right, is they do tend to lend themselves to a bit more of a loosey-goosey style of play, and it does take a certain, I think, a spirit of teamwork or spirit of organization, perhaps, is the better term, to sort of bring everyone back in line. But it looks like we are ready to hop over to Blizzard World, so we will go ahead and get started there. Right at the pylon terrace to get things going. A nice cosmic viewpoint as we get ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the teams being flexible in their style, and it looks like we are getting that here, as that is going to be the rush composition for the. It's a pseudo rush composition here from CMU on the defense, and Purdue at least hovering over the full rush composition on their team. In this regard, right? So this CMU squad plays a little bit. What you're gonna end up seeing is the Sigma kind of play up with the Cassidy and the Hanzo to kind of put range poke, and then Black Magic kind of holding down the front line. Whereas Purdue is all about that rush, getting close to the Blizzard or the Maywall, and kind of section off the front line to execute on the isolation.
Well, fast and furious is the way they need to play here for Purdue Gold, and they might already have a bit of an opportunity here. CMU caught a little bit out of position, I think, right there. The speed of it really putting them paid at the moment. A ton of pressure coming up on Luna, who has to throw the Immortality Field to survive. Both Immortality Fields actually used here, but it's Sky who secures the early pick. Andy and flanking, dueling on the flank there. Andy not quite down just yet, and a good reaction here from CMU to secure a couple of kills. Flanking getting murked on the outside edge, and there goes Mina, and that should be that.
That was very close to being a disaster for CMU. Luna gets caught out. Absolutely. The Immortality Field has to be used early and selfishly by the Baptiste player as, unable to get away from the front line. Luckily, though, Tiebreak does not get the full elimination, and that means that Central Methodist University is able to slow down the play just a little bit to keep everyone alive. Now, the reset comes through. Amplification matrices will be dueled out here. The mirror available, as it is looking like on the re-entry. It's going to be about slowing down the gameplay. CMU, likely the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened right there. The pause was called. Somebody was in spawn or something. I didn't understand. I'm assuming they are at the spawn, not the long-running comic book series. So that's one or the other. But yeah, a bit of an interesting first engage right there. I was actually kind of surprised that went in favor of CMU, because based on the position of Luna and kind of the rotation that Terrier Mod did on the Sigma, I was like, oh no, this is disastrous against a rush composition. They basically split them. But I think it was genuinely quite a good read from Terriermon, who was on the high ground, that they needed to scamper back to the rest of the team as quickly as possible, or they'd be in serious danger. And the other thing, they forced the Immortality Field on their opponent's side as well. So they did take away that slight advantage right about the same time that they had to, as you say, kind of selfishly use theirs on the high ground.
I think the one thing that is a little bit of a difference maker there is that you don't need to. When you're playing that close to each other, you don't really need to use the Immortality Field that early, I don't think. And the fact of the matter is, when the Immortality Field is forced by your opposition, when any ability that is forced, that doesn't get full value, and you're able to sustain just a little bit longer, yours gets infinitely more value, just due to the nature of how timing works in this game. So that's something I'd like to see. And it's a very difficult, it's easy for me to say here, right? Up here. I've watched tons of VODs. I know like sort of the ins and outs of how the game kind of has worked over the history of it. But in the middle of the heat of the moment, you're so worried about your team going down that I fully understand why a player does, throws it out in a bit of a over-aggressive manner. So I'm not calling out the player. I'm just saying that in future, you have a little bit more time than you think you do in certain cases. And I think in that particular instance, that was one of them.
Yeah, it's always really quite hard, right? I think having played some fair amount of Baptiste myself, but not obviously at this high of a level, but still having played some Baptiste, it is just one of those things, right, where you're in such a stressful position because you don't want to see one of your teammates die, and then you're holding onto the immortality field, and you're like, oh my god, why didn't I deploy that? But at the same point in time, like you said, you can't use it too early, because if you kind of pull it before your opponent pulls it, you know what it reminds me a lot of? It reminds me of Lucio boost in GOATs, where the Lucio boost was kind of the huge deciding factor in how those fights would go. And you think about people like Custer or whatever talking about how important it was to use it at just the right time. It has that same kind of pressure to it for a lot of support players, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very high value utility, right? You just prevent your team from getting eliminated. It's obviously very, very good. Speaking of, that's going to be the Dragon Strike that I called to open up the choke, and it's going to take down one, so the fight's already over.
Well, your predictive powers, well done indeed. And it does come sailing right down the gut. More than enough right there, I think. Andy just putting in a couple of dulcetory shots at the end to let him know what's what. And I'll just go ahead and go back and reset right there.
Turns out watching literally thousands of hours of Overwatch.
It's amazing what it'll do for you, huh?
At a competitive level, gives you a little bit of insight into what the future holds. However, it is going to be the reset now. Purdue Gold has the opportunity to slow this one down, and literally so with the Blizzard coming online. They need to play for these ultimates and kind of deny CMU value, specifically out of the Earthshatter and Amplification.
Well, the Amplification Matrix already up early on. The Maywall coming in to block it as best they can. The Gravitic Flux comes slamming in there as well, but no kills really gone down. That Immortality Field, however, was used and destroyed. May will not get that back, as Black Magic does die here. George tries to even it up, but no, it's just too much from Purdue Gold. They are all over everyone here on the point. CMU desperately trying to contain this breach, but it cannot be done.
Perfectly played. That's exactly what they needed to do. Purdue Gold used the wall to section off the Reinhardt, so the Shatter cannot be used by Black Magic. They survive the Gravitic Flux, and then obviously the Blizzard, which is the key point, was they bought enough time for it to be generated. Mina uses it aggressively in front line, and she's a big part as to why they're able to win out that fight. Big pickoff here for CMU, but the cart has already begun its march here through seconds.
That is the problem indeed. Sky firing a barrage of arrows in right there, trying to maybe confirm an early kill, but mostly it's just poke face stuff at the moment. Flanking, putting some damage down range, can't quite find anyone. Drops the high noon, and here's a little bit of aggression on the back end. Luna caught out by it. That was the worst person they could have had. Andy rolls around the corner, tries to repeat the trick for his team. Doesn't quite work. That Diva Bomb sailing in. There's no cover for it. Andy's down. Black Magic is down. And the kill on the remech as well, because why not?
Call that the highlight of the day, because that was actually a very pretty play from Tiber. Self-destruct, then the Bunny Blaster, just enough to take down the final HP of Black Magic, and then just top it all off, the Call Mech to eliminate Terriermon. Now the high ground controlled by Purdue, and this is critical because they have the Amplification Matrix, and because of how much damage throughput it has, this is really a place where Purdue can force CMU back.
Sky does have the Dragons again if they choose to use them. Maceration jumping up here, needs to get into cover almost immediately. The Dragons come sailing across. The Immortality foes used in that as well, but Maceration will get caught out. Black Magic going down on the opposite end though, so the kills kept relatively even. The Sound Barrier invested, and that's the signal for aggression. Luna is down. The Gravitic coming in the back line comes to naught. They will manage to pick off flanking, but they actually have to go back to the point here. George redirecting them into the fight. Meanwhile, Mina just continuing to slaughter. George getting another good kill on the Lucio, has been a menace. Invest the Sound Barrier here as well. Maybe a bit misplaced, but it has at least kept the fight going temporarily. Terriermon, though, getting dragged down by a bunch of Terriers over there on the back line. Look at this play from George, trying his best to keep his off-tank alive, and they might have stabilized.
George does a lot of work there. It's going to buy time at the very least for the reset to come in. This should be Purdue coming back with a victory, especially with that pickoff as the amplification matrix is up, and that will spell it as Purdue gets the elimination there, and it will roll into second. However, not without cost, especially as, you know, CMU tried to reset. Purdue does not allow them. And Korbeck, I have to say, George, definitely a highlight play there. This would have been a 3.5 minute time bank, if not for the theatrics of the Lucio player.
It was genuinely beautiful Lucio play. I think it was some of the cleanest I think I've seen in a really long time. And the high noon coming out here, we'll see if they can pick something up with it. You see the shield getting pounded right there, but flanking will die. That's an unfortunate loss right there, and that's opened up some aggression from the Central Methodist University. They will come surging forward here, and Purdue Gold just reeling back and resetting.
Just aggression, right? Recognizing that there's a little overstep there from Purdue Gold, and the shatter comes through as well as the cleanup on the back line. Now the reset comes in. CMU have an advantage at this point because the cart is kind of caught at that first corner, and they have the tools to close it out. Gravitic Flux, Dragon Strike, they just need to dodge this Blizzard here from Mina.
Blizzard early, Gravitic Flux on the other side. Terriermon well positioned there. The Dragon Strike following it up. They can't find any kills, though. It was a really well-placed Immortality Field. The Sound Barrier coming in from the Bush Spy, just keeping his team alive, and that actually gets Black Magic down. The Diva Bomb goes sailing in the backline. That's Luna down. Another Remake kill for Tiber right there. Terriermon and Sky trying to hold it together, but they're playing out on the flank. The cart's just rolling along.
The play there from the flank is honestly fine. It's just the issues. They don't get that Immortality Field down, right? The setup was right. They knew the Blizzard was coming in, so they try and play a separate two-player squad alongside. Now, I mean, CMU has to stay alive. They cannot be staggered out here.
Here comes Thick, and here come a pair of amplification matrices. A Immortality Field destroyed there as well. In the midst of all of that, the High Noon will be coming online very shortly for both of these McCrees. Could be important in this fight. Flanking gets it first, goes for it early on, and that just adds to the woes here for Central Methodist University. Andy tries to come back on the other side, and he's just buried. Laugh on. That wouldn't do it at all, unfortunately.
That is Red Cassidy versus Blue Cassidy in a nutshell. One hits the Deadeye, the other, all 6 players look at you instantly and take you out. So, stuff. Obviously, Andy not at fault there. That is very much a last-ditch effort that and the fight had already been lost. But I mean, credit to Purdue Gold for, I think, the later half of this map, since they captured second point, never really giving time for CMU to reset fully. Despite, CMU having some good reads on the fights, they just don't have the execution timing down, and Purdue Gold just kind of outpaces them in those instances. I say all that. It's still only 1:09 on the clock, which is a respectable time, but, a fairly approachable one nonetheless.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that about execution. I was kind of feeling the same way, to be honest. It looks like CMU has a lot of the right ideas. Like you talked about the play on the flank, it's not necessarily bad, right? It's kind of not a bad idea at all. It's just it seems to be a little bit of kind of almost an initiative gap between these two sides, where Purdue Gold just kind of sees it, reaches out, and takes it a little bit faster. And as a result, CMU just kind of getting left in the dirt. And you do also get the feeling here at times, Lafon, that the just kind of raw aggression that's coming out of Purdue Gold is perhaps stifling some of CMU's planning.
And I mean, that's the mark of a good team, right? You don't allow the opposition opposition's plan to work. Now, speaking of planning changing up, this is actually going to be the Pharah in play, and Purdue Gold, though they do have the hit scan in Cassidy, it's not a pocketed player. So Sky should have a little bit more potential in pardon this, the Sky. As there isn't really someone who can shut them down directly.
It's like that Simpsons Say It meme right there. I was waiting for it. I was going to say Sky in the sky overhead, raining down rockets, and instead gets sent right back to the spawn room by a vicious icicle here from Mina, and that has just ripped the guts out of the CMU push. They go for the res there as well, and Luna's just down, and that's good night, Irene. Right back to spawn doors you go.
It's a bold attempt at a res, and one that will get punished fairly swiftly. Mina has been a real threat. I think Mina has been a critical member on this squad for Purdue Gold throughout the entirety of this series. The Blizzards have been excellent. I think one of the reasons why CMU has not really quite found their footing here on map number 2 has been the fact that Mina has been aggressive with the Mei, trying to get in through the backline, and has been hitting the shots with the icicles, the right click, the alt fire, if you will. And she has really, really put pressure on, the front line for CMU. Speaking of, Sky going to switch off as they head over to the Reaper instead.
Oh, straight in, right to the face, trying to get all the damage they can on the front line. The High Noon coming out early from flanking. Flanking being kept alive here. They're powering forward into it. They won't get any value off of it. It's a good May wall there from Mina to split things up and make things difficult. Mina deploying the Blizzard here as well as Black Magic goes down, and that is just that. Purdue Gold overwhelming CMU.
Yeah, that is just fast, and there's not really much you can do. Terriermon had spent that entire fight at about 25% of their maximum health points because and just never able to kind of get up to full HP to reset. So your one saving grace is that both the Shatter and the Blizzard were used in the same fight. Small window of opportunity exists whereby you can try and play around the amplification matrix, but Q has the ability to slow things down here with the sound barrier.
Well, they're playing tight up against the wall. Here comes the roll around the outside. The High Noon coming in as well. Andy trying to get to the outside flank. Almost had an opportunity for a kill. Won't find anything with the High Noon, though. Instead, Andy continuing to put damage forward. His Thick does go down, so the Reinhardt has been taken out of this fight. Tiber, though, sends the Diva Bomb sailing back the other way and blows this wide open. Andy, the lone gunslinger, trying to fight it out with the amplification matrix. It's a 2v3. One of those two is a baby Diva. Tiber might actually lose them back here, manages to keep it alive. Somehow Terriermon gets one with the bomb, and now it's 3v1 on the point. Now 2v2. They're just dancing around here, both teams at the absolute extent of what they have left in the tank, trying to make this fight stick. And CMU looks like they might emerge here. Looked unlikely for a second, but they will secure.
The critical turning point of that fight is the fact that Terriermon is able to stay alive in a pilot form and is able to generate the mech for the return. The spawns just favor CMU a little bit too much, and Purdue Gold are unable to reset. Now, speaking of reset, Purdue Gold cannot go down here. Any further staggers will really cost them this second phase.
They barely gave him any time to reset at all. Flanking comes surging out, though, and gets an early behind. I think that might be more than enough here. It sure looks like it. They'll manage to push him right back to the card at least.
Yeah, they're playing up really aggressively. They don't want to let CMU any further in. And Tiber going to reset here, making sure to get back in the mech because they will have time before this next fight. Purdue Gold are actually in a really, really strong position. High ground control, choke point control, Blizzard, Shatter. This is looking good for them. CMU have to survive a lot with not much left, as it's only the sound barrier available for George here in about a couple of percent.
Well, they take the fight to the top of the terrace, and a little bit of it engaged there at the top of the stairs named a siege tank. No side really wanting to be the one that does the big commit. The amplification matrix coming out, but the Blizzard going the opposite direction. It's Mina again, this time like a dagger in the back, stabbing into the rear of the enemy team and securing their deaths.
Flanking May is the deadliest one, right? I've heard that story somewhere before. Terriermon will find revenge, but it's short-lived. That's going to be the reset here. CMU... I think the critical thing for this fight has been that CMU has been losing this fight so cleanly. They have not been able to generate much in terms of resources. And Overwatch ultimately revolves around, those big cooldowns, around those ultimates. So Purdue Gold sort of icing out, undefinitely intended, their opposition.
Oh, it's a Shatter on the front deck, though. Thick getting in thickly there at the start, and it's kind of turned a little bit disastrous, though. Flanking doing a good job of repairing some of that with a beautiful High Noon and the quick follow-up on the other end. And poor George, well, he's dead as well.
The element there is that the Shatter actually finds a lot, so you have to use both the Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier just to keep everybody alive. And by the time that goes through, the Deadeye is able to clean up. It's a good rotation there, and CMU, off the back of just a brilliant Shatter from Thick, are all taken out. Now, there is some element of the reset coming in. Black Magic does have the Shatter. You do have the Deadeye coming online. The name of the game, though, is landing these abilities, and that has been a bit of a tall ask for the front line for CMU at this point.
CMU just wants to ride the ride, man, but they can't get through StarCraft land at the moment, and they are going to go for a big long rotate in here through the arcade. Up to the top floor they go, and that means there'll be a fight in the arcade as well, and Luna's dead first. Well, that is not good. Andy popping the High Noon right there, trying to make something out of nothing, and unfortunately nothing is all he'll get with that. Actually, he does get Tiber's back, but not enough to salvage the rest of the team. The sheer brutality being unleashed inside. I say that, though. Thick is down. The Blizzard coming out here from Sky, and they might just turn this around. And that's two May walls right on top of each other. Terriermon and Andy, though, stacking up. Andy will go down. It's another kind of knock him down, drag them all brawl on the interior. And unfortunately, it looks like CMU might not be the winners here.
It's tough to. This is going to be interesting because the reset comes in from CMU. They've made a fast switch as Black Magic goes over to the Winston. Mina on the Widowmaker here. First time we've seen this long-range hit scan. The final overtime play coming into position here.
Luna down, and well, the kills now coming in favor of Purdue Gold. It was a bit of a weird kind of re-engage right there from these two teams. Terriermon comes drifting in but can't touch, and it looked like CMU lost, and then it looked like they won, and then they did lose, and Purdue Gold will take map number 2.
It was a close read. It was very, very close from CMU. That Blizzard was very nearly the difference maker. But as much as CMU tried to be the team that executed with with pace, to borrow a word from physical sports, they haven't been able to outpace their opposition. And I feel like when CMU pressed the go button, Purdue's just like, yeah, we've already done it twice. So it's a very tough read here for CMU, and as a result, they've kind of taken the 2-0 loss at this point. They do have to play map number 3 for that map differential, but I mean, it's very difficult when you have a team playing as quickly and as focused as Purdue Gold is.
Well, we'll see if Purdue Gold can maintain that focus and that quickness, that pace, right after this break. Hello and welcome back to the NECC here for some Overwatch. I'm Corbeck and alongside me is Lathon. And well, it's already turned into a bit of a victory here for Purdue Gold, but CMU still have one map to fight for. Map points do matter, Lathon, so there is plenty to continue to contest here as we roll on to our next map.
Yeah, Purdue actually is fighting for this map just as much as CMU is, because they are fighting for that. You know, they're trying to duel for that top spot, and map differential does come into play quite a bit. So for Purdue Gold, to kind of cement their place, they're still in that shaky zone where they're not quite sure. That being said, they still would love this victory, and I think with how the first two maps have gone, Purdue definitely has the upper hand heading into map number 3. CMU trying to recover a little bit though, just pick up one, right? It doesn't give you the victory, but at least it's something stepping into sort of that score line that you're looking at.
There's also, I think, the desire to play spoiler a little bit at times, right? Like, we know that Purdue Gold is in a hunt for Bethel University pilots, especially, like you said, when it comes to map score. So CMU may be looking for a little bit of a long-term vengeance here if they can sort of upset the wagon, as it were, for Purdue Gold in this matchup. But, well, it's interesting. We're seeing the initial composition coming out here from CMU, and what do you make of it?
Slow-paced, high-ground control, designed to poke and just take away resources. It's kind of what comes to mind immediately. Obviously, the double shield, the long-range damage dealers by Andy and Sky, and then you obviously have the healing throughput plus the damage boost of the Mercy from Luna. So, Purdue Gold, though, this is all about quick. It's all about pace. That's a term we've kind of brought forward quite a bit here in this series. This is a fast-moving composition. True Dive, GT Dive in play. Almost the OG one, actually. The only difference is the Bush Spy on Zen instead of Lucio.
Yeah, very close to it, like you said. So this should be entertaining indeed to see if they can get over the top and really get in for the damage here. Purdue Gold, though, happy to just continue to push the cart up the street. It's the best shield in the world. It never goes down. Flanking, jumping right into the face of the enemy team, and he escapes the jaws of doom. But here comes the rest of the squad, at least temporarily flanking, putting in more damage. But Sky there, picking off Genji just one more time on the Hanzo. Still, look at how far this cart has gotten. They're just going to continue rolling here for as long as they can, and a very extended engagement coming out between these two teams. Neither one really getting much of the advantage. That said, the cart continuing to roll here, and now a Nano Monkey in play as well. They did lose the Bush Spy, but is it enough to reverse the threat presented here? Thick taking a lot of damage, forced to duck out the other end. The Tracer there, Mina, playing a bit of a hassle moment. They're still going. They just will not disengage here on the front line. Black Magic is down, and this sort of pacey comp basically wearing out CMU, at least temporarily, because they've gone right back in for the engage. Here come the Dragons across the point as well. Flanking, dropping up on the high ground now, looking for a support kill, as a Gravitic Flux has already been used, but the entire time now the card has been moving. Finally, it gets contested, and finally, Purdue Gold will break the deadlock.
That is going to be it. It really was a case of Purdue Gold not ever being forced to retreat, and so didn't. CMU never got those eliminations, those key eliminations that they really needed. And so with that, Purdue Gold said, okay, I'll just keep going and, use those resources, use those cooldowns, the Nano Boost, obviously the Primal Rage, all looking good. And here's the problem. CMU have lost high ground control with Purdue Gold setting up on this cart. And look at the cooldowns they have available to them. Dragon Blade's online, Nano Boost is available as well. And Mina finding an isolated Terriermon with that pistol.
An unfortunate loss early on here in what is essentially the poke phase, but there comes the dive again. CMU only been given maybe a couple of seconds really to catch their breath here, and Mina giving the support no time at all in the backline, flanking, unleashing the blade. Andy's down. He'll get Luna as well. Terriermon getting a little bit of revenge there, but isn't enough revenge. Tiber comes sailing up over the top. Black Magic is destroyed, and they'll lose the beatdown bongo as well. Now the amplification matrix is out, and again, no rest here. Purdue Gold just keeping the pressure on. George finally managing to get a kill.
There is a reset capable here, though, for CMU. They have the close response. They've gotten a couple of eliminations, so they are going to go for the cart, but they're working with not much time here.
The bomb comes sailing in. It didn't really find anybody, at least initially. Tiber is down. It looks like George has added another one, and finally, I think we will see Purdue Gold forced into a position where they have to retreat. Oh, Andy, that was close.
Yeah. That's a good read, though, by CMU. A good resolution from them. Recognizing that they have the advantage in numbers, they have the advantage in spawn location, much closer, obviously, and wait till the last possible moment Andy getting a little bit of revenge there on the flank as the headshot comes in. And now CMU have the ideal positioning. They have the Gravitic Flux. More critically, though, they have the high ground. And Purdue Gold has to work a lot harder to find value. And that's going to be really on the back of a dive between Thick and Mina, specifically using that Pulse Bomb to try and isolate a target.
They must play for that high ground control here. The dive goes up, and it's over. Thick leading the charge, and the Gravitic Flux answering Thick, and Thick, well, he's right back to the spawn doors. He just gets melted there on the high ground. Terriermon holding on the front line, a little cheeky attempt to sneak it in on the back. A good pulse bomb there from Mina to pick up a kill, gets another one. Oh, and I was about to say this fight might be done, but no, they come sailing back in. George is resurrected, though, and that should settle things down.
They do get the Bob out from a fight that was lost, though, so you're okay with that. The Pulse Bomb trade, more than enough. And, I mean, yes, it's not ideal, but CMU still have, you know, they have to work a little bit harder to try and get this next defensive run going. George, though, already up to an amplification matrix, and again, that high ground, so much potential as Mina makes the switch over to the Widowmaker here.
Well, Thick getting poked here the entire time. The minefield coming in from Black Magic, who rolls through the entire enemy team, finds himself in a position many a Wrecking Ball has been in before, and beats a hasty retreat before re-engaging. Oh, the health bar going away really fast there. Black Magic will go down. George cannot save him, but he can get a kill on the back end, and some more kills come stumbling in for CMU.
Good support there onto Black Magic. Yeah, they're, you know, it's not a play that's gonna save your KD or anything, but it'll win you fights, and that's what you really need. Total trust in the team to execute on a play. That is an aggressive Nanoblade.
That is an aggressive Nanoblade. Terriermon survives for a good long while there thanks to the Immortality field. Black Magic there securing maybe a few more lives with his boop up into the air, but Mina coming out here on the Widowmaker gets 2 already. And now Thick is unleashing with the Primal Rage, goes on a bit of a chase there, and will take down Andy to break this open.
Yeah, final minute of play, and it's a big pickup from Mina, though. 2 headshots, critical picks. Gonna force Sky over to the Mirrored Widow. But this fight needs to be clean from Purdue Gold as the contest comes in from Black Magic.
Black Magic is taken out right there, relatively easy by the team. Good recovery. Sky now on the Widowmaker on the other side, but it feels like it's all in vain. A little trade back and forth there. Mina will die, gets caught on the wall, and Sky gets the kill, but the rest of the team is dying. The Transcendence invested here on the point. The Bush Spy just keeping Purdue alive. They're running out of time. Less than 40 seconds left in the fight as Andy takes down Maceration, so one of the healers is out. Andy gets the other support as Andy just won this for them with some beautiful Tracer play in the back line. Andy's low on health, though, and their favor is basically repeated by Tiber on the other side, and they'll both peel off for a second. In the midst of it all, the point got through.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate timing, is that as the fight looked like it was about to flip, the cart rolled in. No one was able to contest. And Andy goes for the one clip, but Mina tags them, so it's going to be the reset. And with the spawn so close, you have to back up if you are CMU. That being said, you bought a lot of time off the clock. Purdue Gold now down to 1.5 minutes, and this point is notoriously difficult to capture. As some switches came in. Terriermon now on the Zarya than Sigma.
Well, Black Magic slamming in, has the bubble for assistance. Good minefield there to take down May. Just destroys the Ana in the back line. Black Magic continuing to fight it out here. Sky and Andy respectively get some picks in. CMU, I tell you what, Lafon, they are biting and holding. They do not want to give this up.
Yeah, excellently done. And I mean, this is now the most critical fight, though, because if you lose this fight off the back of the fact that you don't have any resources to kind of work with, then you will likely, I mean, the cart's still at the beginning point, but you will give up some progress in the second phase. Purdue Gold have those cooldowns available. Terriermon bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and that's going to open up Purdue Gold's opportunity here on this third phase.
Wow, the Zarya down very early. The Nano Boost coming in. The Blade to follow. The Blade comes out, and there's really nobody around. He's trying to chase a Mercy in the air. He will get Sky, but he can't find another pick with it. Luna's still dancing around. Will go down. Black Magic taken out here as well, and that might be the opening that they needed. 30 seconds left on the clock. Cart still going.
And not only that, they have the closeout ability here for the Primal Rage to just knock everyone away. Nick needs to stay alive here, though.
Diva Bomb comes sailing in towards the spawn doors. Black Magic comes rolling out, just desperate to get the contest in. Andy is down. We'll go back to the spawn room. George still alive, though, nearly on that sound barrier. The Lucio just needs to stay alive long enough to get that back into play, keep the team alive. The cast time so long, but he does manage to get it off for about 4 members of the squad, including Luna, who has the Valkyrie going right now. The Rez coming in there. They will get Terriermon back in the fight, so at least one tank present in the midst of this brawl. Black Magic is back in the room as well. well. So they've got that in play. 2 kills going their way, making it 2 more. Beautiful minefield from Black Magic there to secure the kills they needed, and that should shut it down. CMU will hold on the last point of Dorado.
Excellent, presence under pressure by both George and Luna. The one thing is George obviously stalling out long enough to get the sound barrier, then landing it and making sure the remaining members of the team stay alive. But Luna, of course, as well, she uses the Valkyrie, comes in over the brig, so cannot be stunned out of the Resurrect, brings back Terriermon on the Zarya. The Graviton Surge is available, and that just spells the end for Purdue Gold, who can't focus down enough targets. And, CMU, considering how tough the second phase really was for them, get a remarkable distance, on this, get enough shutdown potential there to prevent the third phase from being fully completed.
Yeah, it was looking pretty spicy there for a second. I thought Purdue might be able to go through it, but I feel like George has sort of been the hero of the Central Methodist lineup, for lack of a better term. I mean, Luna deserving credit as well, obviously, but George has just done such a good job on the Lucio. We've seen him now on 2, I would say, really kind of highlight level plays on that particular off support, just doing a spectacular job. But, well, now the sides have flipped, and this is an interesting attacking setup, to say the least.
It certainly is. I mean, Purdue Gold as well, as we take a quick look at their roster and kind of how they're shaping up. They're playing the high mobility tanks with a little bit more static damage dealers, right? They're playing a little bit more ranged here, so clearly allowing the tanks to take the aggression on the cart, with the DPS playing from the high ground as Andy looks for a shot with the Widowmaker, doesn't find anything. And I mean, this is going to be tough, though, because CMU has control of the objective, and these tanks are incredibly vulnerable to the amount of damage, especially with the DPS that are facing up against.
Oh, Sky getting a case of the happy feet right there. Can hardly believe him. Andy goes sailing up again, but it's Terriermon who's already down on the Reinhardt. Tiber just holding on to the high ground, playing Pixies over the corner here with that Bastion, just trying to put pressure onto it. George dead here as well. The Bastion going back into turret format. Won't win it out. Thick is there to help. And that's broken.
I don't necessarily agree with the support line choices here if you're running the Bastion, right? You need the ability to just keep them alive while the dive comes in and allow Bastion time to deal damage. So I don't think the Lucio Mercy play was correct. That being said, they are going to switch up now to mirror out the damage dealers that Purdue Gold have at their behest, as it's going to be the double hit scan yet again.
Mina just controlling the high ground very well, putting out a ton of damage there from the legs, not really letting anybody have a moment of respite. The cart now coming underneath the bridge, not quite through yet. There's still some contest going on. Mina finally feeling a little bit of pressure here on the high ground. Black Magic trying to get the hook, won't find it. Terriermon is dead. Andy's dead as well, and, well, he'll get res right back into it, but Mina's got the tac fires on the high ground. There's nothing to stop it. It's about free range as you get for a soldier, and that will do that.
And doesn't quite get far enough in time to eliminate Sky with the remnants of the Tactical Visor, and in fact won't get the elimination at all, as some fancy footwork from Sky and some good aim brings a little bit of a retreat call from the opposite soldier. But that being said, Purdue Gold have wasted so much time here. 2 minutes left on the clock here as the Deadeye gets committed from the high ground.
Oh, and it's a good one. 2 kills with the Deadeye from flanking. He's hooked and killed immediately, but Black Magic pays for his brief moment of success with his life. Sky comes charging in to try and do something and dies as well.
Flanking, in fact, was in the front line. Did not actually go on the flank for that.
No, he did not.
Resurrect successfully out of spawn, but that is not a place you really want to commit that, so that is unfortunate. Purdue Gold also still have a lot of resources here as the Nano Boost is available, I should say, as to the Primal Rage.
Well, the advance coming in here from CMU. They get underneath the bridge. Andy pops the high noon here, pretty much point-blank engagement range, just looking for something. He will find one. He gets the kill onto the bush spy. It's a good kill. But flanking and Tiber, they don't give him a moment to breathe. The Diva Bomb comes sailing up, and now the Primal Rage unleashed as well. Thick going to town there will take down Andy. Luna still alive, though. The support lineup continuing to be heroes for the CMU side, keeping them in this fight well past perhaps the point that they should have. Sky will go down, but not before he takes Thick with him to the grave.
That is going to be rather a remarkable timing here. Sound barrier available. Has to be committed to keep the tank alive, despite this not being a true recontest. Black Magic makes the most of it, though, with an excellent hook elimination.
They just not giving him any time to rest. They're right back into the fight here, and as I say that, the attack visor will come out. It's a little abrupt and ends the same way. And it does look like maybe finally they've kind of put paid to the Purdue Gold defense, but certainly a kind of a clunky finish there.
Certainly was, and I mean, it was expensive too, as Purdue Gold tried to use everything on the reset, and so too did CMU. So both teams will head to the high ground here on the second phase, though it must be said, CMU aren't working with a lot of time. 2 minutes, 50 seconds can easily be whittled away, as we noticed on Purdue Gold's offensive run.
Taking him for a bit of a ride right there is Terriermon, who loses a significant amount of health in the process. Now George is in here as well, trying to get a kill, and well, Flanking's having absolutely none of that, just easily shuts him down, and the rest of the CMU team has shown the door out of the bank.
Charging to the back line rarely pays dividends, and there too it doesn't, so it's going to be the reset there as well for CMU, and stagger kills are coming through. That being said, though, the Bush Spy gets caught out and eliminated, so the Resurrect not online, as CMU find the business end of a Widowmaker headshot.
Oh my lord, Mina, stop! You've already won! You don't need to do that. Luna's going in for the kill, though. The Danger Moth here in full form, chasing Mina down, and they're back into healing distance. Oh, Luna's forced to retreat right there. Mina had to run away, though. Everybody make note of that.
There's nothing more terrifying, in all honesty, as a Widowmaker than seeing a Valking Mercy in your face.
It's so true. Good kill from Flanking right there. The attack visor coming out from Sky will put Mina down for good. Diva Bomb comes sailing in the other way. Remap kill getting tossed in there as well. The stick gets one onto Luna. And still the fight is in CMU. Terriermon trying to make it stick in the back line, but he's just one angry man with a hammer versus a lot of enemies. Black Magic has jumped in to try and save his main tank life, and all he'll get for it is death himself.
And now we're down to that minute 15 mark here, so signaling the end of the map, perhaps. CMU, I mean, they're walking up against... Oh, Sky's going to have a very difficult time here with this duel, as Mina has the Infrasight on a line, which will make things just a little bit easier for the Widowmaker in red.
Sky is destroyed. Yeah, goodbye. Mina was there, is waiting for it. Times it perfectly. The dive coming in on the front end. Black Magic again trying to get a hook there in vain. And now Black Magic is under the sniper's sights. George is dead yet again. The heroics ending in nothing but turmoil. Terriermon dropping the shatter at close quarters, but he can't convert the fire strike into a kill on Maceration. The nano boost was used there, though. And, well, that'll let them re-engage there sort of onto Black Magic. I don't think they necessarily needed it. But that will be that, at least temporarily.
20 seconds remaining, and now you're looking at like a, what is the opportunity to find victory here on this map for CMU? And it must be admitted that you kind of just have to go fast and use a sound barrier to get to the objective and then hope to get a nice pick off with the Widowmaker comboed with the Roadhog, but that is certainly a much taller task than I make it out to be.
5 seconds left on the clock. Bush Spy pops the Valk, and that will be go time here. They're still fighting, though, around the point, trying to make it stick. Can they do it? Luna gets one. Mina, though, returning the favor immediately, takes out Sky, and that's Tiber's bomb up and over. The remap kill as well. Tiber dies for it, but take the 3K, take the map win, and take the 3-0 in the series.
Purdue Gold close it out in style as Dorado goes their way. So too does the series. And what a roller coaster of a match. It has been rather fast-paced and hectic all the way through, Korbeck, I have to say. And a quick highlight here from the end of the series. And some nice shots from Andy.
No breathing, only action. That's the way, especially this Dorado map played out. They just never let him have a moment to rest. Actually, both sides really there, not giving up much on the disengages. It was just kind of like, fight's sort of over, but no, let's just keep going. Put the pressure on one side or the other, and we'll see what develops.
Yeah, and I mean, Purdue Gold was able to play at that pace, right? That's one of the things, too, is we always talk about play faster. This is something that you see at all levels of play. But the thing is, when you get to those, quicker, the less time you have to make a play, the more mistakes you are likely to make. For Purdue Gold, though, not only are they able to play that quickly, they don't make very many mistakes under that pressure of speed. So that really has been, I think, the sort of eye-opening, or I should say, really the moment that I think Purdue Gold sort of stepped in was after that first round on Busan, stepping up in a big way and just playing faster and more clinically all the way throughout to give themselves this 3-0.
And Purdue Gold does take the victory, but we're not quite done with Overwatch yet here on the NECC tonight. One more match coming your way. It's Blue Gold Esports versus Murray State Blue. Laughlin and I will be back with that matchup right after this break.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC here. Last Overwatch match of this particular Thursday. Laugh On is here. I'm Corbeck, and we've got Blue Gold Esports B versus Murray State Blue here in the Navigators Cyan division. And Laugh On, what are we looking at here in terms of this matchup?
A lot of mirrored colors, first of all. Navigator Cyan, we've got Blue Gold Esports Blue. There's two blues in that name. Murray State Blue, another blue there, so. One of these teams will have to be in red, though, so I hesitate to say this, but the pattern will be broken. We've got to take a look at the standings, of course, here for our Navigator Cyan division. And, both these teams doing a respectable level of performance here, 3 and 4, respectively, in their position. And so, as that means is both these teams kind of gunning for the win here.
Very much so. I mean, both, as you can see from this, solidly mid-table. It is worth pointing out that I believe Murray State played Rio Grande in week 6, and that result is still pending. So a little bit of a black box there between these two teams, and that probably would affect these standings perhaps a little bit, though you can see that there is a relatively significant map differential between Blue Gold Esports B and Murray State Blue. So that is something I think worth taking into account here before we, get rolling on the day.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's more of like an insurance policy here for Blue Gold Esports to kind of get that win, and ideally get as many maps to their name as is possible, right? Just cementing themselves towards the top end of this division here with a victory, especially if they can get the 3-0, right? Getting to plus 10 would be ideal. We get a chance, of course, to talk about that. We'll see it throughout the later stages of the series. We got to talk about the maps, though, because we get to see all 3 behind me. And therefore, below me is Busan. Behind Corbeck will be our map number 2, Blizzard World. And of course, map number 3 will be Dorado. So that is going to be the name of the game as we get set to get into Busan here in just a moment.
Yeah, starting off with the Koth math, of course, as per usual. And of course, we will play all 3 maps here at the NECC. Map points do matter, as Laufon mentioned. You want to get that map differential up, especially if you're sitting in the hot seat, as Blue Gold Esports B is. So hopefully we can get started here for a second. We'll see what these two teams have to show us. Keeping in mind, compared to our last match, Navigator Cyan a little bit lower in terms of overall SR. So we might not be seeing as much of the perhaps strategic depth as we saw last time, though certainly these matches have an interest and a charm that is all their own.
Yeah, and I think we should highlight that Blue Gold Esports has been on stream before, and we've gotten a chance to kind of see their gameplay. I think player that comes to mind immediately is Raspberry, who on the main tank role performed quite well. I remember seeing her Reinhardt and saying that was, being impressed with the level of quality that came into play. So you can see already on mecha base, we're seeing that hover come through for Raspberry on the Reinhardt. And as I said, looked pretty good with it when they brought it out the last time they were on stream.
Yeah, I remember that as well, actually. I've also had a chance to cast this side, and I remember Raspberry was a particular stick out as a very strong player, so we'll see what that Reinhardt can get up to here, especially at the start. I mean, looking at this double shield on the other side could spell potential disaster here for Murray State Blue, depending on how hard the aggro comes in right here, but taking their sweet time to at least get the initial in. There's a teleport there as well, and that'll give them a bit of an opening play here. Raspberry already in the front line, trying to go straight down the gut and get some hits in with that hammer. Hasn't quite found his distance just yet, but a good kill early on there onto Pangs. That'll take him down, and well, it'll just clean up the rest of them easy as you please.
And all that the back of the aggressive showing from Raspberry on the main tank. So highlighted at the top, the broadcast continues to perform excellently, up to 80% on the ultimate, ahead of everybody in the lobby by a significant margin. The only person close is a Fireheart, who, building up to the amplification matrix, even still outpaced by her main tank. So keep an eye out on that, as Raspberry got a good fire strike in. Will have the Earth Shatter up, and I don't know that Murray State Blue recognizes that. On top of that, the Immortality Field was used, so no defensive utility online here for Murray State Blue.
Paying panic a little bit there, getting that Immortality Field out. Raspberry drops the hammer right into the front line of the enemy team, and on a 10-player kill streak as well, with the team kill gong sounding.
And that's +6. All players affected by that shutdown resource there. The ultimate committed 1 ult win. It's going to buy time for the Photon Barrier as well as the Amplification Matrix to be brought into play. And Blue Gold Esports will hold control of this choke as a result.
Well, Murray State returns to the attack there. They will go for the rotate this time. No immortality field used in that particular circumstance, so they will be able to hold on to it at least temporarily. They come out straight into the jaws of Blue Gold Esports. They were waiting on the rotate. Logos getting knocked back there by the accretion. Will stay in it just a little bit longer. There's the immortality fund coming in, but the Diva Bomb sent sailing in, gets 3, and that put paid to any hopes Murray State Blue had.
Sinsong tries to get back into spawn, will escape just barely from the aggressors of Blue Gold Esports. The immortality field gets taken out and the self-destruct does the rest. And I mean, Blue Gold has done a great job of making this very cheap for themselves, right? Not many resources. However, Murray State Blue will have the opportunity to get to the objective and contain a percentage here, especially if they use the Blizzard to slow things down.
The engage coming in almost immediately. The attack visor popped out early. There's a lot of ults, though, on the side of Murray State Blue, and they need to start using them, but they can't turn the fight. Sinsong with the invisible coalescence here from our perspective, just trying to burn someone down. Won't find anyone. Pang jumps in as well, and they get gunned down on the point, and that'll be that.
Blue Gold Esports take the opportunity to just run at the choke point and say to Murray State, come to us, and Murray State has no response. That will be the 100-0 here on round 1, as Blue Gold doing a really, really good job in controlling kind of the pace of this match.
Just again, kind of the aggression akin to maybe kind of what we saw last match, in just terms of there's no rest here for Murray State Blue. I feel like they would kind of set up Lafon, and then it would just immediately bleed Blue Gold Esports right in their face. They didn't give them any time to breathe.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of time to breathe, you're not going to get much of that either here in round number 2. It's a very high tempo composition here from Blue Gold, right? The dive looking play coming in with the double bubble, as you've got NECC on the Tracer as well.
Blue Gold rotating around into the cinema here. They'll look back towards the point. Murray State wastes no time with the rotates, goes straight onto the objective. Getting a little strung out here, though. They'll need to recoalesce again, at least temporarily. You see Unusual Flame there kind of trying to lead the charge on the flank, but the immortality field used by Pang early on will go down. Unusual Flame follows that immortality field into the grave, and there'll be more kills coming the way of Blue Gold Esports. Morrison just sitting here on the high ground, really entirely uncontested, happy to shoot at whoever he likes. A little bit of aim trainer right there.
Yeah, completely uncontested, right? That's the unfortunate thing when you have a core hit scan come up. Cassidy, you know, while everyone has to kind of focus on the front line, on the tanks, right? Cassidy gets to the high ground, and really, who are you going to send up to chase him down? I mean, a tube of glue perhaps, but that is such a waste of, you know, spacing, because the front line kind of has to put pressure to it. Now, I mean, Blue Gold doesn't have much in terms of resources. Raspberry, again, leading the pack as NECC comes up with full spawn.
Tube of Glue trying to fight it out on top of the building right here. Just give her team a little bit of space to be able to use, and it's not really coming forward. The Diva can't find much. That said, Mythic will go down, and no, Pangs is getting in on the action as well. So 2 sturdy kills here early on for Murray State. They'll go around the train side of things and come back onto the point. They see a Moira there waiting for him, but Rixor already heading for the heels. They will continue to push on. GS Morrison, though, continues to be uncontested on the high ground, goes for the high noon as well, finds nothing with it. Fireheart is down here as well, and that might be bad news bears for the rest of this Blue Gold team. Now they've got some bodies trickling back into the fight, though, and they will continue to contest this out, but I don't really know how much more resistance they can muster in this scenario. Pang desperately trying to stay alive here as Rixor's Coalescence comes across. It won't save them. The Diva Bomb thrown in at the tail end, and Rixor somehow manages to clean up 2 on the Coalescence despite the point flipping.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, Murray State's going to try and generate as much time on the objective as possible, but it feels almost inevitable at this point for Blue Gold to bring it back, especially with that punch, knocking out by Rixor in the back line, but not getting the elimination.
Unfortunate there, Rixor just ride the wall, and they repay that by getting Sing Song out early on. And there's the kills just stacking up here. Pang trying to play some long healing in on the Baptiste, but it will avail them none as the fight is over in relatively short time.
That being said, you equalize in terms of point percentage here for Murray State Blue, so they're able to get through. Now it's a full 6-person reset here for Murray State, as they need a re-aggression. That being said, Blue Gold Esports has a win condition established. Nano boosts the Winston. Raspberry will then use the Primal Rage to stall out a little bit further. And on top of that, you have the Graviton Surge and Deadeye if necessary to close things out.
Pang throwing in a little bit of healing there, always kind of trailing behind the rest of the team, as it were. They take a little
big
touch.
anti.
The damage orbs, huge anti-nade. That'll force the sound barrier out, but not everybody gets caught with it. Fire Art with a really good sleep right there in the midst of everything, but now we've got a nano-boosted Winston in on the fight. Raspberry does manage to get Tube of Glue down, but the Shatter coming in on the backside might put paid to any more from this attack. Unusual Flame just trying to find a pick here as Raspberry going to town with this Primal, just juggling around the Reaper. Can't quite get the kill down. That won't stop GS Morrison, though, who continues to be an absolute menace. And look at that, a 3K with the high noon to put paid to this particular stage.
And that means that the map itself will end. MX Thick taken out, but alas, zoning Graviton Surge will signal the end of the map as Blue Gold takes Busan 2-0. And really, really strong team play here from the squad in blue.
Oh, very much so, and we get to see a little bit of a Raspberry highlight as well. Reinhardt was popping, and what else could it be but the mighty 6K Shatter right here? It's just everybody falling to the floor in front of Raspberry, who happily lets his team clean up the rest.
Yeah, that's just excellently done by Raspberry. She comes in a big way for the main tank position. And I have to say, I think across the board, there's been a case of synchronization here from Blue Gold Esports. They don't go in, there was an element at times where I thought that maybe they'd fall prey to their own aggression, right? Just try and just get a little bit more value from a cooldown. But really, they all played on the same page. No one was too far ahead or too far behind. Peel was there, and ultimately they only lost one team fight across this entire map. So that's remarkable stuff here as they look to try and get a 2-0 lead on map number 2.
Well, Blue Gold Esports comes out swinging in this mid-table fight, but don't go anywhere. Still 2 more maps to play here at the NECC right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final NECC Overwatch game of the day. It is Blue Gold Esports B versus Murray State Blue. I'm Corback. Alongside me is Lafon. And, well, if we're being honest with ourselves here, it was kind of all Blue Gold all the time on that last map.
Yeah, it was very much a strong showing from Blue Gold squad. And, I mean, well, they should. They really did step up in a big way. And I think, as we head into map number 2 is sort of mirrored behind us, Blizzard World will be our place of play. You're hoping for a little bit more presence from Murray State in that regard, right? Looking for a little bit more pressure on the back line, on the defense of of Blue Gold Esports. I will say a little bit of a warm-up round on round 1. It was 100-0, and Murray State did come back and win a couple of fights on stage 2, which is obviously a good sign as we head to the later stages of the series. But it really feels like Blue Gold are all on the same page as a squad, and as such have rightfully taken the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Murray State did put up more of a fight, certainly on that second stage. Maybe they got the measure of their opponents a little bit, but there were still some things that I think Blue Gold just had sort of the superior standing on. You think about particularly it was GS Morrison up there on the high ground on the Cassidy, just completely uncontested, really putting in the work. And unfortunately, they can't let things like that happen again as we get started here on Blizzard World.
We do have a substitute for Murray State Blue, as Zon will come in for the off-tank position, as Tuba Blue will take the back seat for this second map. We'll see how that, sort of filters out. Murray State, though, looking to play, I would call this a hybrid rush composition with the Sombra and the Doomfist. Blue Gold Esports, more static, playing the bunkered composition here, especially with the spam of MX Thick and GS Morrison.
Yeah, that is going to be some spam indeed. More spam than a spam sandwich really coming out of GS Morrison there, I assume, on the Junkrat. And they're moving up through the Lost Vikings, lost and found here, just trying to get themselves positioning for the start of this attack. And that means they're going to run right into the gut of this damage. And look at that, they've set up a little crossfire for themselves here as well. The Akrishi comes sailing across. GS Morrison playing in front of the shield there and doesn't need to do much. Mythic will get one kill early on. And what a kill it is. Pang down early. They're going for the other support here as well. The Lucio tries to dip, duck, dodge, and dive. Unfortunately, none of those things will get him very far, and Mythic just nails a headshot there on the Unusual Flame as well to shut down the Sombra, and that should put paid to this attack.
And this is the other thing too, is this was a relatively quick-paced fight, so credit to Unusual Flame, though. She's able to charge up about 30% of a EMP in a fight that did not go at all their way. So for Murray State Blue, your win condition here is to try and get this EMP online as quickly as possible and then follow in with the damage on the execution of the fight, right? For Blue Gold Esports, though, it's kind of business as usual. Gravitic Flux will be online in a moment, surprisingly ahead of everyone else, actually. Though Sigma does deal a lot of damage, don't often expect it ahead of the supports in this regard.
Well, they're going back around now up into the Griffin Ride, just trying to get a little bit of high ground here. They'll push up into the face of Logos, who is on that Sigma, and he's doing a good job of fending off the aggression here, but that will not stop the rotate back. They will regroup with the rest of the team, and the high ground now firmly in control of Murray State Blue, who are forced to sort of back up here for a second and maybe think about a different angle for the engage. They look like they're hesitating for a split second here, perhaps trying to get Dacon into position. Unusual Flame gets a hack early on right there, but the shield had already been fired. Now the tire comes sailing into the mix as the kills are already starting to stack up. Mythic gets a 3K. They might not even need the tire. In fact, they're just going to keep it dancing around until the end.
Oh, man. Sometimes you just gotta find things funny, amusing in Overwatch. And that Riptire dancing about while everyone is taken care of is just one of those moments.
It's almost kind of sad. He was just looking for a home,
That being said, I mean, here's a decent opportunity for Murray State Blue. Play quick, play off the amplification matrix, and force this high ground into your favor. Blue Gold Esports, though, if they're capable of doing this, they would like to not give up any of this space because they have the Gravitic Flux, they're going to have the Supercharger, and they're going to say to Murray State, try and deal damage just to take it away. And, that's going to be a tougher ask than, what you expect.
The Gravitic Flux comes in. Sinsong already dead. The Gravitic Flux comes down. No more casualties to add to the list just yet. Just one immortality field there taken out. GS Morrison, the one securing the destruction of the util. Rixor here does have the Valk in the pocket. And again, Unusual Flame continuing to be a nuisance in the backline, but needs to get a lot more done here as the Sombra, the rest of the team preparing to engage. Pang low on health will get the boost right there. And here they come. Unusual Flame only 8% away. Both of the amplification matrix going down in almost a mirror of one another. The immortality field thrown out early, but here comes the tire on the hunt. That's Sinsong down yet again. Pang firing the healing in, just trying to keep the main tank alive. Dacon jumping in now to try and get a pick. Won't find anyone. 28 seconds left on the clock. The beatdown bongos coming out there from Raspberry, and that will seal the deal.
That is going to be a very difficult place to kind of retake. If you can get to the objective and get a full fight going, there is still some potential here. EMP, Meteor Strike online. That's a big hack. Catches the tank and the main support here.
Does, but do they have the follow-up to really make it pay off? Unusual Flame is dead. Down comes Dacon into the midst of everything. Gets a punch in, doesn't get a kill off of it. Goes diving in for another one. GS Morrison and Mythic continuing to just rack up damage on the outside edge. Logo's right there in the pocket to help him as well. No mercy to be had in this blue-gold squad as the brave Zon tries to fight it out, but there's only so much one robot-wielding hamster can do in such a dangerous situation.
And that's going to be the full hold in play for Blue Gold Esports B. As now, 4 minutes to take that 1/3 of the objective. And Blue Gold Esports had one purpose on their mind when they started the game today, and that was to win. And it's looking more and more like they are headed inevitably to that conclusion.
It does kind of look like they're heading into that. Raspberry looks like they're calling for a bit of a technical pause there. Some microphone issues coming down on their ends. So the attack will be paced out a little bit here. But I will say, Laughlon, it never really felt like Blue Gold Esports was particularly threatened in this setup.
No, they really weren't, and I think that's the unfortunate thing when you're running against a bunker composition is if you don't force them to make decisions and they can kind of just stand where they want to. They will continue to find value, as we saw their logos just continuing to put that frontline pressure, being sort of the bulwark against which Murray State broke. And it's tough because even as you kind of pressure the Sigma back, the Orisa is there to provide support. And while all that's happening, you've got the main support of the Baptiste put value in terms of the sheer amount of healing that's capable. So it's certainly a very difficult setup to break. And credit to Blue Gold Esports for playing out spectacularly and just not giving space. That is the one thing in a composition that is designed to hold its ground. You just don't give up space and you're going to find value.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the Orisa there in particular being able to lend crossfire. I think that was something that was really effective. You kind of had your little castle up there on the top of the Griffin ride, and even when Murray State was able to kind of come in and assert their presence on that high ground, they still had another fire base, right? Blue Gold was just pumping in damage that entire time, really not giving him any rest at all, but showing us something kind of the opposite of a bunker comp here on their attack.
Yeah, this is going to be the dive composition, especially. And I really like MX Thick being, with this Echo, having the Mercy in the back pocket. Something that a lot of teams eschew in favor of having a more flexible support composition is this, Mercy in play. But in all honesty, it makes this it makes the Echo a lot less vulnerable. And you have to trust your Ana to be able to hit the shots on your front line. And you can get a lot done here if you're MX Thick. And Fireheart has been doing a fantastic job on the Ana this entire series, or on the support role this entire series. So no questions there in terms of her ability for the support position.
Yeah, both of the supports actually for Blue Gold Esports have looked very solid here, keeping their team up and fighting. A bit of an answering attempt at this split bunker coming out from Murray State Blue, and immediately you will see Blue Gold moving up into a very aggressive attack pattern. They've already forced him off the high ground. Dacon, unfortunately, yeeted when he should have skeeted right there and will get brought down. Unfortunately, Sinsong did the same thing as well, and now Raspberry's just let loose. All they have to do is get a tick, a good anti-nade on the follow-up. The Immortality Field delaying the inevitable, but only delaying it, and I'll call the fight a turkey because it's done.
Yeah, that's going to be map number 2 over. The attacking run started and then it ended. And I will say this, I talked Fireheart in the start of the attack run, and well, I should, because at 82% ult charge in about 30 seconds, the gold standard for an Ana is a minute to generate ultimates. So the fact that you're able to get 80% of that in half that time is very impressive.
Poor Dacon, by the way, in that play of the game. I feel like something we've seen multiple times tonight is Dacon getting denied punch kills because somebody slides off a piece of terrain. That almost hurt to watch.
It's tough. It's tough out here. But speaking of being able to kind of rebound, it has to be map number 3. Playing for Pride, playing for maps here is Murray State, and they'd like ideally to take one here from a blue gold, if only just to get the one on the board here as Dorado is coming up next.
I'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the NECC, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last map of the last Overwatch match of the night here. I'm Korvac, alongside me is Laugh-On, and you are watching Murray State versus Blue Gold Esports B. And unfortunately, Murray State already dropping the 2-0 there, but still pride to play for, like you said before we went to the break, Laugh-On. It ain't done yet.
No, you still need to play for those maps as we do always here at NECC. And they matter. They matter a lot, right? Map differential comes into play in a big way, especially when you're fighting for those positions for, a berth after the regular season, looking to play in further matches. And I have to say, there is some element here at Blue Gold Esports coming in and saying, no, this is time for cleanup. Just let's get her done. Get the match finish as quickly as possible and execute as cleanly as possible. And hey, a 2-0 on Busan and then a full hold on Blizzard World speaks volumes, I think, about how they're approaching this game.
It has had kind of, I would say, the overtones, the hallmarks of kind of a statement game from this blue gold side. They really did not come to take prisoners. They did not come to mess around. It has looked very efficient, and it has looked very kind of oppressively effective, dare I say it. And I don't think that's going to particularly change here as we look ahead to the sort of electric pyramids of Dorado. I just don't imagine that there's much that they can do over on the side of Murray State to recover this one. The sides have flipped, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just so you can keep track. Murray State Blue will be starting in the blue here, and they will be starting on defense.
They will, and there is a couple of subs to speak of, or I should say, positional switch-ups to speak of. Zon stays on the off-tank. Tube of Glue moves over to the main tank. Mixer Kraken will move over to support, and then Dakon comes into play at the DPS position, so there is, a little bit of a moving around. I make a mistake. Dakon, it was previously DPS. Mixer Kraken, though, did move over from the tank role. So Murray State Blue, as you said, Blue Gold Esports, again, that double bubble dive. And they continue to run that pocketed echo, do something that they didn't really... They showcased on the last map, but their offense was fairly short, so we didn't see how effective it would be in a longer, environment.
That pocketed echo can be a spooky thing here, and Murray State Blue already feeling the wrath of it because Unusual Flame is dead. Now Raspberry comes over the top there, all hands on deck for poor Sinsong, who is just taken out, and then they'll dive right back out as yet another kill is added here for Mythic.
Yep, that is essentially a full end to this. Mixer Kraken looking here in the back line. Oh, just unable to get back to full HP in time as the pocketed echo comes in. And NECC just raining damage down on this projectile player. That's going to be the first point captured in one fight. And Blue Gold Esports, just continue to march their way through this Dorado.
They sure do. NECC continuing to pressure from the skies as well. It is quite scary indeed. I mean, look at the havoc that is just being called here by this echo in the air, and really you feel the pain of Murray State Blue, who just keep backing up here as if they're trying to desperately find a little bit of room. Mythic's just not letting them have any room to breathe. I should say, I'm sorry, NECC is not letting them have any room to breathe. They get the tire early on in the clone. That goes sailing right in. Goodbye, Sinsong. And Zon's mech taken out there as well, and kill feed redder than a Republican convention, and that will be that.
That is going to be the team kill indeed. And I have to say, something I want to talk about Blue Gold Esports for a moment is that we saw them earlier in the season in a game here on stream, and this team has improved tremendously from then. So clearly a squad that's put in the time to kind of improve as a squad. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh,
there's no way.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Here it comes. GS Morrison. Oh no! He just caps Unusual Flame in the back, Gangland style. Tries to finish off the rest of the team as well. Out comes the Death Blossom. The shield eats a lot of it, but it won't save them for NECC, who continues to put in the work on the damage over the top. And a couple of good kills there for Murray State Blue at the tail end, but really just kind of spitting into the wind, as it were.
Yeah, especially as the point had already been captured. So this is now 5 minutes, 35 seconds to get through third. And I mean, I will say that Dakon has done a good job of, slowing things down a little bit here, has made sure to deny the aggressive snowball that Blue Gold Esports is going for, especially with this Riptire online. Should be able to end a push before it starts.
Dakon must unleash the power of the tire here. It's interesting, actually. I was just going to tack on there, Afon, you were talking about them improving over time. Both of these squads very young, mostly freshmen and sophomores on these two sides. I think there's one junior and one senior playing in this lobby as Raspberry comes over the top and engages almost immediately. The tickle cannon tickling at full tickle right now, trying to chase down Sinsong there on the Lucio. Sinsong somehow still alive through all of it, doing a little circuit really around the walls. The Demon Bomb comes sailing in as Primal comes out here. Zon will get one. NECC will be finally shut down, and then we'll come back to life. The Necromantic Arts of Mercy keeping the echo up and fighting as Dakon rolls back towards the spawn.
And now, oh no, Rixer. Oh, do not, please, Unusual Flame, no. Saved by NECC. And I mean, here's the thing. Who gets the objective to touch? The Graviton surges out. Oh
no! On one charge as well, he built up that ult in Echo's clone form, and then NECC just ends it all with a punch to the face of the unfortunate Lucio player.
You get dismissed from your duplicate as the round ends. So it was not, in fact, any damage that took the duplicate out of commission. It was, in fact, the cart capturing with 4 minutes, 22 seconds on Dorado.
It's fast.
Very fast.
It's quite fast. Just clock that one in as quite fast right there. 2 seconds off the true mystical number, but that's okay. 422, perfectly fine. And now we see kind of what Blue Gold Esports wants to run on their defense. I mean, keep in mind, back on Blizzard World, Lafon, they had a full hold. I would not be surprised to see them revisit that same fate here on the Murray State Blue.
Yeah, I will say that it is a little less... you're not able to get nearly the same level of space denial on Escort as you are on Hybrid. It is not common to get 0% progress on this map. So, Murray State Blue should be able to get at least to the first choke point. But you're looking at this composition that Blue Gold Esports is running, and it really it kind of is designed to put pressure on two fronts, right? You've got the double shield that can kind of brawl in close, and then GS Morrison can continue to just provide irritation on the backline with Sombra with a established win condition with the EMP.
Indeed. Tube of Glue trying to start aggressive early on, skips off the top of the roof and then runs away. GS Morrison gets the rather unfortunate fate of being hacked as a Sombra. Unfortunately, Unusual Flame cannot bathe in the glow of their small victory for very long because Raspberry finishes them off with a Fire Strike. And they will move the cart around here, about to slip it underneath the bridge. Since on there on the Mercy, keeping the team in the fight, but they're having a little bit of trouble just getting around this quarter, and the cart will come to a stall. The tank now moving out to the middle of the road. Tube of Glue is run down like so much roadkill, and that will end the fight.
And I mean, GS Morrison's not done yet. Gets another, still here actually, has chosen not to recall, though they were hacked, so that makes it a little bit more difficult to activate the Transcendent ability. As Zon needs to be very careful there.
Zon just mixing it up right there, getting in deep. Dacon down, Dacon rezzed back into it almost immediately. Unusual Flame here, unfortunately, only on 25% on the EMP. GS Morrison, meanwhile, sitting at a clean 66%. MX Thick has the Bob here to use as well. The first real ult on the board. Tube of Glue trying to brawl it out on the front line, just getting hammered into the dirt. Tube of Glue will go down. Dynamite comes sailing out from MX Thick as well. The Bob will be unleashed, though I wonder if they even really need it. GS Morrison cleaning up a couple more kills.
And as Dakar tries to find the outwards reset, tries to get back to spawn, MX Thick will not let them harass as they were by GS Morrison. So critically, you gotta see an engage come in from Tube of Blue here on the high ground, specifically on MX Thick. If you can get the bubble rotation in, right, get the projected bubble, then the Winston bubble in play, perhaps try and clear the high ground. But you need an opening here, and you need it from your main tank.
Dacon just about to come out on the clone, 97%, so maybe that they can add to their toolkit. GS Morrison, though, fully on that EMP. A couple of more ults to come online here for Blue Gold Esports. Mixer Kraken just annihilated in the mid ground. That'll pop the Valkyrie. It is finally a decent engage here, but isn't enough. Dacon will get a kill, but dies at the same time. They take each other out there. Logos on the high ground. Raspberry taking down Tube of Blue one more time, and Sinsong just falls back towards the spawn for Unusual Flame. Just gets bullied over into a corner and brought down.
Yeah, and the Dynamite kill is aided by the hack to again prevent the Translocator from finding any sort of recall. Blue Gold Esports did not have to use any ultimates there. It's going to be 6 check marks across the board here for our team in red. And time is no longer the friend of Murray State Blue, as it's a minute 12 left here on the clock.
Well, the robotic butler is a friend of MX Thick and could come into this fight at any point in time. There he is, descending from on high. Hacked almost immediately, though, but that won't stop Logos with the Gravitic Flux. Dacon is taken down yet again, still not able to use the clone just yet. Sinsong goes down as well. The Nano Boosted Monkey comes in, but Tube of Glue has to pop the Primal very early on into that. The Transcendence coming out, meanwhile, MX Thick just continuing to reel in kills. The Transcendence helping the members of Blue Gold Esports just continue with their high level of aggression as Tube of Glue once more finds himself on the receiving end of Raspberry's hammer.
That is going to be a reset there. Relatively expensive for Blue Gold Esports, but even still, they still have 3 key resources left. EMP, Shatter online. I mean, you're looking at Unusual Flame, trying to find... this needs to be a 4-person EMP. It just simply does. That's kind of what you have to expect. And yet again, a headshot body shot into Dynamite, taking out another player.
Well, it must be a Matrix level hack, and unfortunately it only gets 2, not quite enough. Dacon dies yet again, not able to use the clone. GS Morrison just racking up the kills. The Uzi spraying away, and there's nothing that the members of Murray State Blue can do but pray as the final kill is cleaned up by Raspberry. One more body trying to touch there, and it will be denied, and Blue Gold Esports will take that clean 3-0 over Murray State Blue.
And they don't give up a single objective point in the meanwhile. So Blue Gold Esports be looking to kind of be a force here in our Navigators of Cyan division. We saw at the top of the broadcast, or the top of the series, the table, the standings here for this division. And Blue Gold has kind of made mention that they are a team to kind of be watched out for, a team to be feared. And I think the performance today speaks for itself.
I agree 100%. And unfortunately, that does it here for Overwatch on NECC tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to our production crew on the back end, for all the casters that we had on today. I've been Corbeck. This has been Laugh On. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, by the way, Laugh On. I've never casted with you before. It's been a great time. Very much enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable experience. We got to see some excellent Overwatch, right? Across the board. And of course, a nice 3-0 to end out the evening.
Well, we will be departing, but there's plenty more NECC action on the way this week. Tomorrow, you can tune in and catch all of the godfather of esports. League of Legends will be on, a bunch of exciting collegiate competition. But for all of us here at the NECC tonight, thank you for watching and have a wonderful evening.